Alright, check mic. If it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, this is an old video. Let's check up on, make sure everything is working. Let me know who's all here. Hit the like button for me. Subscribe. You guys already know the deal. We get to 1,000 subscribers, we doing that giveaway. If you make any money, if you've learned anything, if you want to give back to the stream, link is in the description. Appreciate you guys, keeping this for free for everyone to enjoy. Let's get it. It's nice, nice fall morning, waking up, a little chilly outside. It's the smell of college football in the air, smell of volatility just around the corner, presidential election. Let's go right into it. Post your questions, post your tickers, whatever you guys want to cover, whatever you want to ask away. Just make sure you hit that like button. Make sure you donate to the stream. Again, not my pocket, but the stream's pocket. So we can take this where we want to take it. All right. Let's go cover. The first thing we're going to cover is the overall markets. We'll go look at the SPY, the Qs really quickly. The SPY, oddly, did not hold up like I thought it was going to, or at least I was hoping it would. It's not over yet. It's not over yet, but, it still, I think, should have held 562. But it looks like we are finding some support here at 560. 561 right now is where we sit. Where it looks like we're pulling back to 560 flat. 560 is that level I'm going to watch for. I actually think it's already done because if we pop back up, you're popping back into resistance. The Qs are not at highs. The Dow has a lot of names like banks. A lot of upgrades, which we're going to cover. Right now, I'm just logging into everything. All right, so here we go. What we're going to do first is, like we said, we'll cover some of the news. Shit. All right. So it's pretty easy, the overall markets here with the S&Ps. You have that mid, like 564 to 563 resistance zone up here on the SPY. All right, we get a pop back up into that area. Pretty simple. You probably want to look for a pullback off of that level unless we have a reason to break through it. And some of that reason may come later on in the week. We have a lot of data this week. All right. Again, I know we can do it. Let's hit that like button. I love you guys. I really want to help you guys make some, at least make some improvements to your accounts. Because I know you guys can do this. I know you can. You have to give it time. And I will say this. If you're a new trader, please, the best thing you can do is ask questions. Give back to the stream. Ask questions. Ask tickers. I'll give you my thoughts. Watch me trade. Watch how I go about it. And give it time. All right? Time is going to be your biggest... at least for me, I can only speak for myself. I did have some guidance years ago, but that really only takes you so far in the beginning. There's a lot of understanding, but give it time. I'm telling you, if you give it time and you don't quit, continue to come in with the same excitement, a few years later as you did when you first got introduced to the markets. You were excited you got introduced to the markets. Don't let it fade. All right, so here we go. So the SPY, give me 1 second really quickly. I'm going to turn this on. I'm going to...
Strong. That the percentages were obviously up much more than that. It's much more about the
everything is working really quick. Give me
guys.
1 second.
Okay, Mike, we're going to get a few economic releases, as you know, later this week. Is good news for the economy, and this is the question, good for stocks, or do you genuinely feel that this sort of good news, bad news situation dynamic exists where investors actually would oddly support or want weaker numbers to capture the idea that the Fed would ease more?
Yeah, I think good news for the economy, big picture.
And we are going to get this camera. We will get the camera on too. I know a lot of people have been missing that. All right, back to the agenda. First things first, the SPY. All right, SPY is pulling back, unfortunately. All right, we got a little early morning pullback. We could not hold the top end of this range or break out from it. excuse me, 563, 564. This area is the area I was looking to hold. All right, I'm sorry, 562. That was really it. I didn't want to see us break 562. So what we'll look for today is understanding that we do have some data that comes out. I think ISM manufacturing is tomorrow. No, it's today. And ISM manufacturing PMI is today. All right. So this is kind of going to give you a little bit of a glimpse. If you guys follow this, you could, you'll have an understanding somewhat for, you could take this to GDP, right? These are some of the moving parts that go on in the economy here with ISM. Okay. Sorry, I just had a cracker. So, I think that's pretty much that, right? Look for that mid 560s, and look to continue to stay here in this range. This is why yesterday, if you didn't catch the watch list, go back and watch it. Give it a like. I said I was going to be patient this week, but I was going to take it slow this week because it feels like we do have some earnings here. Hold on, guys. We do have some earnings coming through here. No, we don't. I didn't think it's till tomorrow. Yeah, it's not until later on this afternoon. So keep it slow. All right, keep it slow. So we're looking for the low. We're looking to stay in that range. Look for rejections on the SPY at pre-market lows. The Qs, they tried to at the end of the week, Thursday and Friday, to try to put in a higher low. We noticed this about a month ago. Right on this initial pullback here, and we just couldn't get it on this pullback here. Right, you would notice towards the end of the week it would try to turn around and then it just fell. Try to turn around and then fail. So is this going to be, I'm going to just honestly just say, guys, just whatever levels you have, I'm sure you guys should have levels. Know where your moving averages are on the daily chart. And look to pretty much, depending on the data because we're going to have some JOLTS job data. Like, we're going to have a reason to move. It's just going to take a few days. You have JOLTS job openings, factory orders. Excuse me. We're going to have our initial jobless claims, ISM services. Today we're getting manufacturing. So, and then you'll have unemployment data, non-farm payroll at the end of the week. So there's your catalyst right there, really, for Friday. All right. Until then, I'm just gonna, look to continue to play this range. The Qs here, 475, 475. You had a little bit of support there. You tried to hold it Friday, and we'll look here to see where we opened up at. And that's breaking down. All right, that's breaking down. So what I would use is, I'd still use 475. If you're going to look to get short, I would watch 475, in my opinion. Here, let's go here. This should make it look a little bit easier. Sorry, there were some small caps I was watching this morning, but nothing crazy. Nothing was moving too crazy. I know. I had shut my computer off last night, so everything did not save, and that's okay. So I'm going to delete these levels here, and we're going to make this so we can see it. All right. 474, nice little support level there. Let's see here. Boom. Boeing did get a downgrade, and that's why I was a little. If you didn't see the watch list last night, we talked about Boeing and Airbus, their engine failures, and I was kind of curious because it had already rejected the level. I was a little reluctant for the long, but we'll get into that in just a minute. So, okay, so you guys can see here pretty clearly, right? Wednesday and Monday. Wednesday and Monday's high. I would look for this area to be possibly resistance up here at 478 on the Qs. The first thing I would do, if I were you, is to see which one is your leader, which one's your laggard. As far as Friday's close, the Qs are way below it. The SPY is even further below it, which is a good sign. Look at the Dow. Yeah, the Dow's really extended away from that Friday's high. IWM never held 219. We talked about IWM yesterday. I did have 218. I did have this level here on watch at 218 to 217, 216.80-ish. All right. So the Qs, honestly, guys, are holding up the best, in my opinion. I know you guys can probably barely see it, but I think you have a little more strength today in the Qs. This is just my opinion. It doesn't feel like there's a massive sell-off like there is the Dow. Like, that's a decent move for the Dow. And it looks like the Qs are trying to recover here and hold that 50-day or just reject it at 474. So, where are we at here? So we are 475. I want to get through this really quickly. I know I'm kind of all over the place, and I do apologize. I got to get better at this stuff. We're at 474. So you guys can see this 474 levels pretty key. Shit, I don't have... Oh my goodness, I'm sorry. This is why I didn't stream for a few weeks, and I get frustrated at streaming because I feel like I'm just awful at it. And when I don't stream, I can just go about the day just relaxed. Anyway, 474. Keep an eye on that 50-day. I mean, honestly, if you break down, you have some support there at 472. Right, 472 to 470. It's an area there. But I would say if you don't hold the 50-day, then chances are you got to look for that break of 470. And I would look for a move back down to the 20-day and or 100-day. But that 20-day is going to hold you up as well. Which is that there's a small little gap up there. Prior resistance. I'd watch for the low 470s to act as support. Honestly, on the Qs. Alright, that's just my opinion. I'm going to look for that 470 area to hold as support. Alright. You're going to open up depending on where we open up at. You know, that 20 day is going to be working right there to act as a little bit of a support zone. So what we could do is look for a bounce and get the rejection off of the bounce, but I hate how I have these levels. I'm going to get rid of these levels real quick, and I'm going to move on because I'm going to get rid of 474 is a little area here. Let's get rid of I'm going to get rid of this stuff here. Here we go.
Investment in 3 tranches from Quantum Computer, Uniform Zulu, India.
Again, I have way too many levels there. So you have some support down there at the low 470s. And you're going to have that 20-day working up on you, all right, to hold you up. So if you're looking to get short for whatever reason, I would try to hold off until like 478, all right, and maybe you get a pullback, and you know, obviously it's still pretty early, so we want to wait and see where we are when we open up, but I think you gotta see again where we open up at. Let's go take a look real quick at the leaders of the market. See, like, that's so jacked. All right. SPY's pretty easy. Same thing. It didn't hold 464, 465, that prior range high. So you want to look for 462 if you get the chance. 462, 463 rejections. All right. Yes, so that's what I'm going to look for. All right. That's what I'm looking for on the SPY. You do have some catalysts that it's not really helping, it seems, this morning, because you had a lot of upgrades and downgrades, which we're going to cover here, for some banks and a lot of Dow names. So, and the Dow's just selling off, so it's pretty apparent how the market's feeling today. Let's go look at Apple. If you guys have questions, tickers, anything, you want to ask, throw them in the chat. Just want to look at a few names here and see where our strength and weaknesses are. 227.80. So you are still above that level. No, you're not. You are, but you aren't. You are, but you aren't. So Apple, watch this top end of this range from last week. You tried to break out. Friday, you closed red on the day. And you guys can see this is one of the last, this is really one of the only mega tech names that I've seen that's this strong. And it looks like it's going to fail 228. If it does, I think you have a nice trade back down into the lower end of this range. Right? That range could take you anywhere from 224 to 225. All right, 224 to 225. Pretty much call it the low to mid 220s. Damn, you could actually here on Apple. This could be your range. This could be the level that she's looking for. Hold up. Yeah, right here, guys. 227. So it's, I don't like it. Microsoft is actually, and we talked about this yesterday. Look at Microsoft. All right, Microsoft is working its way back up through Friday's close, right? And it's at Friday's close. Everything we're looking at is down off of Friday's close. So I think we got to throw Microsoft in the bullish box. If this market bounces, this is something we want to look at. Is Microsoft. All right, it's at the lower end of its range. If you want to look at this as a whole, this would, in my opinion, be a range. You have the 100-day and 50-day coming in at the top end of that range up there at 427 to 430. So we could look for a bounce. At least, I will. That bounce, I would look to try to take it to. I got two levels here. All right, two levels here. 420, 429, 430. At 430. Let's see here. Yeah. You do have to watch this pivot low there that it could be trying to reject on Microsoft. So it looks like you do have to get above 417.50. Don't get too excited. If you guys can see this pivot low here, it's like, look at that head and shoulders there. Wow, look at that. Look at that pattern there. I don't know if you guys can see that. Look at that. Boop, boop, and then it just that's a nice little setup there. I haven't looked at Microsoft in quite some time. So is this going to be a bear flag? It could be. It could be. I'm going to be watching 417.50. 417.50. It's like 417.60. It's an area. All right. So that's going to be Friday's high. Friday's high on Microsoft. Let's see here. You got some major level of support down here at 412. And that 20-day, that's a major area of support right there. This thing is let's see here. You are at the top end of that range here, guys. So again, man, listen, this market right now, it feels like it's slim picking until the market gives us a direction. We have a lot of resistance and a lot of like mess above us with some of these names. You know, if Microsoft is able to pull back, I will say this: if Microsoft is able to pull back, damn, so that was a nice close up there at Friday's close. If we can pull back and the market can feel, if the market feels like it can try to bounce, you know, I don't want to force anything. I feel like you got to try to look for the long down at like 412 to 414. You know, 416 is actually another level that's not too bad. It's just, you're stuck in a tight range, and that range is 412 to 418. So if we get up here and we can't get through 418, then I think you got a nice little opportunity to take a short up there at 418 and look for a move back down to the 20-day moving average on Microsoft. Again, unless you guys see something that I don't see, I gotta, you know, it's slim picking out there. You got to be careful. All right, you got to be careful. Let this market like open itself up. Give it a couple days. You have support at 410. You have the 20-day also right there. 410, 412 is your support, and your resistance is going to be, I'm going to say 418 to 420. Friday's high and Thursday's high is your resistance zone. I personally think you have a little more upside to go. Man, it looks like it's trying to go into a downtrend, though. Like this whole move, in my opinion, looks like it wants to. Yeah, I don't know. I see when you don't have conviction, yeah, you just got to move on. It sucks. This thing does have in my opinion, did have a little bit of relative strength. And look, you're seeing that rejection off of 418 as we speak. So we'll see where we're at when we open up. If we're down at the 20-day and it looks like Microsoft's holding, we could look for a move back up, maybe another retest of 418, or maybe this market just breaks down, right? If it breaks down, cool. We'll be ready. All right. It's not something I want to see, but it is what it is. Can't control everything. So you have Apple. That's another one again that we just talked about. If it breaks that, if the market does decide to really start to pull back, Apple's got some room down into the low 220s to 225. All right, 220, 225 range. Look for this to get itself back down to the bottom of this range here. Tried to break out and hold it. If you cannot hold 228.50, okay, 228.50 area, then I'm looking for a pullback back down into the low 220s, which would be this area right there. You have a gap. That's why it's kind of wide. 225 to the low 220s. You have a gap here, and you also have the 50-day and 20-day right there at that gap. So if the market does decide to break down, keep your eyes on Apple. That could be a nice $6 to $8 move. I'd say about $6. you could get out of Apple, and that'd be a nice move. All right, so we covered Microsoft. I didn't look at Meta. We're going to go into the news. It's already 8:30. I got to go look and see the news and stuff. Let's go look at, okay, look, here's Meta, right? Where we at? 517. So Meta's already breaking down. It's just consolidating, just like everything, guys. Like, everything looks the same. The only thing with Meta that Meta's been so strong, it doesn't have moving averages above it, but it does have levels above it. So Meta, you could look for a move. See, it's slim picking. Be careful. Slim picking out here. Maybe ISM turns things around. So what I'm looking at is different time frames when I go through here. You know, if you break the 20-day, look for a move back down to 510. All right, 510 and maybe that psychological 500 level. Yeah, 500. Nah, not really. That's your level, is 480. Like, that's really the level. That's a major level there at 480. All right, let's move on. I'm going to go look at the news. Unless you guys have questions or anything, look at Boeing just breaking down. That's hilarious. The airliners are going to be hurting, man. It's just not a good look to be in airlines right now. It's a shame. All right, so you have this really nice support and resistance zone up here at 170. And I gave that out yesterday. You have a heavy support zone down here at 162. The low 160s, 162.50. Hold on, what's going on here? Yeah, so there's that.
GVA Granite Construction announces Arlington Avenue Bridges Replacement Project in Reno, Nevada. Golf Victor Alpha GVA. BTTR.
Really, this is going to be the level I'm watching.
SRX Health for approximately $125 million. That's Bravo Tango Tango Romeo BTTR.
So I can get rid of that. Keep an eye on Boeing. I don't think it'd be wise to short Boeing. It's already been hammered. I would watch, guys, for a bounce, and if you get above 170, watch for a rip and run back to 178, 180. That's what I'm watching for. All right, I want to see if this thing.
Supercoms, here's an additional $2.6 million.
I want to see if we can get a recovery here.
Expected within
Dude,
3 months. Sandy Papa Charlie Bravo SPCB.
That looks so weird. I didn't know it consolidated this long above that level. So if you look at the daily chart, that's a lot longer than I thought. This double bottom here.
National Health Safety Network modernization contract. Total value of $51 million over a 5-year period of
On Boeing.
Oscar Sandy LDOS.
Right here at 170. You can see here, boom, boom, double bottom. It broke it. I didn't know that this thing was up there for about 2 to 3 weeks. So it looks like you're back down into the lower end of the range, which is 160 to 170. Call it 162 to 170. But I want to see Boeing regain this level up here. All right, I'm going to see it recapture 169. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Unless it has the volume, I think this thing is just overdone. I do, guys. I think Boeing is just a bit overdone. I get that there's been a downgrade, but I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, and this thing's going to make new lows this year.
The FDA or ARCT-032, an inhaled mRNA therapeutic to treat cystic fibrosis. process. That's Alpha Romeo Charlie Tango ARCT.
All right, all right, all right, all right. So let's go look at the news here. All right. So Uber has a buy. There was a lot that I ordered. Cassava Sciences to present at HC Wainwright Global Investment Conference. All right, we talked about Sava yesterday, guys. Let's see where she's at. This thing is not trading anything right now for whatever reason. I don't understand. There's no volume really on this thing. That sucks. It's all good. So this was a setup we talked about on the watch list yesterday. Sava. We'll see what's to come with this. Let's keep going back. Oh, I forgot about... Let's go look at some semiconductors. And we will go to the market movers. Oh, you do have to watch Volkswagen. And you know what's funny is that I thought that this Volkswagen news was going to, could possibly be, how do I say this? Could be a reason why semiconductors start to pull back. All right, because it's not a good look. It's not a good look. Let me see here. Is everything working? Okay, shit. Fuck this shit. Every day, bro. Let's see. ISM at 10. I'm going to go grab some coffee real quick. Unity, NetApp, the data storage at 1.6. We'll go over these. So here, Novartis. Okay, shares are down 1.7% following Jefferies downgrade to a hold from a buy. Bank of America down fractionally. Warren Buffett's Berkshire Hathaway, which began cutting its holding of Bank of America this summer, revealed Friday it sold more shares last week. But B of A had an upgrade. Oh, okay. I guess it is down a little bit. All right, guys. Give me just a second. Give me just uno momento, and I will be right back. I'm going to go grab some coffee.
that. But they also recognize that, inflation has been coming down, and it's time to start moving the interest rate, the nominal Fed funds rate, their policy rate down as inflation
no idea why
and
that
short-term
was not
inflation
working.
expectations have moved down. Otherwise, you're actually inadvertently tightening policy.
Jesus Lordy. I have no idea why that was not working. All right. Let's go right. Let's keep it going. So there you go. What did we say yesterday? Tesla, you're watching that 215 zone, pulled right into it. Now you're running your test back to 220. That was a tough trade last week. It's not that it was tough. Like, so I've had some people ask me, like, in the past, what setups do you trade, this, that, the third. I trade the chart. Yeah, sure. I do look for patterns and stuff, but I still trade the chart. And the chart, for the most part, is saying we're getting a little bit overdone. I'm going to be watching 220 for a possible pullback. And it felt like this whole time that even this huge pullback, right? This huge pullback, even this pullback, the bounce, and the pullback that we had last week, it just felt like there was still a ton of buying pressure that would just come in, like, just seldomly, right? Maybe it popped its head in the morning, came in at lunchtime, showed up at the end of the day. And I'm like, bro, there's so much buying pressure. It's the buyers are just stepping away, letting them sell it off, and just buying in batches, right? On every pullback. So at least that's how I felt. And if you look here, look at this daily chart. So if we pull the daily chart back, I'm pretty sure it was the daily chart that I used. You can look here and see you had an increase in volume, decrease in volume on the sell side, a little bit of an increase there. And let's see. So decrease, increase, increase, right? And then another, what looks to be a decrease on the way down in volume. So, the overall, this overall name Tesla is a bit overdone. There is an event coming up, and this is also why I was wondering if we'd get that October run up, or from September. There's an event coming up. I guess the FSD event, something, I don't know. I don't pay too much attention to like the ins and outs that Tesla has going on. But I do know we have a gap up here, a small gap, and we had the 50-day up there, and it feels like 20-day was never, well, it was here. It's really that level there at 215, which we broke above it now. I'm trying to figure out where it was at. Maybe it was the 4-hour. The volume, you can see just like the volume, like your volume, right? You have the increase in volume, decrease in that volume on the sell-off. The volume has kind of, gave up a little bit, but anyway. So right now we're gonna look for 220 rejections or I'm gonna look for it. 220 rejections or 215 longs to 220. You got these nice tails that are being put in right now off of Friday's and Thursday's high. Friday's close, Friday's high, Thursday's high, and it's holding up. This 215 to 216 is holding. Look for a move back to 216. Let's see here. Let's do this real quick. All right. I'm going to save this now so we don't have to do it later. You can see this would be a really nice, if you do break 220. Oh, I forgot to show you the daily chart. Daily chart. Can't forget about the daily chart. That massive wedge that we tried to break out of. We tried to break out of it, and 220 not only is 210 to 220, that middle resistance, or I should say support zone. So here you go, right here, 210 to 220, right there, right? That's your support, resistance, 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 support, support, resistance. Okay, 210 to 220. It's a range. We are coming back to 220 to possibly reject it, but you also have that wedge forming here where this orange line is that we broke out of, gapped above it, right? And then it just gave it back up, and now it looks like it's testing the top end of that, which comes in right at the 50-day, right at 220. So it only makes sense that this prior gap fill, and it would be the gap down from earnings down there at the 220 to low 220s in that 50-day, would be your target for the upside if you're looking long. Now, do you short up there? That's up to you. All right. We'll go through it this morning and see how it looks on our way there. Do we have like shorts covering and massive volume, and it's given us the setup that, we're going to have consistent buying all the way up to 220? That's what I'm going to be looking for. If we don't really have that, depending on where we open up at, you also have ISM manufacturing coming out. So we could get to 220 and give it up right as that data comes out at 10 o'clock. And where are we? We're at 220. Maybe we're a little bit below it, a little above it. And we look for the pullback off of that level. All right. So I think 220 to 222 is the area that you got to look for a possible rejection. I would also say that I don't like $5 on this thing. I just don't think that that's enough. I don't think it's enough. I just don't think the risk to reward is worth it, right? So if I were to say, what I was going to say is, do you try to take a long at 215 to 220? You can, and you can, if it works, it works, but I don't like to try to make money like that. Like, the risk to reward has to be worth it. That way I know I'm comfortable in the trade because I'm going to be paying the least amount, and I only have a little bit of room to give it, and I just know that if I'm going long down here at the 200-day, I'm paying such a cheap price that even if I can give it a little bit of room, and the mindset of understanding that this thing is sold off, or even if it's bounced, right? You don't want to necessarily fight the trend. It just, for me personally, it helps me a lot with being comfortable in that trade. All right. Anyway, so right now we are above 215. 216. We're sitting at 216 right now. I think that's what you got to look for. If 216 is going to continue to hold, I'm looking for a target of 220. Get that gap fill. Here's your gap right there. So this is your gap. Your gap is at 218.78 to 220. Okay, so it's about a $1.50, $2 range. If you do claim 220, the top end of that resistance zone is 225. 225. All right. Let me see here really quickly. So we're up there. I could probably get rid of this stuff here. I wish I could just get rid of all these levels, but I've already tried to do that, and I just, by the morning session, my chart already has a ton of lines back on it. So as soon as I get rid of it, I go back, and it's just because these levels are like all within one another. But let me see here. Your major levels 215, 220, and 208 to 210. All right, those are your three major levels that I see. Let's see here. Yeah, it's 208. Yeah, 208, 215, and 220. So, all right, I don't know. I've had enough of that. All right, I've had enough of that. Let's go to
Advancing a market update, S&P futures down 26.25.
Do you guys have anything, guys, in the chat? Let me know. You know, what are you guys watching? Let's go look at the movers. That's what we'll do, and we'll also look at some of the names we gave out.
Gas is flat at $2.14. Gold is down 60 cents at 25.27.
Let's go look here.
Bitcoin futures
I'm gonna
up
go look at Baba real
535
quick.
at 59,535.
I'm trying to think of what I want to do with Tesla, guys. I'm really not comfortable going long, but I'm also not comfortable going short. I think Tesla's overdone. I do. I may end up just looking for a 220 rejection, guys. I think that's going to be one of my top ideas going into the morning. Is a 220 rejection. Yeah, I'm gonna look for this level to reject. 220. I'm gonna make it a 2. That way we know, and we are back inside this range here. 215. All right, let's see here. Yeah, so you guys can see, I don't want to like just hone in on Tesla, but this level here at 220, you can see you got above it, and then it tried to hold it, and it just rejected it, right here. Pivot high, you got above it, pulled into it, tried to hold it, and extend off of it, and then it just rejected, broke it, retest, and then you fell back down. All right, so 220, 225 is the upside that you're looking for, and a possible rejection there for a lower high. At least that's what I'm looking for. And I think, man, this could be really nice. This could be a really nice trade for us today. I might actually think about taking a swing on this and seeing if I can't get this thing back down to 210, 212. See if I can't get this thing to break 215. So I'm going to be looking to short Tesla today. I'm going to tell you guys that right now. They may end up doing it before the bell. And if they do, it is what it is. You know, it's up to you if you want to get short this name pre-market. Yeah. Let's see here. I mean, I see a few different things. Yeah, I mean, can you guys let me know in chat what you guys see or think about this thing? Because I could come up with a few different reasons to be bullish, and I can come up with a few reasons to be bearish. I think, though, with that 50-day being at 220, even if the short doesn't, like, I think the first test of that 50-day moving average, you should at least get that pullback, which you should be able to get paid, and see if the buyers leave and if sellers really try to step up there at 220. All right, so if you get that bounce pre-market, or even, you know, in the morning, you should at least get that rejection off of the 50-day, that red line, and you guys can't really see it. And I mean, hell, what worst case, you get a pullback and you pull it back down into 215 to hold that level, right? To possibly extend higher. Either way, I think the probability that we get short up at 220 could still work for us. You know, again, we'll see how the volume looks. All right. First target would be 215, and then obviously look for the pullback down into 210, 212. All right. Trade line is coming in up here as well. The 20-day is right there. So right now you're between the 20-day and the 20-day and the 50-day. Let me see here. Let me Let me do something real quick. Let me move this really quickly. Let's see here.
But you're dealing with a person in Kamala Harris who won't talk to anybody. You saw her the other day going to Air Force Two.
Where in the hell?
She had the earbuds in with the cord. I mean, who even uses that anymore?
Let's see here.
Kamala Harris. She talks about nothing. And Donald Trump does talk about everything, but most of the time, the vast majority, he's focused on the issues. And I think you're going to continue to see that. At the end of the day, the American people have to decide. Do you want the strong economy and safe borders and safe world of Donald Trump? Or do you want the economic and foreign policy and border policy chaoses of Kamala Harris? That's what this election comes down to.
As usual, I do like having you on. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. We'll be right back.
Alright. So you guys can see the 20-day here.
Every time someone tells you they vacation in the same place every year.
Ooh, that could be a nice week. Man, see, we're above 214. It's all good. Alright. Enough of Tesla. We got the plan. Look, it's not even going to get there. They're going to sell this thing off. I feel like they're going to sell this thing off pre-market. I do. They're like, nope, retail is not getting this one. Y'all is not getting it because we taking it down right now. But what I was going to show you guys, even though I've had enough of Tesla right now, is a few things here. You have a small cup and handle that could be forming. Here's that. Here's your uptrend. There's your pullback. The curl. Right there. And your handle. Now, are you going to break out? That's the question. I know it doesn't look that great, but I got to be honest with you. It doesn't look that bad. And I'm a stickler for, you know, looking at patterns like either it's a pattern or it's not, right? I like to trade those type of patterns, head and shoulders, cup and handles. I like them to be, you know, to actually show you that is what the pattern is. And it's not like, if you're questioning whether it is or isn't, it probably is a pattern that's irrelevant. Sure, it might take the shape of something, but if it's got like if it's all lopsided like this is about it for me. I just think the formation, this small up move, pullback on low volume, break, you know, the tight price action, the tight handle, right? The increase in volume on the up end, like, I can't ignore it. I just can't ignore that. So I'm going to take a neutral stance, all right? And I think that if we get to that 50-day, that gives us an opportunity for just to pull back off of the 50-day. And where that takes us, I don't know, right? If it, we'll find out once we get there. All right. These commercials are so ridiculous. Like, seriously. These Kamala Harris fucking commercials are insane. Well, revenge does take time. Alright. Let's move on. Let's go look at Shopify. Let's go look at some of these movers. Alright. So yesterday we brought this up. I'm actually going to delete a lot of these levels here. All right. All right. There's some news out with PepsiCo.
wanting the company to call a special meeting of the carrier. And then there's Intel looking to trim down what Pat Gelsinger has in store for the chip maker. Let's begin though with stocks.
VLD, VLO3D, National Institute for Aviation Research, to leverage VLO3D's additive manufacturing solution.
All right, it's 9 o'clock. I'm gonna start getting my charts ready here.
Victor Lima Delta.
Shopify again, looking for that base at 74. See if we can get a breakdown there and look for a rejection if this market decides to pull back. And I'm just looking for a nice little pullback. I'm looking for a nice pullback here. I think this could be a... Damn, this thing is kind of overdone.
Announcing Type C meeting with the FDA regarding pathway for BLA for Lomacel-B and hypoplastic left heart syndrome. That's the Magalvic in November. LGVN.
72, 70, yeah, 70. 72 target, $70. Okay, the 200-day is also coming in right there at 71.50, 71.47. 20 days also going to be pulling up as well. So that could be a nice move if it gives it to you. All right, if it gives it to you, if you can crack Thursday and Friday's low, we have a really nice move down here into, 72, 71.50, and that's a nice move for Shopify. We'll see if the volume's there. Let's go look at Alibaba. Alibaba already, guys, down at $82. I should have taken this Friday. So I gave this trade out to you guys on Friday. I told you guys Alibaba's short right from the open, right at this consolidation around 9:45 to 10:15. It was like right before 10 o'clock. There was some news that came out pretty early. I forget exactly what it was, but we did give that out. All right. So, damn, that trade's already taken. And once again, my charts get screwed up. God damn it.
FY 2025 outlook.
Looks like you're...
Updates reported. Earnings guidance to $3.05 to
$81.50.
$7.92 and raises lower end of comparable earnings guidance to $13.60 to $13.80.
That sucks, man.
Company reporting a diluted net income or loss or income per share attributable to CBI of $3.05 to $7.92. That's versus the prior outlook of $14.63 to $14.93.
If you guys have any tickers that you guys want to cover,
Shares of Constellation Brands right now.
throw them in the chat. Hit the like button for me, please. Subscribe if you haven't already done so we can do this giveaway. If you have questions, throw it in the chat. Keep an eye out here for $82 on Baba. Oh my god. Yeah, 82. And that 20-day moving average, you could have a little bit of a bounce back long there on Alibaba. There's not really any news. I need to scan around and look. Get everything situated here. Alright.
SCLX.
AI projects will eventually be shuttered.
Well, I think that you could argue that it could be two-thirds, and then we're back to where you have Yahoo and you have AOL.
SPNT, Serious Point, announcing partnership with travel insurtech GigaSure. That is Sandy Papa November Tango, SPNT.
Alright, so SIFY. Let's see what she's doing. SIFY. I was looking at this earlier and I didn't really care for it.
UGRO, Urban Grow, awarded first project on the Master Services Agreement with P.F. Chang's. That is from Golf Romeo Oscar, UGRO.
It sucks, man. This thing already gapped down. That's wild. And it's getting ready to pull back again.
KINS US Kingstone reduces debt by 25%, extends maturity to June.
That is what it is.
That's PLTR November.
We'll see what happens at 80 bucks. If you can't hold $80, or if it does hold 80 in that 20-day, maybe we have an opportunity for a long entry down there at $80 on BABA. But I'm just gonna move along. All right, Palantir. We talked about Shopify. Palantir is just sitting here sideways, literally. So there's that.
I'm not negative, I'm interested. Because money goes to the winners starting September, not to the losers. You do not.
Yeah, so we looked for this 3150 for a possible short entry or a long. Which one was it? I can't remember. What did we say? Yeah, we looked for that to be, if we get a hold and we look bullish here, I can't remember. I want to say short, but what did I write down? 32 prior gap, 32 hold. That doesn't make much sense, does it? Must have forgot while I was doing the stream yesterday.
We're going to talk more about the individual names in a minute. On the macro, though, Jim, we are going to get a jobs number on Friday. Collecting estimates, B of A 200, MS 185.
All right, so what I'm doing here is I'm just saving my charts. Again, if you guys have questions, throw them in the chat. If you guys have any tickers, if you guys have news, really anything, so we can point ourselves and work together as a team to put ourselves in the right part of the market. All right, so that's Palantir. I'm not really interested in Palantir. Boeing, I am looking to see if Boeing can bounce back to 170 and see what we end up doing there at 170. You guys can see that's a double bottom support level there at 170. And are you going to hold 167? No, you already broke it. Right here, you already broke it. So you can see here, you already broke 167 and you're retesting it. You know, you would think that maybe that Airbus news was a little bit of a catalyst to try to like help Boeing out a little bit, but apparently it's not. So I'm not sure what that means with airlines. Let me go back here. So we have, where did it go? Right here. All right, so U.S. Steel plunged 6%. Closed the planned sale of United States Steel to Japan's Nippon Steel. Just because it has the word U.S. Steel doesn't mean it's the United States. She made the statements during Labor Day rally in front of union members in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. State Steel was an historic American company, and it is vital for our country to maintain strong American steel companies. Okay. Yep, it is vital, but it also doesn't make sense with the currency, especially where currencies were just now. There's a lot there. All right, so it looks like this thing is rallying pre-market. It pulled back, and now it's rallying. Let's go look here. I can already tell you right now, a level you want to watch out for is, what is that, $40? Looks like a key level. $40. And where are we? 37, 38, 39. It's been a while. I haven't traded U.S. Steel in a long time. a long time. And I haven't traded it that much. I think we might have traded it with the news when it was pretty volatile with the buyout news when it first came out. We have the 50-day. What is that? 38.87. 38.87. So there's your 50-day. 39. So that's sold off. 730. Damn, 36.50. We're way down here. Holy shit. All right. $37. That's your first look. Look above for a possible short off of that level. And then I think if you do reclaim it, sure, you have a mild level right there at 38, but I would look for $39. I'd look for $39 as the let me do this real quick. Let's go here. 912.
The main thing I think about the Justice Department is that that's where you worry about what's going to happen in the government. Because
It's like 38 to 39. Like 38's been support, 39 has been resistance and support. So it kind of, yeah, I know it. 39. Yeah, give me 39. 39 final answer. If you can get above that $37 mark, I think that's what you would want to look for. All right, $39 right here would be the upside move. All right, that's in my opinion your two major levels. All right, that's your two major levels. Of course, you have room down to 36 flat. Let me see here. All right, so that's that. I'm gonna get off of this one. The 50 days up there at 39 also. Keep your eyes on it if you'd like. Could be overdone. This thing is probably a bit overdone. So look to see if you can recapture $37 on U.S. Steel. Look for a move from 37 to that top end of the range at $39. It would take you a couple days to do that. That's a big move for a $30 stock. Or, you know, you take the leap for a short at 37. That's completely up to you. All right, whatever you guys think. Make sure you have 38 and 38.50 also marked out because those are minor levels.
A week from today, maybe it'll come up then. When we come back, Evercore getting bullish on Southwest as Elliott Management stake now goes to 10%. What investors need to know. Plus next hour,
NVIDIA's breaking down.
NVDA champ Steph Curry is going to be with us live on set here at the NYSE. Take a look at the pre-market. We'll get to some calls on Boeing. Get set for Apple next week. Some news on autos with futures in the red. Stay with us.
So Apple's event is next week, they just said. All right, that's that. Boeing, we talked about Boeing already. All right, we talked about Boeing. Right now, it looks like you're trying to make 167.50 resistance. So 167.50. If you can't get above it, look for a move back down into the low 160s. 162.50 would be the target that I'd look for. Okay? I'd look for a move right back to 162, 162.50. Now maybe you recover 167.50 and you're able to get the 170 entry. We'll see what happens. It is 9:15. I'm going to get my charts ready. I'm going to save them really quickly. And let's have a great day, guys, ladies and gentlemen. Let's have a great day. Please hit the like button if you've learned something. If you found this stream helpful, donate. Contribution link is in the description. It goes to the stream, not my pockets, not for my dinner. All right. I'm also doing a giveaway once we get to 1,000 subscribers. I'm doing a giveaway to you guys to show you guys the appreciation. I understand that I do need to get better at this. I do suck at streaming.
firms have filed an appeal to NASDAQ staff delisting letter.
But I'm gonna try to fix it. You know,
Charlie,
if I can't fix it, then I gotta retire, move on to something else, kid. All right. So, but just don't give up. Right? Don't give up. Always be doing something. All right. So let me go to a 3-minute chart.
enrollment provider expands enrollment and renewal options by opening 3 new locations. That's Tangalooma Sandy.
What is that, bro? What is this? 167. So you're at 167 right now. Okay, so that's 171. Let me do Tesla here. Let's do Tesla. Again, right now I'm just getting my charts ready. Why would I correct the bar? The bar should be fucking correct. Like, come on, bro.
You will enjoy the highest quality of prime meats, fresh seafood, world-class oyster bar, and freshly prepared sushi. With great craft beer and cocktails, and an extensive wine list, including our own Nevada Cellars wines. Voted the #1 place for steaks in America by the Travel Channel and the Cooking Channel. Go to steakandmaine.com.
All right, if you have any questions, please again post them below in the chat. If you guys hear any news, anything, throw it in the chat. If you guys want to give back to the stream, that link is in the description. Hit the like button, subscribe. Let's have a wonderful day. Don't force anything. I urge you not to force it. Let the trade come to you. Make sure you understand what the volume is looking like. Remember, we have ISM manufacturing at 10 o'clock. So if it looks like, you know, something is setting up for a long, a short, whatever, what have you, and you try to take it and then it just reverts the opposite direction, it's because that trade set you up for failure and you didn't recognize that you had, you know, some data coming out. All right. So I'm going to put on Kramer here. I'm going to keep looking.
Team, Jim,
That was a devastating piece. Talking about cash flow. And I've been waiting for that piece. Everyone's been kind of just saying, don't worry, don't worry, don't worry. There's only 2 carriers. You're absolutely fine. Two plane makers. No, they need money. And I don't understand why people are so bullish about Boeing, meaning that they think they can ride this through without an equity offering. And I think they have to do an equity.
So the argument out of Wells is that free cash flow will peak in 27.
Yeah.
They're going into a new aircraft cycle. They'll need 30, 40 billion for that. So they do see an equity raise.
I thought that was a very good piece. People should.
Let's see if they talk about credit.
One of the weakest stocks out there, and I just don't think it.
Aircraft
I think that
carriers.
they almost need an equity offering in order to be able to shore it up. Now, I know there's a new CEO. New CEO can do what he wants. New CEO is in an opportunity to be able to say, okay, look, I've inherited a mess, and I'm going to fix the mess. And the way I'm going to fix the mess is to get this balance sheet better. Kelly Ortberg knows what to do.
Off the bell,
and I think
too,
he knows
guys.
that,
This
look,
could be a nice
we can't
spot for
sustain these
NVIDIA
losses
to
without
catch
more
a
capital.
bounce.
So you think the carrier, Southwest, is potentially interesting, but you would not be getting near Boeing?
I just think Boeing is just so problematic. It is. You got to unwind Boeing and really feel about what it is. I'm glad that Ortberg says he's going to spend a lot of time out on the factory floor, but I think that this is a crisis of management and a crisis of building planes.
Well, I'll tell you one thing, Jim. One thing that at least is working not against them is that crude is negative on the year.
That is such a good thing. And by the way, you posted the gasoline numbers at $3 this morning. That should spur a lot of different people from thinking, you know what,
10
maybe
minutes,
travel
y'all.
has another leg.
10 minutes here.
People have been saying that it's over The Dollar General commentary. No, the Dollar General commentary. Whoa. I mean, that was one of the more devastating quarters. And
I feel like I messed up my
I kept
charts.
going through the conference call, looking for anything positive. And I just heard basically, listen, we're two countries, and the country that we have isn't spending. Now, when I think about what's happening at
Yeah, that could
Walmart,
be a nice
I think they're
140,
doing quite well.
test
Saw a
on
piece this
A&P,
weekend about
guys. If you
Costco,
get short up there
people
at
are going to
150,
Costco too much. They're
could be nice.
consuming too much. Will you stop? I mean, there is just a kind of sense that there's really only Costco and there's Walmart, and I felt that way after reading Dollar Gen. Dollar Tree will come up. Maybe Dollar Tree will look better, but
You saw-
those places are squeezed.
You see Goldman removes Dollar General from conviction buy
Thank
today.
you for that.
Yeah.
Thank you. Now, some of those are just to refresh, so I don't want to dump on Goldman.
That sucks
but I
to
do
be a
feel
CEO
that
of that company and to
maybe
hear
this thing's
that,
overly
what he
punished,
just
but
said.
they did it to themselves, okay? The Barclays
That's true.
154 to 102. I mean, this was a company that basically said, listen, what we're doing is not working because the consumer is so weak. Maybe it's not that. Maybe it's because their lineup is so weak, or maybe it's because
ARM's
Walmart
already down to
has taken prices
128.
down twice. And when you go to Walmart, they have a lot of $5 things that you would expect to see $10. Otherwise, look, I have to tell you, people don't realize. I think you got to really shop around to realize how bad things are. So I had the I had the Egg McMuffin yesterday, and it's like now. Look, of course, I remember when it was $3.17 when it started. So my memory is jaded.
ARM is looking
But I
pretty
paid
good,
$7
guys.
for it. Paid $7, and I said, "What is that? $7?" I mean, like, no. You know, you get it. I'm not paying that. What are you going to negotiate the price? Okay, I'm paying you $6 and not a penny more. Well, no, it's not. It's not a flea market.
No pit. No, it's not open call.
Here's the price. And I'm like, can I get a carrier? Well, they've like hidden the carrier. So come on, give me the carrier. It's really interesting. That it's just it's a punishing thing to go to McDonald's. Punishing.
We will get Kramer's Mad Dash in the opening bell after a short break. Take another look at the pre-market on this.
Yeah,
Return from a long weekend.
132.
Don't go anywhere.
Look for rejection up there at 132 in that 100-day. Got a nice little move back down into the low to mid 120s, guys, on ARM. A little trade there, you know, I would be careful. It doesn't have a lot of room. Oh my God, if this chart does that one more time, man, I don't know why it keeps doing that to me. Especially this close to the bell, like. All right, so yeah, that's up to you guys if you guys want to take that. I don't know. I don't think there's much room, but you could look for a rejection up there at 132. It looks like it already did reject. So maybe this thing actually may bounce here. This actually would be a bounce. So we already hit our first target. Look for a bounce back to 132, 132 to 134 rejections. Look for a move back down into 128, possibly incoming. I think you have a little more room to the downside, but not much. This is a nice little support area here. I would like to see, hold on, boom. One of two things happen. I'd like to see if we could get a move, if this market for whatever reason can turn around. What's up, Basic? How you been, bro? How is everything, buddy? If we could get a move off of like 128 and see if we could test the top end of that range at 140, you have your moving averages right above you, so it's going to be like, what I'm getting at is like you're not going to get like a straight shot there. You know, it would be something you'd have to hold on to, and if you're a person that trades options, you know, that those pullbacks and like the hesitation and it not getting to 140, the target, you know, could really start to hurt you if you buy out of the money, and it could start decaying on you. So that's why I say, you know, a lot of these names, you got to take it for what it is and just get your $1, $2, $3, whatever it gives you, whatever room you have. ARM, NVIDIA, Apple, Microsoft, like everything, Meta, like
CNBC.
mega cap tech to really everything, Tesla, and even some of these other names like Shopify and stuff. AFRM. We have 3 minutes left here. They have resistance and moving averages above you, so it's like we don't have much room here. But so give the market a little bit of time. Be patient. Swing trading as I go riding. Nice. Yeah, it's almost winter time. I mean, not that you can't ride all year round. That sounds like fun, man. Sounds like a lot of fun. Good luck today, bro. Good luck today. Stay safe. I'm not sure what it is that you're swing trading, if you have something on or not. Affirm, we'll look to see if this pullback to Thursday's highs holds at like $42. Maybe you catch 40. What else? What else? Palantir we talked about. It's already there at 31.50. This is not saving for whatever reason. I don't understand why. Alright. So you're going to be above your trade line. This could be a nice little long there right off the bell on Palantir. Alright, everybody, good luck today. We have Boeing. We said bounce backs to 170. Possible rejections at 167.50 or 170. So these two levels I'm watching on Boeing. 167.50. If you get above it, then you still have to watch out. I think the bigger level there is 170 rejections on Boeing. All right. It's like 170 and some change, like 170.13, 170.15. So NVIDIA's breaking down. We said look for NVIDIA to try to hold here at 115. You know, it could give you some more. Man, I was like cross-eyed there for a second. Sorry about. Look for this level here to be support. Look for a bounce off of 115. Unless you have a reason to break it. I don't know if there was any news or if they just start giving this market up. I don't know. You would target 110 as the bigger picture for the downside on NVIDIA, but I would think that, you know, the 50-day, the 20-day moving average even at 118 to 120 would be the level that would be a preferable, you know, because you're catching a bounce back short. So I would use 120 as the area to look for. You know, maybe you don't get there. Maybe 115 doesn't hold and it just breaks. And this market is weak. Watch Thursday and Friday's low. That's also another area, that 20-day, you could look for a rejection at on NVIDIA. If you're bearish. Just giving you guys like entry points. So good luck today. Here's Boeing. Look, Boeing right into 167.50. Look at that rip. Look at that rip on Boeing, guys. Boeing's running to 170 right now. Running to 170. I wonder if I'm going to be right. If you get above 170 and hold it, and this thing tries to run back to 174, 170, 178. Oh, nice rejection there. Let's keep it moving. Let's go look at Tesla. Keep your eye on Boeing right there. Look, damn, look at that reversal off 170, guys. On Boeing. That was a mean reversal. That thing just
Looks like it's finding a real buyer. That from J Capital Research out in November.
Sava. So Sava did not come in. There's still one more day or so that it has to see if it can get up above that area. Tesla. All right, so Tesla is coming in, breaking through 216 right now. Let's see here. All right, so there it goes. 118, 220, guys, on Tesla. And look at the volume. So far, it's not crazy.
Jim, I know you've been all over it for a while. As for the open here, very defensive crowd. Staples the only sector green at the moment.
You know, this is, I forget who you said.
I don't understand why this looks like trash.
Other areas money can go. There's always room for money to go to the Staples. I don't know why, for instance, there's a...
All right, guys, I gotta look for a. I'm gonna look for a pullback up there. I'm looking for a pullback up there at 120. I'm going to give this a few minutes. I'm going to give Tesla a few minutes here. 50-day just got raised. 20-day also. Oh, boom. Shit, that might have been it. But I think we can get more. I think you can get more here. Let's see if 216 holds on Tesla. Let's watch the volume. Just be patient here. And there's your pre-market high hold.
Bank of America Global Research cuts global GDP growth forecast for 2024 to 3.1%.
Dude, I hate that volume does this. Come on, bro. And look at that. That orange line up there acting as a resistance zone. Alright, let's do it. What are we going to look for here? Targets 210. I mean, I'm not going to go short right off.
Comments today about Apple next week. One of them comes out of Bernstein, who is looking for 13% iPhone revenue.
I thought that, again, he's been on board, Tony Sagnani, and that piece was very thoughtful. I do think that it's going to surprise. We all have to see what exactly the 16 has.
Now notice how it's not selling off there. Pay attention to it, right? See how it's kind of just hanging out? It's holding. It's not going higher, but it's also not selling off. I just have the 210s up. I'm going to watch these option prices for the week. Just right now, you're floating between $1.90 and $2. It's important to, if you want to trade options, to just keep an eye on them and see where they're at. So here we go, getting another little test up at 220. No big deal. I'm not in anything currently. Let's go look at the overall markets here. Sorry if I just flipped the screen on you. So here you go, guys. 560. We talked about this level. The Qs are breaking down. So Tesla's popping. Tesla's green. While the Qs and the SPY are pulling back. NVIDIA just fell out of bed. NVIDIA just fell out of bed, you guys. Alright, so look for a move back to 114. Double bottom off of earnings. 115 on NVIDIA. I think we got to watch NVIDIA, you guys. We could, remember yesterday we said watch ARM. Watch ARM. Or like, you know, something that is a sympathy play. I need a bounce back. I need a bounce back. It may not give it to us. I'll be damned, bro. Shit. Look at that consistency. This is just a relative weakness play here. Wow. You have nothing until hold on here. Let's see. I find that pretty crazy that just fell out of bed there. You have nothing here, guys. You have nothing to hold you up. There. Look at that. You have nothing. You have a gap. You have a gap here at 112.17 down to 110. So if you can get some bounce backs, keep an eye on that 15-minute trade line. Keep an eye on your 15-minute trade line. Here's the bounce. Your 15-minute trade lines right now, it's up there at that 20-day moving average at 117.77. As soon as we start closing some candles, it'll start moving for you. It'll pull itself up, flatten out, whichever it wants to do. Again, you are a bit overdone here. But that don't mean shiz. That don't mean nothing, okay?
Coming up at 9:45,
dude.
the S&P Global U.S. Manufacturing PMI for August 48 is the consensus.
So we said 115.
Construction spending for July.
That was that. So you're below the earnings gap. You see this double bottom here? I know it may be hard to see, but 115 is that double bottom from the night of earnings, and you just broke that. So if we test it again, that could be a rejection entry point that we could look for. You also have VWAP. You could have your 90 MA up there coming in. Oh my God, bro. I'm sorry. Like, I'm sorry that my monitor, or not my monitor, but everything just keeps getting messed up here. And I have to just go back over everything, it feels like. I'm going to cut to Tesla here. I'm going to keep this up. 5 minute, 5 minute, 5 minute. Alright, so the Qs do have support, it looks like, at 470. This is wild. It really is. This is crazy. So you rejected the 50-day and 474 there on the Qs. NVIDIA right now trying to bounce back. We're watching 115. Dude. Let's go look at Tesla. Tesla's still holding up at highs. Tesla's still holding highs right now. You do have a tail coming in here. Remember, 220 on Tesla was that level of prior resistance. It got above it, but it failed to hold it. Keep an eye on the volume. Hit the like button, subscribe, donations, contribution links to the stream, link in the description. Nice volume today on Tesla. Look at that volume on the 5-minute chart. That's some pretty nice volume. NVIDIA's actually isn't that great. That opening candle isn't crazy. But again, it's not about one candle. You want to see the consistency. If it, you know, it does have some alright volume. Is this really happening? Again, you have Volkswagen and a lot of other manufacturers closing down. What does that mean for NVIDIA and semiconductors and that growth? That's why I was talking about this thing could pull back with that Volkswagen news. What does that mean for John Deere, Cat, the rest of the manufacturers out there? Okay. I think it's really, it's something that we all need to watch out for. 110, guys. 110 would be the target. That's a massive move, guys. I don't understand. I mean, I do, but I don't. So you're not getting the 15-minute. Why is nothing saving, bro? I'm sorry, guys. It just feels like nothing here is saving or working. I don't know what's going on with Thinkorswim right now. I know I've moved the screen and all, but it should still save and hold the levels.
As you and David both know, a lot of it comes down to experiences, parks. We do have some of these.
So I'm going to stretch this out so that there's not too many days. There's only 2-3 days right now. Keep time zoomed in. Keep time zoom. Yes. Apply. Okay. Fucking daily chart now. There goes Tesla, guys. Right off 220, like we said. Did anybody take that? Did anybody get the 220 short? Wonderful. Wonderful job. Link in the description. Contribution. Donations to the stream. If we have helped you in any way, hit the like button, subscribe. If you want to give back, there you go. Nice job. Nice payday, guys. That's a beautiful. And look, you got the momentum you had looked for, too. That's a nice run. Right back to 215. Final target would be 210, 212 area. Nice job. It's not that hard. It's not, you know, trading isn't that hard. You just have to keep your expectations in line. I know it's tough to see. All right, so right now you're testing Friday's close. If you break Friday's close, you have room all the way down to 210. And it's going to break Friday's close. Let's see. I'm going to look for a pop back 215 on this. Damn, nice job, man. For anybody that was able to catch that 220 short, right on the money. Right on the money. Again, you would have paid a cheaper price. You wouldn't have had to wait very long. That 50-day, you only had to have given this $1.50, maybe $2 to get that move. And look at that. Nice job. Nice job. Come in with the pen and paper. Okay. Can you hear the words that are coming out of my mouth? All right. If you can't, let me know in the chat. And I'll try to make sure you can. 220 rejections all morning. Top idea of the day. 220 rejections on Tesla. This fucking monitor. This screen, bro. It's not the monitor. Alright. Let's go. Nice job, guys. Nice job, everyone. Nice job. Look at that 15-minute tail, y'all. Look at that tail. That is a mean-looking tail right there. That thing is lethal. What are the 210 puts at right now? 260. Nice job. I'm sure at 220, what were they? $1.80 to 260, 270 you're getting out of these? Nice job, guys. Nice job. Well done. Perfectly executed. That's all it is. And you're done for the day. You could be. I think you still have some room to go. I think I'd have to be out of that trade at 212, guys. I would. I'd be out of that thing at 212. Just because you got paid handsomely right there. Like, it gave you the move in 3 candles. 3 1-minute candles. And that was it. Just drilled right back to the downside. So, pat yourself on the back. Repeat the process.
47.9 on the S&P Global U.S. Manufacturing PMI for August versus 48. Consensus. Coming up, construction spending month-over-month in July, 1.1% expected. The ISM Manufacturing PMI for August, 47.5, the consensus. That's coming up now in about 14 minutes at 10 a.m. Eastern Time.
Last industry bucket I want to hit, Jim, is in autos. Two things. One is VW. They are closing their first ever German factory. That was incredible. As they struggle with this transition to EVs. The other is Adam Jones and Morgan Stanley.
Think about this. If Tesla goes red and it closes 1%, 2% down, and you're green right now, think about how much room that is. That means the move hasn't even started. But I'm going to stick to the ATR. It hasn't really... I haven't seen any news to really think that this thing should do any more or less than what it's already done. I mean, sure, you'll get a couple more dollars left out of it, but it would be a total guess for me to say that Tesla's going to close down 2%. I would have to say, what was the reason? You know? But here you go. This is... You do have your trade line coming in at 212.50, 213. Here it goes. You're coming into it now. Yeah, see how it doesn't want to extend there? Alright, sorry about that. Had to use the restroom. Alright, now I gotta figure out what do we do from here. It's $9.50. Damn, those things are up to $3 now. So what would that be? $1.80, $1.90. 2 to 3, so that's 50%. It's a nice 50% gain on Tesla. It was just really nice because it gave you the move so quick that, you know, it was just a nice play. It was a really nice play there, in my opinion. You know, that's what you want. If you're a person that wants to trade options, or you're trying to trade options, those are the moves you want. You want it to give you that move. Just, you know, bang, you get in, maybe you wait a little bit, it's up at that area, and then boom, right? Literally 3 minutes, boom, 50%. Nice job. So NVIDIA, I don't know why I have two Teslas here. So NVIDIA, we said you had that double bottom. We're still looking. You have this double bottom here from earnings day. You know, I think Tesla's, or not Tesla, but NVIDIA's kind of overdone. I don't have conviction on either side. It's not like there's like a monster amount of volume on this thing right now. Let me check. I could be wrong. I mean, yeah, there is. It's consistent. It's not as high, but it's consistent. So we were targeting 110. You have a gap here at 112. There's a gap here at 112.32, and you broke that. 110 would be the level I would look for support. That's your next level. I'm still watching for 115, a 115 test. And see if we can't get that 15-minute trade line. And see if we can't. Then again, you'll be up above VWAP too. So that's actually, you may not get 115. You may not get it. CRM, man, that was a really good short. Let's see what it's doing this morning. You know, you'd have to make a decision yourself, guys. If you guys want to take it, you'd probably have to take it now, but I wouldn't suggest it. You know, I wouldn't. I think this thing has already fell out of bed, and I would be careful. I'd wait for bounce backs. Let it bounce back. Let it finish out the day. Let it do what it needs to do. Even if it does go to 110, your risk to reward is just extremely skewed on this one. Right? It really is. Because where do you stop out at? Really, if it runs to 115, you're still correct in the downside. So either you wait for that 115 area. I wouldn't be on NVIDIA right now. I wouldn't. I think it's 115 or nothing. Right? Or I'm out. Or 110 long. Honestly. And I probably wouldn't feel safe even taking a 115. I think you might even get 117.50. So, but it's not making any progress to the upside, so I don't like the long either. ARM. So we talked about this yesterday. We said, hey, NVIDIA breaks down. We're looking at ARM as the sympathy play there. All right, it's already made the move. That was our entry. These are our targets. You know, we want to see if we can start to break this 20-day moving average. And see if we can't test. We got to the lower end of the range at 128. All right, we're at 128 now in that 20-day moving average. Let's see. Do we extend higher? Can we extend back up to 132? That also isn't worth taking, in my opinion. You have room to 132.
Company announced sale of its insurance operations, and
I don't think that's enough. I mean, that's a $7 move, but that's something you'll have to decide for yourself. Tesla is still pulling back here. Where are you at? Yeah, $3 yet? You are. So there you go.
In my lifetime, there are some that we will prevent in my lifetime, and there are others that we will make manageable diseases.
You're going to be in the money here soon. Damn near in the money on these. And you still have a week to go. Nice job, guys. There's a nice little, you know, 60-70% trade coming up here. I'd be out of this thing here, though. Right there, right around this level in front of 212. That was our target. 220 short, targeting 212. See if we can break 215, 216. We did. And there you go. 212. That was the top idea of the day. Good job. Congrats.
This piece, there's a strategy piece from commodities from Goldman. The copper rally delayed. I think the copper rally derailed.
I want to see if you can get a bounce back here off of 212 and that 20-day and see if you can get a move back to 216, 215.
And this is crushing Freeport. And I just think you have to let this play out. There were too many super cycle bulls and copper at the top, and it's miserable. Don't forget, copper's also largest country is China on copper, and that's buildings. So you got three big markets. EV is bad. Data center, maybe people think in the out years, and that's why I want to be simplest. And then China. So, like, I don't want to copper for heaven's sake.
By the way, B of A today cuts their China GDP for the year to 4.8. They were at 5, but not going the right direction.
China's so problematic. I continue to believe that if you're in any Chinese stock, even Alibaba right now, wow. But that, you know, that 10 PDD, that was awful. And
All right, Bob is bouncing back here.
China is just going to disappoint. I read a piece this morning about the watch industry being bad. The watches, the way you show your wealth, because you're not allowed to have apartments that are mansions. You can't have mansions in China. So what you do is you show Richemont. Well, that's just great. PDD, very bad. Really, really bad. Tonight, I am doing a look at Spirit.
CrowdStrike.
The Vegas venue?
Yeah, it's got downgraded today, and a lot of people are very excited about Spirit. I don't know. Got to see where we come out.
They got the Eagles, so, I mean...
Okay, so yes, and that's why we're going. I mean, the Eagles are not really the Eagles that we saw. They're more, there's like, you know, the Eagles on Friday are better than the Eagles at Sphere. Although, then again, Sphere.
The
Downgraded today, and a lot of people are very excited about
I'm just
Spirit.
seeing a couple
I don't
crackers.
know.
Give me 1 second.
Got to see where we come out.
they got the Eagles, so, I mean...
Yeah, okay, so yes, and that's why
Damn,
we're going.
Boeing.
I mean, the
Fuck,
Eagles are
everything
not really
worked
the
out
Eagles
this
that we
morning.
saw. They're more, there's like, you know, the Eagles on Friday are better than the Eagles at Sphere. Although, then again, you got to run scared because Green Bay is an exciting
Nice
team.
job, guys.
Not competitive in any sense.
No.
Jim, we'll
Dude,
see you tonight.
everything worked
Mad
out.
Money, 6 p.m. Eastern. When we
Tesla,
come back,
Boeing,
speaking
what
of
else? There
pro
was-
legends, 4-time NBA champ Steph Curry right here at Post 9. Don't go anywhere.
It doesn't matter to him that our technology helps rebalance his portfolio. She doesn't care that we work with billions in assets. And they aren't even aware
Microsoft 415. It's trying to hold up above Friday's close, while a lot of other things are breaking down.
is having peace of mind. Your dedication says you'll always be there for them. And at Trade PMR, it's our mission.
You can tell by the chart. It's just holding up a little bit better. I'm not saying that it's strong or it's something you should be long, but
Your dream of retirement? How about this sweet deal? I like fishing. Or is this a little more your style?
see me get an extension through the highs there. Back up to those highs. I don't think you will. Why would I correct the bar? The bar should be already correct. What are you lying? It's one thing I can never understand. Would think this one. So what do we got out here? What do we got? CrowdStrike holding up okay. Oh, Palo Alto. If you didn't check the watch list from last night, you guys should check that out. Let's see. I gotta say, I am surprised about Boeing because of the Airbus news that came out. A competitor of theirs is experiencing engine failure. Something Boeing can say that they haven't really had. So we were watching Boeing today to see if that could help it, but there was a downgrade on it, and maybe that's to shake people out thinking about being long today. And you know, so I'm going to keep my eye on it. I think that whole industry's in trouble. So for any of you guys that don't know, the airline industry, if you go look at their balance sheet, I could show you guys a video, and I've talked about this before. You wouldn't believe it, but literally all their profits really come from credit and banks and getting people to sign up for airline mileage. And as we go into an environment where, you know, people are going to be tightening up on things and people losing jobs, it's not going to bode well for the airline companies. All right, so you just had ISM Manufacturing there, Palo Alto. So we said, remember yesterday, 365. 365. Can we get above it? Seems like it's wanting to reject it right now. Why is...
Shares of Lumen Technologies falling here, $5.08 on that short report circulating down 3.5%. LUMN.
And what did we talk about yesterday on the short side? LUMN was on the short watch list yesterday. And here we go. Short report. I knew it. I knew it was coming. Let's do it. Let's look. We said let's look for the break of $5. If we can catch a 5.50 short, we would look to take profits in front of $4, get this gap here. And if we can get into this gap below $5, we have a move going right into $4. And you had that 50-day, which is the mark that I marked up from last night's watch list. Here we go. I got to look for it. Let's do it. I'm just going to go a little bit smaller on this one. I'm going to go with the $5 puts. There is not much volume. It may look like it, but they're cheap. So, shit. I want to see if I can... Damn it, guys. I'm late on that. But good job. Again, if you had a pen and paper and you watched the watch list yesterday, this trade idea was on it. So I think it's the second or third one. And we said, let's look to get into the gap. And let's look to get this thing back down to $4. Take profits, you know, as it gives it to you. Fuck, man. Oh, my goodness. That's frustrating. That's so frustrating. Oh, man. All right, so again, I'm looking at the $5 puts. I doubt I'm going to be able to get in this. Look at this. They're already bidding them up. Already. Fuck! You know, I feel better that the watch list was on point and everything did work out. And all someone had to do, write it down, rock and roll, and understand what's to be understood, right? Which is entering correctly, being patient, because if we enter correctly, we're going to pay a cheaper price. And if we pay a cheaper price, we also lose less if we're wrong on that trade. Because we don't have to give it as much room, and add on the fact that we paid a cheaper price. This thing's just going to fall out of bed, guys. You got to be fucking kidding me, man. Sorry for my language here. Good job. Great job if you guys got it. Let's actually look at the volume here for next week, a week or two out. Not really much there. Everybody looks to be pounding on the weeklies, of course, like the degenerates they are. Not much volume at all for the end of September either. So it looks like I am stuck with... Yeah, this thing is poop. Looks like I'm stuck trading the weeklies on this. Or I could short it outright. Could do that. Where are we at right now? We're down 5%. Alright, I'm going to throw out a couple limit orders here. Give me 1 second. Of course, my cat wants to come in and eat again. My little Abby girl wants to eat. Alright, let's do this. Alright, let me look here. So I'm watching LUMN right now. I want to wait for a bounce back. I think that's what I'm going to do. I think I'm going to wait for a bounce back here. It may not give it to us. But again, I feel like if I am patient, where would my entry be? I got to be honest, maybe 520. If I could just get 520, I just don't know though, because you're pretty much breaking down on this level here. I think this might be it, guys. It's got some... The volume isn't that crazy. All right, the volume isn't that crazy. I just wonder if this is it. I don't know what I'm doing. Here we go. See, that was a nice rejection up there at 520. That was a nice rejection right there. Look at that. You bounced right into that VWAP, that prior support and resistance level at 520. That was nice. So this is the level I'm looking for. 510, 509, and it's not going to give it to me. It's not going to give it to me. 510, 509. That's what I'm going to be looking for to get short. Abby, what's going on, Bluebell?
Brent crude falls to its lowest level in 2024.
What's wrong, baby?
Report of deal imminent to restart Libyan oil flows.
Look, they're already up to... So right now what I'm doing is I'm watching time and sales. I'm watching level 2 here for the options and the stock. I'm hoping that I get the opportunity. I was a little late on this one. I hope I could get a bounce back and you know, maybe we get another opportunity to take this. My cat's really gonna really mess me up. She wants me to leave right now as this thing's trying to pop into this level. And she's gonna sit here and yell at me because she wants me to put some more food in her bowl even though she's 8. She doesn't know what's going on. I'm not saying it's her fault, but I'm like, it never fails, bro. It never fails. Not only do I fight the market, I gotta fight her on top of it. She's a little spoiled, and I'm cool with it. Hey, darling, I'm coming. You're going to have to give me 1 second. You're going to have to give me a minute. Look, it's going to go. Anyway, look, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go feed her real quick. I will be right back. I'll be right back. Watch 510. That's what I'm watching for. 510 level.
You know, the market is coming off of another strong run in August, so is it vulnerable to kind of shocks around the election risks or Fed funds, what's priced in?
Speaking of which, you can see 1% declines here at the open, under pressure a bit as we do kick off a new trading month. September, as Sarah said, historically the worst month of the year for the major averages. S&P's down of the past 4 Septembers. Oppenheimer Asset Management Chief Investment Strategist John Stolfus is with us. His firm has an S&P target of 5,900. That, I think, remains, John, the second highest on the street. Nope. Any misgivings at this point?
None whatsoever at this point. I mean, we're watchful, most certainly, but I think it was just as Sarah was saying, you know, things are, when you look at it, while there are concerns, like today, the declines that we're seeing are reflective of, well, what happens with these numbers, but most of them are short-term trading oriented and natural before a number is released because of the vulnerability for short-term traders with options positions. But for intermediate to longer-term investors, this looks like, if anything, if we get any kind of a pullback this month, if that softness comes through, there will be opportunity to catch some babies that get thrown out with the bathwater.
So you think 5 to 10 down in the next couple of months, you'd be ready for it?
Oh, I think you always have to be prepared for that, Carl. There's never an all-clear signal. There's always, what in the old days, Barton Biggs used to call it the bolt from the blue or a sock to the jaw. But we're not seeing that. And it looks to us, when we look at it, the economy is showing resilience across the consumer, across business, across job postings on a healthier basis rather than expecting numbers that are too large.
But again, how much of that is already factored into this market, which is up 17% year to date, NASDAQ up more than 16% year to date? Does that make us more vulnerable to some of these other risks out there?
I think not quite as much as so vulnerable, but most certainly likable to get a haircut. You know, a trim or a haircut is always possible, but from these levels, we'd have to say it still looks to us very similar to what we've seen this year when we get these periods of pullbacks. It's a relative taking the market down for maybe perhaps a little bit of froth in certain areas, or just diversifying now across the sectors. The rally from the October lows of last year has been very broad. The rally from the start of this year was narrow, but now has broadened of late. And so what we're seeing now on a day-to-day basis, you get the traders are moving in and out of position.
At 19 cents. If you guys were listening to that, let me know. I'll turn it back on. I'm trying to let you guys know what I'm thinking about doing here. So you can see here 21, 25 or so. We get these bounce backs here. If I can get, again, I'm shooting for like 505, 510, and look at that rip. Of course it rips. That's funny. Knew something was about to happen there. I would like looks like 505.
For those who want to push back against a bearish narrative, they pull out financials first. And the XLF chart does not.
Let me see here.
Absurd. You're not kidding. What's going on there, do you think?
38.2 is at 510 as well. You're 38.2. Let's see here.
I mean, we're in an environment now where even with interest rates likely to come down, with the Fed likely to cut.
510. VWAP's coming in to 510.
What you're looking at is you've got a situation where bond issuers.
19 cents. Look, they're sitting there at 19 cents right now. You know what? Let's go to. See, I'm going to throw one out for like 16, 17 cents. Limit good for the day. If we get that pop, I'm going to keep my eye on it. Hold on one second. I don't have it out yet. I'm trying to get the amount. This is why I hate trading with my fucking phone. I need to get my computer back up here. Oh my god. I'm not going to get it. It's not going to give it to me.
I think what it is that we're in an environment where the market on a day-to-day basis, it's a player's market.
All right, guys.
Of where interest rates are going, and this just happens.
All right, so I have it out. I have a limit order out for 17 cents, and it's already failing. Watch it hold here. See if it holds at 496. Damn, it's not going to give it. It's okay. Nice job if you got on it. 510, 511. And you're breaking through low a day. Oh, there's the reversal. I'm actually going to... Hold on one second. Guys, I'm actually going to put this at 10 cents. I'm moving it to 10 real quick. Just to see where this goes. Okay? I want to see where these options go. That way, if we start pulling down, all right, because it's very easy for me to just move it. All right, it's really easy for me. Once I put out a limit order, I can just have it out there sitting, and then I can adjust it. It's really quick and easy, right? I can just go right to the order. You know, I don't want like a rip up higher, and then it goes right to like 11 cents, and I get filled, and I'm immediately down on a whole bunch of them. So let me play it safe here. It looks like we're still holding up. The thing is, if we sit here at like 495 and sit under this level for a little while and we don't make any progress, I think you could pop. Two things. If we consolidate here, you could get VWAP to pull down. I think you're going to catch a bounce. I think you have a bounce coming in. I do. I think we have a bounce coming in here. I don't know if you guys can hear her or not. So that is, I have 10 cents on those limit orders. I have them out for 10 cents for the $5 puts for this week. Let's see here. Okay, come here, Bill. Hi, sweetie. Hi, sweetheart. What are you doing? I love Bub. She said, Dad, I just want you to give me some attention. Acknowledge me. Come on. 15-minute chart bounce up there. Again, I don't want to do anything stupid. My job here is to not lose money, is to make money. Look at that 15-minute chart here with pre-market and after hours. 510. VWAP and trade line is up there at 510. That's where I want to get into this trade at 510. Please hit the like button for me. Subscribe if you haven't already done so. 1,000 subscribers. I'm doing a giveaway for you guys. If you're able to capitalize and make some money off the watch list, and or that anything we've done this morning on the stream, we gave you the Tesla 220 short, target 212, taking profits through 215. Boeing 170 short. That hit. All right, that was a nice rip and run right up into where? 170 short. Bang. Big, like, solid hitters here. And now I'm trying to get this LUMN. We also talked about NVIDIA. I didn't have much conviction, but I did say, you know, if you were able to get this bounce back to 115, that's where I would look for the entry. Because you got to watch 110 there on NVIDIA. You got to watch 110. This is a somewhat of a support level, and you also have the 100-day moving average. So if you want to try a long down here, it's worth a shot. I wouldn't just swing for the fences and catch a falling knife, but let it show you that it's going to sit still for a little bit. And if it tries to hold itself up, like it's not falling but it's not going up and it's trading sideways, then you can look for a possible little scalp back to VWAP. Make sure you're below and you're extended away from that trade line and extended away from VWAP. That way you know you at least have that room to the upside. If you don't know what I mean something like this, like just like on LUMN. See how right here, like the price action down there at 497. See how you're extended away from the trade line and you're extended away from VWAP. So you should at least have that move back, if not even half of it, right? Half that move to get those trade lines to come back into in front of you to act as resistance. Anyway.
And the group lower on this first day of trading for September.
15-minute chart. Again, I'm pretty dead set on the. I have limit orders out at 10 cents right now, guys. If you are doing the same, just understand that if for whatever stupid reason that this thing just rips, be ready to take it off or do something. You got to be able to manage your position, especially with these kind of stocks. They can go a little crazy. Not saying that this one's going to. I don't think LUMN is going to, but expect the unexpected. All right, here it goes. We should start to pop here. We should start popping.
Are you getting clients asking whether or not some of the issues at, for example, an Intel are contagious?
No, I don't think so. I think with Intel, everyone views Intel's problems as very Intel specific. So it's not telling you much about the market. Rather, it's telling you about Intel's struggles with manufacturing, chip design, some of the execution issues that they've had, and part of the problem.
Getting clients asking whether or not some of the issues at, for example, an Intel are contagious?
No, I don't think so. I think with Intel, everyone views Intel's problems as very Intel specific. So it's not telling you much about the market. Rather, it's telling you about Intel's struggles with manufacturing, chip design, some of the execution issues that they've had. And part of the problem that Intel has is that a lot of these issues are expected to get resolved in the late 2025, 2026 timeframe as some of their new processes come out. So it's not even something that they can fix anytime in the near future.
So are you saying, Matt, nothing about the narrative, the very bullish narrative that's been driving these stocks all year long has really changed?
I don't think so. So I mean, I think there's been an AI trade that's been driving all of these stocks. We just had NVIDIA come off a quarter where they grew by $4 billion sequentially. They guided for another roughly $2.5 billion in growth, almost all tied to AI. Each quarter, it seems like they've left themselves some upside. They are pretty much the proxy for AI. And so, no, I mean, I think at this point, there's not a whole lot of evidence that we're not continuing to see investment in AI. And I think you head into next year, there is a real potential that we start seeing AI in devices, which for the semis, that drives content in PCs, content in handsets. It's good for almost everyone.
Yeah, that's going to be one of the stories we'll be on the lookout for certainly next week once we start getting a peek at some optionality of AI in consumer devices. Matt, I'm sure we'll talk by then, if not before. Thanks so much, Matt Bryson.
Thank you for having me.
When we come back, tax-exempt credit unions are going on a controversial bank buying spree. We've got the details next. And still ahead, an interview you will not want to miss. Steph Curry with us at Post 9. We're back in a moment.
All right. This thing may, I'm going to be honest, guys, this thing might go back and test high a day. I'm not sure if it will, but it wouldn't surprise me if it did. Let me see here. Let's go look at the 1 minute. I think you're going to go, I think you can see like 515 or so. I feel like it's kind of overdone already, and it hasn't even done much. Honestly, it's just there's not much volume here. Hold on, sweetheart. Hold on. So be careful. Again, I still have that order out for 10 cents. I will adjust. I just want to watch this thing and have an order out there, and if something happens, I'm able to move it, or you know, if for some reason I do get filled, it's not that terrible of a place that I don't mind managing. You know what I'm saying? So I appreciate that, Ray. Yeah, I mean, Boeing, Tesla, Lumen. I mean, even, you know, some of the trades were kind of taken, but really, I just got to say Boeing and Tesla this morning. You know, we did talk about Lumen last night. Was on the watch list. I don't know if anyone looked at Shopify or Affirm. Right? Look, there you go. There's another breakdown off of that 74 level, and we're saying look for that. Not edit, whatchamacallit, but you have the 200-day moving average coming in here. I think it's like 71.50 in that 20-day. So you're looking for a pullback. Looking for a pullback off that level and looking for like 71.50 area. You also have a gap right there at 71.50. So maybe you could use the 71.50 as a long entry possibly. Right? If you didn't get the short, if you see that the volume is quite low, use that 20-day as your entry point and see if this market can try to turn itself around. All right, I think it could be a nice opportunity here. Yeah, this is a low volume pullback. That's all that is. So I'm going to keep Shopify on my watch list. All right, and I might end up just trading this to the long side. That's probably what I'm going to end up doing. Let me, I have way too many levels here, but what I will do is to get rid of this, and I'm going to put up the 20-day moving average as my area that I want to look to enter.
Banks are a major story today as the markets are definitely in the red. Leslie Picker's watching some of that. Leslie, I thought of you this morning when I read this Deutsche note on banks calling the sector kind of a no man's land. And they moved some ratings around without changing a number on a single one.
Yeah, that's right, Carl. So this is essentially an inflection point for banks, and a lot of people have been very excited about the sector for the last few months or so. The prospect of a soft landing coming into a much clearer view for them, the flattening of the yield curve, all of that bodes well for banks, especially for investors who've been on the sidelines kind of wondering if there is a hard landing. Obviously, that would be a very big headwind for the banks. So when a soft landing came into clearer view, the prospect of rate cuts without a hard landing, all of that, kind of brought more investors into the fold here. Now you've got some analysts who are saying with all of this bidding up, things are starting to look a little bit rich at these levels.
Even a double bottom, guys.
JP Morgan down a little bit today. Last I checked, it was down about 1.7%. There you go, 1.7% for JP Morgan, just as investors are kind of reassessing in September kind of their positions and what it all means given the backdrop of rate cuts.
We have here. If we
Is there
can just
election
get going,
risk in this group, Leslie, or is it just
18?
noise?
Can we get an 18?
It's a good point, Sarah. So I don't know if you saw there was a journal article
don't want to take these
about a week or
options
two
down at
ago
all.
where they talked about
They don't want to take them down at all. Look at that. They just holding it at 19 and 20, the low 20s. Quick pop. Boop. Watch right here. Time and sales moving slow. There you go. Somebody just bought 5,400 shares or covered something. I don't know what it was. Okay, so we did get the 15-minute trade line test on the 15-minute chart. I am just now seeing that. Oh man, that sucks. We should have got 530s, guys. So that would have been Friday, Thursday, and Wednesday's high. Like, look at that. 540. That's a mean level right there. Look at that. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, right? And today. Leslie Picker knows.
Bank stocks thereafter, Sarah.
Well, it certainly is a busy day for the banks and in the corporate credit desks, because I'm hearing it's like one of the busiest days ever in terms of deals as everyone comes back and yields are at lows. So we'll see how that shakes out. Good test of demand. Leslie, thank you. Leslie Picker. After the break, Olympic gold medalist, 4-time NBA champion Steph Curry joins us. Taking another look here at stocks as the sell-off continues. The S&P now down a little more than 1%. The NASDAQ down 1.5%. Again, healthcare and staples stay green, but energy down almost 3%. Technology as a sector down 2%, and materials also down 2%, with yields falling 3.8 on the.
So I think it's important to be more concerned with getting the right entry over missing the trade. It's important. Worry about getting the entry you're looking for, sticking to your plan. If you miss the trade, don't chase it. Let it fucking go. There's always tomorrow. There's always later on. There's always another half hour later, all right? There's always, maybe you could get back in. I'm just saying. Just, if you don't get the price that you're looking for, don't be afraid to just let it go. I was hoping to get those options to drop down to like 16, 15, like 17 cents. They didn't get past 19, so I didn't raise my order at all. So I still have them sitting there at 10 cents, and we'll see what happens, but it's a damn shame, bro. That's a damn shame. That is a nice test of that level. I still think you're going to bounce back on LUM, man. It's just my opinion. I could be wrong. I could be wrong, but sorry that my mouse was in front of the mic. Yeah, it's time to bounce. It's time to bounce. Let's go. Let's see if it can recover $5. Let's see if it recovers it. I'd much rather it recover it and bounce and go back to VWAP than to just sit here and trade sideways. Tesla back to 518, you guys. Right back to 518. That could be another opportunity here. If you missed it the first time. That first one was a big hitter, though. I'm not even going to lie. It paid you just like immediately. Like, look at that. Like, that's perfect. Look at that. Bang, bang, bang. 3 1-minute candles, and you were, you hit the first target. Doesn't get any better than that. Not really. That's such bullshit. Is that a cup and handle? Look at that. Up. Boom. It's curling back. Uh-oh. You might have a cup and handle here, guys. On Tesla. You just might. The only thing I don't like is the sell side volume is a lot greater on the downside than the volume to the upside. That's funny. This is kind of funny here. Wow. That's I haven't seen one of these in a while. And it looks like it's falling over. Watch if this volume here is very, very low on this pullback. We'll say 215, maybe 216. But I think 215 would be the level, 214.99. And then see if it extends higher for the rest of the day. That's hilarious. That's too funny. It's not showing up on the 15-minute chart. Usually you can see it through a couple different time frames.
Thank you very much. Major averages trading lower to start this month of September. Our Bob Bassani has more on.
I think the clearest cup and handle that I've seen intraday was Apple back in 2020.
We had a nice little rally towards the close, and we're giving up that and more right now. We said weak economic data, ISM manufacturing a little bit below expectations, 47.2 versus 47.5 for the manufacturing number, and then the new order numbers was notably weak, 44.6 versus 47.4 expected. So a little concerned about economic.
All right, where are we at? 10:30. I'm going to throw on some CNBC here for a minute, and let's just sit back.
Economic data, ISM manufacturing a little bit below expectations, 47.2 versus 47.5 for the manufacturing number, and then the new order numbers was notably weak, 44.6 versus 47.4 expected. So you have a little concern about economic weakness. On top of that, you just have the start of the worst month of the year, and it's not surprising that some people want to try shorting going into the start of September. Look at the last 4 Septembers. Down 4.9, 9.3, 4.8, 3.9. This is an unusually bad string. It's not normally down this much, but people have some pretty good muscle memory about what's happened in September. So given the economic news this morning, the ISM number, and the start of this seasonally weak September, it's not surprising that we have a weak start. I would note, particularly look at commodities this morning, because if you look at oil, and if you look at some of the big base metals, copper down 3%. One quick way to look at this is the DBB, which is the Invesco Base Metals Fund. It's basically a mix of copper and aluminum, some of the big metals names that are out there. So you see everything is down about 3% in the commodity space. So if you look at the sector laggards today, not surprisingly, it's, well, of course, it's the commodities. So energy and material stocks notably weak today. And then on top of that, you have a bit of a sell-off in the technology sector, particularly Van Eck Semiconductor SMH is a good short way to look at this, which is the big semiconductor names here. And there's NVIDIA and Micron. So your typical semiconductor stocks are down 4, 5, or 6%. Then you have the remainder of mega cap technology stocks, Alphabet, Apple, Amazon, for example, all down roughly 1 to 2%. The outperforming sectors, not surprisingly, are defensive names, of course. So you have consumer staples on the upside, and they've had a very good run recently. They have been leadership groups, consumer staples, in the month of August, but also interest rate sensitive. Remember, when yields go down, 10-year yields go down, which is what we are seeing again today, there is competition there from interest-bearing sectors there. Real estate and utilities were among the market leaders in August as well. So right now what you've got here is you've got a seasonally weak month starting with a lot of people looking at the last 4 years saying, hey, not a bad idea to lighten up. Then you have some economic weak data in the form of the ISM. And then, Carl, of course, you've got this whole concerns about how ongoing the AI saga is going to be at this point. All of this sort of coming together today.
I want to see here on Tesla in LUMN, which I'll go back to. I want to see if you do try to extend and that extension fails. That's what I'm looking for on Tesla. I want to see this extension fail. And maybe we get another like 217.90 test. Something like that. Here's VWAP coming in. You've already failed 217 or 218. That's wild. What are you going to do? You know, you can't be everywhere at once. I mean, you can, but I don't know. Hey, pretty spot on, man. I'm really happy with the watch list. Really happy. And the thing is, if all you had to do was write down our plan, and the plan worked out. I wasn't there for Tesla at 220. Missed Boeing. I was actually watching and talking about NVIDIA when this ended up popping to 220. I wasn't ready for Boeing. We watched that and said, there you go. There's your 217 test. Look to get short. You had immediate rejection. As soon as you hit that level on Boeing, it just sold off hard. So now I'm curious what Tesla's going to do here. If it's going to try to run a test back to 220 or not. I'm really curious. Tesla said, my boy ain't got a license. I ain't got no license, so but you're gonna try and go anyway. There's your trade line coming up to VWAP here at 215, or I'm sorry, 216. Come on, Tesla. What are you gonna do? Wonder if it's gonna suck people in the long and then sell off.
Courses and more, all crafted just for traders, and with guided learning paths stacked with content curated to fit your unique goals. You can spend less time searching and more time learning.
I still have my eyes on those LUMN puts too. I'm not letting those get out of sight because I do have a limit order out. Remember that.
Technology can't answer those questions, but our
All right, so you recovered 216 here on the 15-minute chart. You are overdone now. You are overdone. Let's look at the daily chart here. 4 hour. Let's go here. Getting a little tired now. Been up since 4:30 this morning. I've been sitting here ever since. Okay. All right, here we go. Here we go. This is really nice. This is nice. I like this. I like this. That was it. Shit. I think I just missed it, guys. Damn, if we could just get one more bounce. If we could just bounce this thing right back up and get another rejection at 218. 218, 220 again. Which I think is possible. It's not possible.
Without conditions, that's LSA K. Lima Sandy Alpha Kilo.
When did you have time to?
Shares of Osaka Technologies right now up about 5 3/4%, $4.96, LSA K.
To amplify, things that I'm about. The acting thing, it's been in my family. My wife is an actress, and so I got some good training at home, but it was a cool first experience for me, and the show turned out great, so I'm super proud of it, for sure.
When did you have time to film it?
Yeah, well, we missed the playoffs, so I had a little extra time right before I went to the Olympics, but had a great, week. They filmed it a little bit in Chicago, a little bit in the Bay Area. And it was a quick production to try to get it ready, and I think everything panned out well for the Olympics when right before we played Serbia. the show premiered, and obviously we got a
I'm
gold
really
medal now,
thinking
too.
about a short on Tesla.
Well,
If we can
does
get a
that
pop.
help, Eric? Because there
Hit the
was
like
overlap,
button,
right, in
subscribe.
viewers. From the
Yeah,
Olympics.
yeah, no, it absolutely helped.
You guys want to give
you know,
back to the
Peacock did a
stream,
great job pushing
links in
viewers to the show.
Cash App, PayPal.
But it was, you know, SC giving us the time
whatever, email
to
me.
shoot the show. You know, my job was
wanna
to
set
really
yourself
protect
up
his
with the
piece,
one-on-one.
keep the main thing, you know. So
See if we
Mr.
can't,
Throwback
get
luckily
you
fit into the
on the right
schedule, and
track.
we got it done.
What are you seeing right now in terms of
Profitability.
doing content deals with companies like Peacock and how much these streamers are willing to spend right
We
now?
will say thank
Yeah,
you
I
for
mean,
help keeping the stream free.
honestly, it's been amazing for us. You know, we've had some successes, and between Mr. Throwback and Nice Shot on Golf Channel and Black Pop on E, you know, we're killing it. So I'm extremely excited for the future. And Unanimous is
All
a
right,
company
watch
that
Tesla
sort of
here. Is that a
was
fade?
born from a
Is
little
that
bit of this
failed bounce higher?
volatility in the market. So
LUMN's
it's like
going, guys.
we're built for it.
Really, what white space did you see?
Dude, they're not even really talking about anything. They're talking about a damn movie. Like, they're having them on just to have them on. Looks like LUMN's gonna pull back now. Damn it. Stephen Curry's tired like me. He sounds just like me. Listen to his voice. It's like cracky, tiredy.
Production companies?
For sure. Pretty much everything. I know it's such a
Bro, what is going on?
way to the platform that basketball,
Come on,
doors
bro.
that it's open in a lot of different ways, and amplifying who we're about in our own unique
That
ways,
damn cracky,
and like
tired
EP just
voice.
said, our authentic way of what is true to me, what's true to him. There is crossover in terms of the strategy of how to
Gotta be
do
true.
certain things and get the most bang for your
Gotta
buck.
be a
and,
real G. Keep it true, bro.
I know for him.
It's so funny when people put like, listen, I'm not here dogging nobody or anything, but like, if you're gonna make a name for a company, like, don't be like True Plumber or like Get Money Roofing, right? True Garbage, or like, you know what I'm saying, like Real Electric. Like, what is this supposed to be, fake? Like, come on, man. You're gonna make a name for your company, you can do a little bit better than like putting real or the word real or true. I would like, this motherfucker is 12 years old, 18 years old, huh? Just trying to start a business. Like, I appreciate the hustle, but you can do better on the name, bro. Come on now. I think there was one by me. It was like True Plumbing or something, I think. I'm like, that took a lot of energy to think of your company's name. I mean, if you're gonna go halfway there, don't just go halfway there. Go all the way there. Like, Hood Hitters, call us up. We knocking them off the block. Hood Hitters, 1-800 Hitters. Yeah, we from the hood, and we a bunch of hitters. Like, just go all the way. Sorry. Just, these are some of the things that are on my mind. All right, so LUMN, it ended up breaking and rejecting $5.05. Not much there. I mean, listen, if you got in at 19 to 20 cents, you could look at it like you are right now about 25 to 30%. That's a 25-30% trade right there. Just that little move. 20, we'll say 20 cents, 19 cents to 26, really to 30, 20 to 30 is 50%. So, what a bummer. Damn it. I was really hoping for a bounce back, man. That sucks. Which it could come. It could come here, but... Or it's just going to give it up. It's going to be one of the two. It's either going to give it up or we're going to get another opportunity, and I'll have to raise my order up. Imagine if, like, like a cruise stream, or not a cruise stream, like a cruise company. I don't know why I thought about this. What if their company was like Real Cruises? Like, you'd probably be a little turned off. True Cruises. Yeah, we really taking you there. Like, that's your motto? Anyway.
Advancing market update, S&P futures down 80.15, Dow futures down 460.
Families playing championship golf courses, but also hopefully aspiring to get these kids on the LPGA, PGA, other professional tours, and get more representation in the game. And it's all about golf allowing equity, access, and opportunity through creating amazing experiences for these kids. So
I was going to say, what does success look like? Like, what metrics? So you want to see these kids?
Yeah, eventually make it to the professional ranks. I think golf is also a vehicle to expose them to the world in a different way. Networking, bringing people. We have a lot of mentors, C-suite executives, people from different industries coming and being on panels talking to the kids, giving them an understanding of, this is how I got to this profession, this is how I got to this position. And whether they play professional golf or not, all the while we're developing, life and workforce skill sets that they can take into wherever they end up.
We could have got it for. You had the opportunity
that's
to get it around $1.80 to $1.90. That's the last time I seen him.
Well.
Maybe it was cheaper.
Are you involved in this piece as well?
He's a horrible golfer.
I am a horrible golfer. I am, but I'm working on it. I just broke 100. You know what I mean? I know it's national news. That's probably gonna. But yeah, no. I'm not part of the underrated.
But I do wonder, when you're dealing with a singular talent like his.
Yes.
Is the roadmap for his portfolio, his career, his post-career, right? Is it unique, or are there other templates that you would use?
I would say it's a little unique. It starts with him, right? It starts with what he really wants to do. Like, my job is to create that space, protect his joy, protect the main thing, make the main thing the main thing.
There's your rejection, no cup and handle intact.
Ultimately set up for the legacy, right? That's what unanimous is. Hopefully it'll be around for 10, 20, 30 years.
Well, and you're doing it at a time where live sports has never been more ascendant,
absolutely.
Right? We talk about the impact here all the time.
Yes, absolutely. And eventually, we can't announce anything right now, but eventually that is the goal, to get into live broadcasting as well.
Got to ask you about Under Armour. I see you're wearing the jacket. It's been almost 8 years since we went to Asia together,
yes.
right? On one of your world tours. I know you've had high hopes for this collaboration and partnership, and you're now the president of the Curry brand. Under Armour, it has been a bit of a rocky road in the market, and Plank was out, now he's back in. What's your sense of what's going on there right now?
It's an inflection point for us, for sure. Like, I've been a part of, it's been a partnership since 2013, so we've been on a meteoric rise, and then, I've had some rough patches. Like you said, we've had 3 different CEOs in the last, 7 years. So having Kevin back is great to understand, his passion for the brand, obviously, but his history and understanding where we've been and where we're trying to go. Having Curry brand now is a huge deal for us, being able to sign other athletes. We signed De'Aaron Fox last year from the Sacramento Kings, trying to cross over into different sports. Products in a really good place, but we're just trying to hit, it's about being able to sell hope and inspiration around not only great product, but you got to believe in what we're about. And so making that authentic is my whole vision for Curry brand, for Under Armour. To your point, we're going back to China next week, first time since 2019. Continue to try to grow our brand out there. So I'm excited about where we're going, and I know Curry brand's been in existence for this last 3 years, and I think we're just getting started on this journey.
You're trying to build a Jordan brand, right?
My version of it, yeah. I know the market conditions are different. I'm different than Jordan, so. But he was a guy that
Spy is still selling off, you guys.
Created a sustainable brand.
I don't know how I missed that, but NVIDIA broke 210. Holy fuck. I had a feeling this, I mean, I did say, if they do sell this thing off, well, be careful. Fucking Kamala Harris. They want to whine and cry. Man, Kamala ain't got no damn unity. Shut the hell up. She a prosecutor that ruins lives and is a fucking dirtbag piece of shit that you can't trust because the motherfuckers have been lying to y'all for the past 5-6 years that Joe Biden was okay. But then the minute y'all find out he's not okay, it's, oh, he just got to take a nap. These motherfuckers lied to you. Like, to your face, don't give a shit. That tells you everything you need to know about them. So the fact that she's paying these motherfuckers just because she's black don't mean you gotta back her. Just because somebody's white, like, I don't know, Joe Biden, who's another dirtbag, just because I'm white and he's white don't mean we back him because of color. We back them because they have our best interests and they don't lie to us and they don't try to get over on us and other countries that put us in positions of war. That's the shit that we can't stand, and that's why they're letting a lot of people through that damn border. Because they know the people that have been here since the 80s and 90s are getting tired of it. They're getting tired of being taken advantage of. They're tired, at least I am. I'm tired of them demonizing businesses, big and small. Trying to tack on regulations and thinking they can just do it, like, lie to your face and do whatever they want overseas. And then our people got to go over there and lose their lives and just get their mental state and just fight unnecessary stuff. Instead of coming to an agreement whether or not you want to do that. It's not your place to say, I have a grudge against Putin, so I'm just not going to go solve that war. I'm just going to continue to spend these people's money, the people of the United States' money, on a little tit for tat that I have with Putin. Right? Like, get the fuck out of here. Like, let's all be real. That's exactly what's going on. They have a grudge, and they're using your tax money to go back and forth at one another. That's what it is. That's a fact. Because you have not heard one time Joe or Kamala say that they want to find a resolution to it. Not because there's young men and women dying. Not because of the balance sheet of the United States and how much money that would save where they wouldn't have to raise taxes on the rich or poor. But for the sake of solving it to just, what are we doing? You know what I'm saying? You're not hearing them say that because they don't want to. There's a personal grudge there that they want to keep alive, right? It's not like it's not like Russia has been sending missiles and just doing a bunch of stupid shit. They do stupid shit to their own people, but you know, let's just say this. Just like 9/11, it ain't a problem until it's a problem. That's what I'm getting at. And it's a fucking joke. And men like Stephen Curry, who shoots a three, and talk about Kamala Harris just because she's black and a girl, not talking about the fact that she gets up in front of y'all's faces and lies for 4 years that Biden's fine, this, that, and the third. You know damn well he can't even tie his own shoes, let alone make a decision. And I told y'all that years ago. Why? Because if you have seen that motherfucker in the flesh, you would already know he ain't okay. You already know it. Go see him at an event. It shows you haven't seen him or been around him to know what's really going on. Or you just don't want to believe it. But so just because he's white doesn't mean he has my backing. Right? The only reason, I mean, what other choice do you have other than Trump that actually is somewhat common sense? Like, you got him getting shot and he's not threatening to take from you. Oh, I got to take your guns now. Just like Kamala Harris and Quavo talking about, oh, my man got killed. You know what I'm saying? I'm rich as shit. I'm in the hood with a bunch of people that are dumbasses that ain't got no respect for firearms. Now I want to go whining and crying to the state prosecutor, senator of California, now vice president, right? Oh, we need gun reform. No, you just need to reform your dumbass mind and start having some respect. And don't put it on the people that are law-abiding citizens. Because, again, there's laws just about every week, guys, that go in from triggers to how many bullets you can have. Like, there's so many that just, again, on a weekly basis, and I've brought it to your guys' attention, the latest one, 10 rounds in Jersey or something like that, the trigger that they say if you hold it a certain way that it can just continue to fire. Dude, it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter. I don't care if you got a bazooka. If you're a person that's going to have respect and common sense for a firearm, right? Or if you're a person that is going to be in a place that you shouldn't be at 2, 1 o'clock, 10 o'clock at night to put yourself in a position to get shot around a bunch of dumbasses, you deserve to get shot, bro. Sorry, not sorry. I would say the same for myself. All right, so backing Kamala because she's black or a girl or India, whatever, it's wrong. She sat there and lied to each and every one of these people in the United States about Joe Biden's health. What else are they lying to your face about? It's not okay. It's not okay. I'm not okay with big government. So for me, the only common sense thing is the other guy. Definitely not her. Not someone who spent the course of her career putting people behind bars, doing a lot of just doing a lot of crazy things that, again, the government was formed to help businesses and people, not for personal decisions. Oh, I believe in this, so I'm doing this. No, it's the people, right? It's the basic rule of law, and the government should have a rule of law on what they can and cannot do. There isn't a law for that. So technically, they can do whatever they want. Telling banks they can't do this and that because we don't want you guys to get too big. Wait, who were you in the first place to tell a business they can't do this or that? If they fail, the person who is banking there needs to be educated enough to know that they're insured for this amount or they're not insured for this amount. If they don't do that due diligence, guess what? That's not the bank's fault, right? I think we should have a two-tier banking system where you have what we have right now and also the other side where it's a bit riskier, but you have that risk to reward where banks can trade. You can earn more of a premium on your savings and accounts. But again, that aspect of your responsibility, that banks, something could happen, right? A free market. So I just think it's crazy to sit there and completely back just a person like Joe Biden, Kamala Biden, or Obama, Hillary. Did any of you guys look at that Wikipedia shit that came out on them? Like, there is an agenda there. There are Ukrainians losing their lives, men and women losing their lives every day, and Russians, because they don't want to solve it because of a personal vendetta towards one another. That being Obama, Biden, Hillary, and Putin and crew. They all have this little tit for tat shit, and guess what? They're using your tax-paying dollars. They're using the balance sheet of the United States. They're using the material from copper to iron to, stainless steel. You're using up materials to ship over there for what? For what? Not once have you heard them say we want to come to a resolution because it's what's right for humanity, but it's also what's right for the balance sheet and the taxpayers of the United States of America. You don't hear that because they don't give a shit about you. They don't care about you. They don't. And it's right in front of you. They sat there and lied to you motherfuckers for 4 years. I have known Joe Biden has not been okay for 5-6 years now. I seen him at an event at Dover Air Force Base, and he was not there at all. So you have either not seen him in the flesh, or you just fail to just believe whatever's thrown at you. So, I mean, I'm going to vote for the person who doesn't take, a dirtbag shooting at him and fans and saying you can't have guns now because of a minor percentage of the populations who don't have respect for some of the rights that they were given and take it out on everyone else. I don't believe in that. And that's the person that I'm going to vote for. Right? Because it becomes personal at that point. Oh, because I got shot, now I have to take it away from you? No, that's not how this works. That's not even why government was made in the first place. Right? Government was made for land, businesses, and, we've obviously gotten to a point where it's a lot different than it was back in the 1800s. It's more than just farming and mining, and, there's a lot of business being done around the world. And that's what the government's for, is to make sure that these products that are being made and shipped get back and forth safely, and not, you know, not do what Obama and Biden have done for so many years. And once they got in power, man, it was just crazy. It was just Syria, Afghanistan, Iraq, just I don't know. That's just my opinion again. I think this is why they're letting a bunch of migrants in, is because they know anybody that has been here and born and raised here, or at least has been in the United States since the 80s, they're tired of it. They are. That's why they're letting other people in and trying to let them get their votes. That's why they're doing it. That's my opinion. It's my opinion. I think they know we're tired of their personal agenda shit that they say that they want to give you. They want to give you your rights, but they want to take some of your rights, right? They want to bring up a few key points and whisper in your ear to just get your vote and hope that you fall for it. And many dumbasses will fall for it. They just either think about it. Go look and ask the people who are voting for Biden and Obama. Not necessarily Obama, I'm sorry, Kamala. And just look at the majority of the people and see, and if you can, go see how long they've been in the United States. Go see how long that they've been here, because chances are they haven't experienced the full episode of Obama and Biden, and to see the difference between that big government and what happened in 2016 to 2020. In just a few months, you didn't think gas could be down to $2.50, $2. Think about what that does for your products that you buy on the shelf. How much of a difference does that make? And how much does it make it easier for companies to be able to bring their prices down? You know, these are the things that matter, and that's what should be at focus. Not continuing this Russian war, making sure Ukraine gets their land. Sure, let's make sure of that. But we at least have to try. You have to at least try. Kamala and Biden don't want to do that. They don't want to. Right? They just think they can just do whatever the hell they want. They can just do whatever they want. They don't care. They got your vote. They're going to do whatever they want. Whether you like it or don't like it. They don't care. And they will lie to your face. As they have done since 2008. And it's pretty evident. It's pretty evident if you have just read any of the files that came out with Hillary, Obama, and everything that got leaked. So LUMN is still going. There's 50% there on LUMN from 19 to 21 cents. You got a 30-cent ask there on LUMN. Nice job on that. If you did take it at $5. I was trying to get 5.10. I thought we'd be able to get 5.10, but it is what it is. Another trade I missed, so I don't have any positions on, unfortunately. Look for the cues. Look, we get a nice bounce back here, guys. We might have a trade set up. QQQ, 470. You're at 466.65. Right now, you're down 2%. The SPY is down 1.3%. All coming into an area of support. So we're at the bottom end of the range here. Let's see if we can catch a long. It's 11 o'clock going into lunchtime. I wouldn't say just immediately go long. But if we hold up here and it looks like we have the volume, you know, I might think about giving it a shot here. Let's go look at the cues. Volume is kind of coming in here on the 1 minute. You know, I don't want to just try to catch a reversal either, just for the sake of catching a reversal, because you could just, you know, it's dumb. Because if they're going to sell this market off and you're going to step in and go long, it's not wise to fight the trend. But I think we could catch a bounce back. We're really extended away from VWAP. Let's go to the charts here. Let's go to a 4-hour. Way overdone. Way overdone on an hourly. Let's do it. I think I'm going to go for it, guys. Let's do it. Let's do it. It's time. And look at that reversal coming in. It's now or never, it feels like. All right, so I'm going to go take a long here on the cues. Give me 1 second. I'll let you guys know. I'll probably go for a daily and or tomorrow. Let's have a look here. I think we still have a little bit of time. Today is the 3rd. Today is the 3rd. 3rd and 4th. I have way too many options up there on the option chain. All right, so what are we going to target? 470. 470, 468. So we have 468 would be one of the first targets. Was a pivot low from last Wednesday. Should have VWAP coming in there at 468. Let me... Sorry, guys. I'm just trying to make sure that I am not missing anything.
I think it does allude to an economy, especially globally, that's cooling. You're seeing the China data weak, the ISM number.
You know, be careful. You could sell off and still hit 460, you guys. It's still not safe. I'm just letting you guys know. It's still not safe. Oh, shit. Yeah, look. The 20-day. We're... This is what I mean by looking at... Making sure you see everything. So we are right at the 20-day right now. 460 is your level, honestly. You know, if you can't make progress and you reject 468 and you get VWAP up there at 468, you could look for a 468 rejection down to 460. You know, obviously not one day, but going into tomorrow and into Thursday. Let's look and see here. The volume is falling out of bed too on the upside. So that's not a good look. Let's see here.
Because, like I said, in any metric we look at, they're restricted still.
Moving as much as the market thinks it needs to move? That's the question now, right? Whether the market is in the right alignment with the Fed.
Yeah, I mean, right now I'm looking this morning, the Fed funds future is pricing in a 60% chance of a 25 basis point cut and 40% chance of a 50 basis cut. I think
I'm watching the 468 calls on the Qs.
And that's what the market will focus on. And then also corporate profits. I mean, corporate profits, even last week, forward earning estimates made another 52-week high. Even technology stocks or the technology index, also on earnings, made another 52-week high. So I think those are the important trends. And we're going to have to kind of go through some of this noisy period over the next few weeks.
Right. I mean, I guess in terms of vulnerability, the fact that we've already seen tech stocks underperform.
Damn, there's so much... Like, there's so much volume up there at the 471s. Like, that's crazy.
Well, for the headline index, you're going to need tech to at least participate. And we think they will. I mean, don't forget, tech off that August 5th low was up 11 or 12%. And the market as a whole, we went from pricing in all this recession risk, all this gloom and doom, to right back to the highs. So we kind of used up some of that.
Let's see here.
Energy. So I think at this point, having a bit of a choppy two-way market is somewhat healthy. When we look historically going back, we had this really strong first half.
Looks like I'm going to miss this one. Here it goes. Looks like it's may try to extend.
But the good news is you also tend to see gains by the end of the year. So we still think as we move further...
It's okay. Like I said, I'm okay being patient today, guys. I'm okay being patient. I miss a couple. It is what it is. But
To your point, Sarah, technology is under pressure. I think as you dig deeper into the fall, start talking about Apple's new iPhone, maybe a PC upgrade cycle. I think
so 470, 469.
Speaking of which, Keith, finally, we mentioned the VIX above 18 again. There was a lot of commentary over the long weekend about August and what happened out of Japan and that carry trade, and to what degree we are left with some residue from that, right? I mean, when the all clear truly begins, what do you think?
Yeah, I don't know if there's ever an all clear, but I mean, one thing we all watch, and I think part of the reason why the market was selling off, this morning, is you're starting to see a little bit of strength back in that yen. So I don't think that is all done.
No, come on. You guys, just be careful. Just be patient. Be careful. I just think, you know, I'm just being cautious of that 460 level too on the QQQ. If we can't hold up here.
Keith, good stuff. A lot to digest ahead of the next few sessions. Thanks so much, as always. Keith Lerner over at Truist.
Up next, new data on the
Shit, I gotta keep my eyes on LUMN. And look, Nvidia's starting to bounce here. Let's go look at Nvidia really quickly.
Plus, ESPN's chairman Jimmy Pitaro
I gotta keep those LUMN. I gotta keep those puts up there at $5.
Do you have a life insurance policy you no longer need? Now you can sell your policy
In case
for an immediate cash payment.
something happens here. Again, here we go. If you get another shot at $5, I have a limit order out on those. All right, NVIDIA. Bouncing back to VWAP, prior support. Let's see if you turn 112 into resistance. I gotta be honest, man. 110. Wow. I was surprised to see it get there today. Kind of surprised, but not really. I figured you would at least have a nice little figure out what it is that we're doing type of day. Maybe you get another test at that 20-day. And you never got it. You just came in with the gap down and you sold it off. Maybe NVIDIA is the better long here. Man, I hate just trying to just take a long for the sake of longs, but you're at the 100-day moving average. The thing is you just reported earnings. You have Volkswagen shutting down. What does that mean for other manufacturing companies? So those are the things that are going through my mind. You know, I'll let it show me that it's going to hold here and start to try to make some progress before I just shoot from the hip and just take a trade in hopes that it does what I think it does. Like, I don't know what it's going to do, honestly, guys, because I think you could see NVIDIA continue to sell off a little bit. Not that it has, like, a lot more room to go, but you could just be stuck here between 110 and 115 now. That's crazy, man. You already got to the target. It's wild. So I would look for 115, bounce backs to 115, and see what you do up there. Question is this going to be the low of the week for NVIDIA? That's going to be the question. You have a nice little double bottom there. You just have to watch 112. Let's see here. Let's go to a 5-minute chart. See, this thing's just breaking down.
Pete G writes, my tween wants a new phone. How do I not break the bank?
We got you, Pete. Xfinity Mobile was designed to save you money and gives you access to Wi-Fi speeds up to a gig.
So you get high speeds for low prices.
Better than getting low speeds for high prices.
Right, Bruce? Jealous? Yeah, look at that.
Honestly, someone get a helmet on this guy.
Get a free unlimited line for a year when you buy one unlimited line. Plus, get up to $800 off Google Pixel 9 phones. Switch today.
Keep an eye on Lockheed today. Melius goes to buy, raising their target up to 704, raising estimates on sales, on earnings, free cash flow to some
I never seen a bullet hole in his car.
So you saying that you never saw the window get shot out at the gambling center?
When the night it happened, I was so mad. Shit, by the time I noticed he was gone, I didn't even, I don't know.
Now, do you remember last week on Cross that Mr. Steele showed you the surveillance video from the Texaco gas station?
Yes.
And do you remember him asking you whether or not you saw Thug get out the car?
I'm listening.
Do you remember him asking you that?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember, I believe Mr. Shard also asking you if you saw Shannon get out the vehicle? Do you remember?
Yeah, I remember them asking.
Okay. First, let me ask you, did you or Thug get the car window tinted on the Infiniti after you rented it from the Hertz rental facility?
I don't know what you're talking about.
So you don't know if you got it tinted?
I don't even think the car had tinted windows on it. I can't remember if it had tinted windows on there or not.
I'm asking, did you or Thug go get the windows tinted?
I don't know if the car was tinted. Like, I don't know. I can't remember if the car was tinted or not.
Now, on the night of Donovan Thomas's murder, it's fair you were not at the gas station that night, correct?
I told y'all I was at my baby mama's house.
Okay. And you only told the police what Little D from Mechanicsville told you, correct?
I told the police whatever to get them out for me.
Okay. And in that interview, you told the police that Little D told you that they switched cars at the gas station, correct?
Excuse me. You say that again?
Sure. You told the police that Little D told you that they switched the cars at the gas station, correct?
I told the police whatever to get them out for me.
Do you know if they switched the cars behind the gas station?
How would I know?
Okay.
I just know when I looked at that video where they showed me last week, I didn't see nobody switch cars, so I felt that that'll prove that, you know what I mean, that I lied in the past. I can't speak on now, like.
But you only know what Demekian told you, correct?
He didn't tell me that. Now, if he would have told me that, I would have knew. So for example, let's say if they did switch cars at the gas station, the camera would show that. So I that's why I keep telling you, stop going in the past. I ain't trying to go to jail, but if you're gonna keep going in the past, I'm telling you, don't do that because I lied.
Okay. Do you know if there were cameras behind the gas station?
To my understanding, there are cameras all over them.
I'm asking you specifically, do you know if there were gas station cameras behind the gas station?
You gotta go ask the gas station and see.
Now, on cross-examination, Mr. Steele asked you, or you told Mr. Steele that Thug encouraged you to speak to the police on the night of the murder. Is that fair to say?
I don't recall telling him that. I don't know.
Let me ask you, did Thug take you down to the police department to go talk to the police?
No.
On the same night of Donovan Thomas's murder, your family's house was targeted, correct?
My baby mother's house was.
Okay. And to your knowledge, Mr. Williams or Thug's stepfather's house was targeted, correct?
To my knowledge, I don't know. I don't have a clue. Still to this day, I don't know.
Now, on cross-examination, you told defense counsel that you had multiple phones back in January of 2015. Is that fair?
I did.
Okay.
I had two, not multiple.
You had two phones. Now, I'm going to show you a screenshot of Stacey did a 378 Yankee Alpha.
Excuse me, Judge.
Yes.
Can you cut the air down just a little bit?
What?
The air.
As in hotter
Yo,
or
my
colder?
boy
It's
is
freezing.
wilding.
Thank you so much.
Woody got her to turn it down.
Wow. The attorneys, the defense counsel have been telling her to turn it down every
Now,
single
do
day.
you see
Don't
the
do it.
screenshot of 378 Yankee
Don't
Alpha?
do it.
Yes.
And is that a phone in your hand?
Yes.
And I'm going to also show you a screenshot from 378 Yankee Bravo. And do you have a cell phone in that picture as well?
I guess so.
Now, when you said you had two phones, did you have one phone that was your primary phone?
Can you be more, what you mean?
Is there one phone that you use more than the other phone?
I got both of them for the same purpose.
What was the same purpose?
To use them.
Okay. Is there one phone that you called Deshaun on primarily?
I call on both phones if I had to.
Okay. What about calling your brother Trez?
I treated both phones the same.
Tesla rejecting 214.
Do you remember the phone number for both
here.
phones?
You don't have.
I actually got locked up with the other phone.
218, but
when did you get locked up with the other phone?
For my probation violation.
The phone that you showed Detective Thorpe on January 11th, that is the phone that you had with you the night of Donovan Thompson's murder, correct?
Can you say it again?
The phone that you showed Detective Thorpe, that is the phone you had with you the night of Donovan Thompson's murder, correct?
Yes. That's my one I showed in the interview?
Yes.
Yes.
And that is the phone number that you gave him for the night of Donovan Thompson's murder, correct?
I don't know which phone number I gave him. I can't just say yeah or no to that.
he's talking a lot today. Just being chill.
Now, do you remember we talked about this earlier? Mr. Steele playing for you a jail call from December of 2022. Do you remember that?
December 22?
Yes, when you were in the Fayette County Jail?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember in that call talking to your, I believe it was your sister, about Yak overhearing a conversation that you had?
Yes.
And that Yak was in the bedroom, I believe, with your cousin, and you were talking to someone else, and he overheard that conversation. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And you were concerned that he was going to tell people about the conversation he overheard. Do you remember that?
I wasn't concerned. I try to be more secretive about whatever I got going on.
What was the conversation that you were having that you were concerned he was going to go back and tell?
I don't think you heard me. I like to be secretive about my conversation.
Okay. Well, let's play Defense Exhibit 250E. And we're going to only play from 425 to 559.
I don't recall.
I need to put the headphones on?
Yes, please.
It's working now?
It should be.
I mean,
Try putting it. Is it showing up on your computer?
It's right here, but I hear it out loud. I don't hear it through these. Let me take it out, put it back in.
It should be. Are you on the Zoom? Can you see that same screen?
Can I? It's right here.
That same screen is on your computer?
Mm-hmm.
overheard me and somebody else having a conversation.
No.
I mean, so.
Hello, this is a prepaid. Last week, it seemed to just take it a minute before it would play on there. And also, where are the good headphones that were around a few weeks ago? Anybody know?
We were still looking for them, Your Honor. I think it got carted away with the other.
I think so too, but yeah, that might help also.
We are trying to find those because.
All right.
Thank you. Like so, we're only gonna play 450.
Yeah, I can hear.
559.
Thinking about taking a short down to 210 on Tesla. I don't want to trade just to trade either, though.
I mean, and then Jet had overheard me and somebody else having a conversation.
A lot of opportunity I missed today.
I mean, so he was in sister house. Yeah, this nigga was late. No, sister house, cousin. Oh, whoa. This nigga was laid up in her bed, and I was in the living room. I was in the living room telling nigga. I was telling my partner, like, man, look, man, these fuck niggas got, this man and third. I'm telling him what's going on. Like, these fuck niggas playing on me. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
So while I'm telling him that he's playing on me, this nigga hit the whole conversation from out the room.
Mm-hmm.
So when I see him, my mouth dropped. I'm like, wait, what? You feel me? Like, so when he heard the whole conversation, I'm just like, shit, fuck it. You know what I mean? I already know he could go back and let them niggas know what's him. Like, he tried to tell me that what I was talking about, I was wrong. I ain't know what I was talking about. I'm like, yeah, I do know what I'm talking about. I ain't stupid.
There's a world. I said, they crazy things. Y'all need to put them up for my people.
Then after that, then what's his name went trying to posting on his Instagram page and try to come back around. Man, come back around, y'all niggas. I knew y'all got saying. Come on, man, y'all niggas crazy here thinking I'm stupid.
Now, Mr. Copeland, what conversations were you having such that you were concerned that he was going to go back, he being Yak was going to go back and tell people about the conversation you were having?
What you mean?
What were you talking about to your friend that he overheard that you were concerned they were going to go back and tell?
I plan on doing something to somebody. That's what I said.
Turkish Youth Union, who shouted, "Yankee, go home." The attackers were caught and detained by local security forces, and the Marines were uninjured. Energy company Halliburton confirmed today hackers stole data in a cyber attack.
Do no hero type of shit, but I don't know. I'm kind of itching for some dumb shit to happen like that around me. It's sad. I shouldn't, we don't need violence in this world.
In the call, didn't you tell your sister that you said, I was in the living room telling this N-word, telling my partner, like, F these N-words, this, that, and the third. I'm telling him what's going on, that they plotting on me. You feel me? When I'm telling him that these N-words are plotting on me, this N-word, hear the whole conversation, and he came out the bedroom.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So, who did you think was plotting on you?
Didn't I tell you I like to
I like to lie.
I think they was planning on me.
Who's the they?
Mr. Williams.
Okay.
That's what I said.
And
Young Thug was plotting on
you were concerned that Yak was going to go back and tell Mr. Williams and them what you were telling your friend?
I wasn't concerned about him going back and telling me. I really was debating, should I let him leave?
Oh, shit.
Did you tell Yak, I already know that you fixing to go back and tell them what happened? And he tried to tell you, I'm not going to do that.
Me and my friend was looking at each other, trying to debate on what we had going on right in there.
Dang. Who remembers what video, what movie was that where they had the 4 Navy SEALs and they were in Afghanistan and they ran up like on a boy and his dad, a shepherd or something, and they were like, "Man, if we let these 2 people go, they're gonna run back and tell all the insurgents where we are. It's only 4 of us." What movie was that?
Lone Survivor?
Was it Lone Survivor? And they were trying to decide, damn, should we kill him or should we let him go? Right? And that's what Woody's saying right now. Woody's talking to his friend about how Young Thug's plotting against him. And now damn Yak come out the damn back room. And Woody and his friend looking at each other like, damn, Yak heard the whole damn thing.
But didn't do
What
nothing.
should we do? This is what Woody's talking about. Him and his friend are looking at each other like, what should we do?
Tell them what happened. And he tried to tell you, I'm not going to do that.
Me and my friend was looking at each other, trying to debate on what we had going on right in there.
Him and his friend decided.
And it's safe to say that you didn't do anything. Yak left the room, correct?
Yes.
Remember, there's 2 sides to the story. Because if there was really something going on, it would have happened right there. And I'm talking about the case.
Now,
purpose. So, I'm done.
no, are you done? But specifically, you keep saying that I told these lies because I thought it would get me out of trouble. So what are the lies that you told on Thug that you thought was going to get you out of trouble?
Whatever the police wanted me to say. If they brought his name up about anything, I didn't care if he could have been in another country. I would have said he's right there and he did it. Like he had something to do with it because they made me feel like they wanted him and they only got me because of the stupid stuff that I done. And if I could get them something to help them out about him, then they'll let me go. And that's what I kept doing. And the whole time they knew that I was just doing it and they didn't care.
So let's talk about some of the things you told the police about Thug, okay? Do you recall that you told the police that Thug's window was being shot out? That Thug's window was shot out at the gambling house?
I think I said it in the interview.
Do you recall that you told the police about Mo and other Bloods wanting to harm you and Thug?
I think I probably did.
You told the police about a concert with Thug and Rich Homie Quan.
I probably did.
You told the police that Thug gave you money to hold.
What you mean by that? Be more specific.
Sure. You told Thug that he may have one time given you $1,000, but like that you could keep, but he may have given you $300,000 that you could flash.
That nigga ain't never gave me. I mean, excuse my language, but he never gave me $300,000 to flash.
That nigga ain't never.
But it's fair to say you told him he gave you some money to hold.
What you mean?
He gave you money to flex with, to flash with.
As we together?
Yes.
Okay.
That's what you told the police, correct?
Yeah, I ain't gonna tell them it was my money.
At some point, did you tell the police Thug just gave you money that you could flash in the club?
Right. So the police asked me where I get all this money from. My job is to lie to the police. That's how I was raised up. I'm not gonna tell them that, oh, I break in stores or I do this and I do that. I'm gonna tell them that, hey, he's legit. It's still money. If I knew that it was gonna backfire me, I would never said that.
You also told the police that you didn't know what beef Thug and Nut had, correct?
I probably did.
You told the police that Thug rented the Infinity.
I did.
You told the police that on the night of Donovan Thomas's murder, that Thug got into another car with a girl and Little D, correct?
Mm-hmm. That might be one of the stories I told him. I can't be specific if that's what I said.
You told the police that Thug was not in the Infinity at the time of the murder, correct?
I probably did.
You see what I'm talking about with Tesla? You see how this thing is just so relentless? Sure, you're just going back to test VWAP and stuff, but you sold off from 220. You broke Friday's close, and then you just rally all the way back to 218. That's why I say this thing is relentless, and it feels like the buyers are coming in drones, and then they just step away, and the sellers step up, they pin it down, and there's some nice back and forth trading here on this thing. You know, be careful. I think you need to let it show you the direction. Right now, obviously, you're in an uptrend, but I want to see if this is it. Like, this is going to tell us here, like, if you regain VWAP and go back to 220, I don't know what to think there. Like, just that pop there. Look at the volume that came in on that pop. Was that a short on that? Was it shorts from 260, 240? I don't know. But I do know they're coming in pretty heavy when they do come in. And it doesn't just break down and continue like it's weak. So just be careful with Tesla. Don't be...
You never told police that Thug shot anyone. Is that fair to say?
Huh?
You never told the police that Thug shot.
What you mean?
Why wouldn't that be believable?
Who brags about a murder?
Okay. Why wouldn't you say that Thug was driving the Infinity at the time of the murder? He rented it.
Because I'm talking to Gaither and Dennis. Like, I've been dealing with them for a long time. I know they're a long way from stupid.
Right, but that's believable. He rented the car, so why not tell them then?
That's testimony on behalf of Propounder.
Rephrase your question.
Sure.
If you're trying to finesse the police, why not tell them that Thug was driving the car?
Because think about this. This man, the multi-millionaire superstar. If I go in the police station and be like, yeah, Thug was a getaway driver in the killing of a nut, they gonna look at me like I'm stupid.
But he rented the car, didn't he?
And why would you rent a car to commit a murder?
But you told the police that he rented the car, correct?
But there's something I know that they can prove.
All right.
They can prove that he rented the car. But I don't know if it was this car that was used in the murder.
Why not, if you were just trying to finesse the police and you didn't care if they were going to verify what you said, why not make up the beef that Thug and Nut had?
Because you got to get this, like I said, you got to get the facts together. You got to get stuff where you know they can go back and see. Like, for instance, okay, they jumped on me in the club. Everybody know they jumped on me in the club. So I can say, hey, they punched me in my face. That happened. Then I can say, oh, okay, something that didn't happen. They can't prove that this ain't happened or they did happen.
Right. And you wanted to tell them things that they could verify, correct?
Can you say that again?
And you wanted to make sure you told the police things that they could verify, correct?
I'm trying to make the police believe that I can help them. And if they let me go, that's what I'm willing to do. So every time, let's say the time they didn't let me go, you see, I never came back and helped them. When I told them I'd get them their gun back, what they had to bring SWAT team to get me. So anytime they let me go, they knew I wasn't coming back.
Okay. On cross-examination, you talked about a meeting that you had with your lawyer and the U.S. attorneys back in 2015. Do you remember telling Mr. I believe Steele about a meeting that you had with your lawyer and the U.S. attorneys back in 2015 or sometime during that period?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember telling Mr. Steele that there were some APD officers present when you were going to have that meeting with your lawyer and the U.S. attorneys?
Yes.
What APD officers were there?
Gaither and Dennis, and it was another lady, but I don't know her name. And it was the ATF agent. It was everybody who was in the interrogation room.
You mean interrogation room in that June interview?
When they locked me up.
Okay. Do you remember how long you were in the feds before you were going to have that meeting?
It was like probably the first couple months because I fired my lawyer right out the rip.
And why did you fire your lawyer?
Because he worked with the state. He was trying to work with the police.
Who remembers how he
And
fired his second lawyer?
when you said he was trying to work with the police, what was your understanding of what he was trying to do?
He was trying to get me to do whatever they wanted me to do.
When you say he was trying to get them to do what you wanted,
He was trying to get me to work for the police.
and was that going to be in exchange for a reduction in your sentence?
That's what he told me. He told me that if I go down there and talk with them, they'll throw my case out. But he didn't say it. Like he lied to me how he said it, but he was like, when you go to court, I mean, we just gonna get this case swept under the rug. But when I got down there, it was all the police, they locked me up and I got mad.
And then you decided not to move forward with whatever the agreement was.
Yeah, because I seen it got real and I knew what I had done.
Okay. Now, last week on cross-examination and on direct, you testified that YSL is not a gang, correct?
And it still ain't a gang.
And you testified that it was a music label, correct?
Well, that's the purpose of it.
Okay. And it's a music label that you were never signed to, correct?
Clearly.
Okay. And you never done any songs with Thug, correct?
I haven't.
All right. Now, on cross-examination, do you remember Mrs. Steele playing a portion of the On the Porch video?
Off the porch.
Off the porch, excuse me, thank you for correcting. The Off the Porch video with you?
Yes.
And that was Defense Exhibit JW246 for the record. Now, that's a blog for up-and-coming artists, correct?
Yes.
And you talk about music?
Yes.
Right. And you talk about life growing up, correct?
I think so.
Now, the portion that Mr. Steele played, was that was the portion when you called yourself a gangster and said that you would slap people in the face if they tried you or something like that. Do you recall him playing that portion of the
yes.
for you?
Yes.
But that was not the entirety of that interview. Is that fair?
No.
Okay. I want to play for you a few portions, okay?
Put the headphones on?
Yes, please. I'm going to first start playing Defense Exhibit JW246, starting at 00 and ending at 007.
Yeah, they little Woody Free Hand Entertainment. Just jumped out of the pool with Dirty Glove. That's slap YSL for life.
Oh, shit.
Now, there you said slap YSL for life, correct?
YSL for life.
And again, you were never signed to YSL the label, right?
No.
Okay. And slap means slime love all the time, correct?
Slap means slap.
Slime love all the time?
Yeah, I guess.
All right. Now I want to play JW246 at 9:15 to 9:47.
Jeez. Somebody write slat in the chat.
Yeah, you dropped a music video for that song too. Was that your first music video you shot?
Yeah, first one ever.
Yeah. How'd you think that turned out?
It was fun. It turned out great.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah. I like it. Still watch it today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And you rep YS.
My man said YSL.
And you dropped a music video for that song too. Was that your first music video you shot?
Yeah, first one ever.
Yeah. How'd you think that turned out?
It was fun. It turned out great. You know what I mean? Yeah. I like it. Still watch it today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And you rep YSL a lot in your music.
Dang.
How far back does your relationship with them go?
Yeah. Still.
When he said rep, he asked you if you rep YSL in your music. You said gang, correct?
No, I said game.
Why would you say gang?
Game, like I wanted to be a part of YSL. I wanted, like, on the papers, I wanted to be a YSL artist.
This interview was done in 2020, correct?
One of them years.
That still doesn't prove that that's a RICO case because you say something.
Right. And at this point, you had known Thug for a number of years, correct?
I could say, on God, I'm gonna get long. They don't believe I believe in God. That mean that I actually say, on God, I'm gonna get long right here. on Sava, right? Or I'm gonna go short on God. That don't mean I believe in God because I say on God. It's a statement. It's a phrase. You see how they're trying to twist all this stuff? That stuff is not okay. It kind of sounds like your girl Kamala, your guy Biden.
At some point in time, y'all were friends.
Motherfuckers, you can't trust because they are out to ruin your life. They're not your friend. Here, I'm gonna let you smoke your little blunt, but I'm gonna take this. I'm gonna take this. And I'm gonna take this, 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 and this, and I'm gonna just give you that in exchange.
Other than that, you know, everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what's up. All right, any last words to shout out for?
What if everything wasn't everything? Like everything just isn't everything.
YSL for life. You know what I mean? Shout out my nigga Munt, Ralph, you know, Threat. You know what I mean? For the ops. Yeah, man.
Right.
You said shout out to the gang.
Pretty much what that means.
YSL, some other people, Threat, and then fuck the ops. Who are the ops?
The ops.
The ops of another record label?
No, my ops. Fuck them.
All right. But this is after you talked about shout out to the gang, YSL, correct?
I said shout out to the gang. Then I said YSL. I said fuck the ops.
When you said shout out to the gang, YSL, you're not talking about the music label, correct?
Which, can you say it again?
You're not talking about the music label, correct?
I don't get what you're asking.
When you said shout out to the gang, YSL, you're not talking about the music label, correct?
I'm pretty sure I know you're not you're not in the streets, but you keep sticking on this gang stuff, and I don't know how much it's gonna take to convince you that when you're a gang, you can't be 2-3 different gangs or sets of members. Like, again, you can't be YSL, the gang in your voice, and be a blood. Because let's say if YSL is a gang and YSL get into a blood gang members, you got to pick. So what you gonna do? You're blood or you YSL? It don't make sense. And if you're a blood's not gonna let you be YSL. If it's a gang, just like with Crips or just like anything else.
But you gave up being a blood, correct?
Yeah, I did.
All right. So when it said YSL for life, gang, that's who you rep now.
No,
correct?
I said, no, I always been 30 deep when I was a gang member.
Like, just because
But
you rep something,
30 deep is not a gang. You know what I mean? It's just my neighborhood.
This is crazy.
A
Like,
gang
this is happening
in
right
Atlanta
now.
is Bloods, Crips, GDs, or whatever. And let me correct that.
Decided on
To certain people, it's not a gang to them,
decisions
but
on their
y'all trying to say YSL
life
when
being behind bars.
you know, Atlanta, we monkey see, monkey do. We see people
when
doing
they
something, we want to
don't
be a
even
part
have
of it.
any
We want
proof, and
to
it's
represent it. We
apparent
want to say it.
that it's either you did something or you didn't, and there is factual evidence that without a shadow of a doubt, you either did or did not commit something, and not this, back and forth. You said this, right? That's not proof of an action of a RICO case. It's not proof that, hey, I got a doctor, I got a lawyer, I got a doctor to get the bullets out, I got a lawyer, I got these stores, I'm setting up the stores to sell the drugs out of the stores, right? That is a RICO case that is, if you can prove it, which is pretty easy, you have connected the dotted lines to use the business to be able to funnel the drugs, this, that, and the third. Not, I got a guy from the hood who got rich, got a lot of money, bought some real estate, and told his friends, sure, you can go stay there. Yeah, go stay there. Nobody's there. You know what? While you're there, just look over the house, clean it up, blah, blah, blah. And whatever they do, they bring a bunch of guns or they do this, that, and the third. Now you get tied into it because the state just wants to put something on you. Like, it's apparent what's going on here. There is no factual evidence. Right now we're talking about him saying, gang. I stand with YSL, this, that, and the third. Like, that's my people, right? That is a person I grew up with who made it, and I'm right there by their side. If they need me to watch the house, they need me to do whatever, I'm there. That has nothing to do with a gang. Like, that shit is happening right now in the state of Georgia. This is happening right now without factual evidence. I don't even know how this is even a case right now. Just because you said something,
if you see that
does
most
not
of these
mean
people in the
that
courtroom
that
don't
is
got no ties to me. I never seen them before. So
basis
you can't
for
say
even
it's a
a
gang.
trial.
A gang, everybody know who
Like,
he
I don't
is.
even know how
Everybody,
the state gets to
we rock
try
together.
this.
A lot of these guys,
I don't
we don't give
understand
stuff
it.
to
I
each
don't.
other.
It's crazy. If I was a judge right now, I don't know what she can and can't do, but I would say, yo, what, like, we need to go off factual basis, not hearsay. So what's the evidence? Like, we need to start bringing the jury evidence of your supposed, you know, ring of a RICO case, that this was a gang and everything was planned. And if you can't do that, you got to throw the case out. And you should refund all of them the lawyer fees, because you wasted everybody's time. Not only the time that you took away, that they had to sit in jail, that he couldn't be out performing or making money for his team that depends on him. Like, it's just crazy. It really is. This is Kamala Harris for you. This is what Kamala Harris did. Whether you were innocent or guilty, she wanted to just put your ass behind bars, because that's what the police gave her. They assumed that you were guilty. You weren't innocent before proven. You're guilty until proven innocent. In the case here with YSL, the Young Thug trial.
Yeah. How much the money? 15,000. But I go to a bar and try to buy something about 15. You found the button too? I'm on lockdown, so they don't let me out one time a day. But my brother there did. You guys when he hang up, click on his brother and I'm so his brother so he get his money.
YSL's not a ticket. Rico.
Yeah, Deshaun, where you at? I'm at home.
Law.
You don't got no
Oh, law is something. Damn, it's actually orders.
I can get your book friend.
CD Disco and
meet me on University. On University what? Alright, that gas station got with you know what I can say, meet me at Chevron. Hey, man. Yeah. Yeah, right. What did he do? I'm gonna take some money. These hoes, what right here? Well, you can rock. Yeah. Oh, you tell him I'm so cool. You say don't fucking play, bro. You tell him I'm so. You tell him I'm so sick. I'm so ain't no fucking good. You don't give a fuck.
I don't know what they're saying.
Hey, these guys come up and tell me so you get your money. Gonna pay who's born so you get out, bro. And when you get out, who that? I can have him talk. I really feel some type of way. I'm gonna talk to you about it so you get out. Man, listen, that upside. I ain't playing with you. I ain't fucking playing with you either. God's first birthday on the way.
Cloud native and artificial taste powered by legal solutions for legal hold, legal requests.
He hear you.
Discovery, document, case management.
I been left out there. I ain't tell nobody, bro. I just feel like niggas left me out there. I ain't see shit. You ain't never out there alone. You just want to be out there president. Boy, we ain't fucked up no more. You ain't got to be out there paying the bill. Shit, I had no choice. Nobody gonna get you time.
That's it.
Yes, and that is where Mr. Steele ended the call. Do you remember that from last week?
Yes, that was last week.
Okay. Now, a few things. Do you recall last week, Mr. Steele asking you when you all were talking about Little D? Do you remember him asking you if Thug said anything when you all were talking about Little D? Do you remember him asking you that?
Shoot. I don't know when brought the D name up.
Do you remember Mr. Steele asking you though specifically if you heard Thug say anything when you mentioned Little D on that phone call?
I don't get what you're asking me.
Last week, after Mr. Steele played that call for you,
Yes.
do you remember him asking you some questions after he played that call for you?
Yes.
And do you remember him asking you whether or not Thug said anything after you talked about Little D in
Right.
that jail call?
Yes.
And do you remember your response being no, Thug did not say anything?
He didn't. I didn't hear him say anything.
Is that not Thug who says Little D, that pussy ass told?
Oh, you gotta play it again. I didn't hear that.
Damn, they must have forgot they was recording, you fucking dumbasses. But I still don't prove a RICO case.
You playing the whole thing, go?
Jail call the 13th day of June. Other people on the phone too, but Jeff on the phone. It's on the.
Let's see here. Can we get a bounce back, man? Like, come on, we can do it. This is wild. 60, 465.
We'll try to get to that part.
I can't hear me. I don't think it's playing.
What's up? Yeah. Look, yeah, he got fun. Dijon. Yeah. How much the money? 15,000. But I go to a bun because bun come about 15. You found the bun company? I'm on lockdown, so they don't let me out one time a day. But my brother there did. You just when he hang up, click on call his brother and I'm so his brother so he give you money. Is your brother? No, I'm saying call his brother on Friday. Yeah, Dijon, where you at? I'm at home. You ain't got no ride? I can get your brother friends. Meet me on University. On University what? That gas station you already. You know what that gas station at Stella. Meet me at Stella. Hey man. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, right. What did he do? I'm gonna take some money. These hoes was like, well, you come out, rock. Yeah.
Did you hear we said D told pussy ass?
Probably, yeah, I heard it.
Okay. Is that not Thug who said that?
I can't say 100% if it was him or somebody else. I can't say, but I heard it.
Okay. Now.
But me going to jail was for a gun that he bought for me. So throughout the interviews, you'll see that they just be me breaking my mojo. I mean, the D name was never brought up for me to say he ain't right. There's proof of me lying, and I'm pointing it out to you.
Were you saying that Little D wasn't right because you wanted him to claim the gun from the Dunbar Center?
No, I was saying that D wasn't right because I'm trying to manipulate everybody.
All right. Now, Mr. Steele, when he played the call for you, he ended the call, but but that was before Max actually got off the phone. Is that correct?
What you mean?
When he stopped the call, that wasn't the entirety of when Max was on the phone with you, correct?
He played the call. I listened to it.
Okay. I want to play for you 378 Yankee Echo, and we're going to start at 348.
Three hours of this.
That's crazy.
And my apologies for the record. We're going to be playing 395 Yankee. Starting at about 350.
You see why we didn't just randomly go long QQQ right there? Because now you're down. You're below the 20 day. Don't fight the trend. You are holding the level. That's what I'm saying. Let it go sideways. Let it show you that it's going to hold. And see if it's going to work itself out.
Bro, we ain't fucked up no more. You ain't got to be high out there in Cannonville.
Shit, I had no choice.
That wasn't gonna get you time. Cannonville. Out there in them apartments. I keep telling you that.
Yeah.
And what's that shit, bro?
What she really just
hey,
said
you gotta
there
realize,
was you got to stop being a dumbass. We got money now. Get up out the streets, you retard.
Yeah.
That's what she said.
Hello.
Stay away from that shit, bro. You just don't know it be your hood, bro. Your hood scare you, bro. Don't do that. Trust me, your hood is the main hood. Them the main people that want to have you fucked up before anybody else on the street do. They won't tell you, so they scared of you.
I already know.
You gotta stay away from that shit. You got a little girl now. I've been telling you that shit. Cause I ain't gonna lie. I was just mad at your ass, bro. On my money, how you heard the phone going out for me like I don't did something wrong, bro. Yeah. Call Max. Motherfucker.
Man, you know Valerie told me that.
But I'm saying you listen big bad. They call my phone 20 times, bro. You know what I'm telling you? They all just call my phone 20 times. No call ID, then we get right in the car. You walk past me like you're a boss. Bitch, I got on me that fake ass weave in your head, ho. I just rock your ass.
Oh my God.
I got my pistol on me too, ho. Don't try me, fuck around with you. I just told you don't be listening to this fat ass hoe. She wanna keep up drama, bro. Yeah. Come on, man. This hoe just told somebody look just on her. Don't listen to her.
Young Thug's sister going off.
Yeah, she's going off on some Real Housewives of Atlanta
That Mr.
person,
Still did not play.
I
was
think,
when
or Love and Hip Hop.
Max said, "Swear to God, we killed Nut." Correct.
What you mean?
I played for you the clip.
I heard you. I don't get what your question is.
The portion that was not played was when Max said, "Swear to God, we killed Nut."
She said they swear to God we killed Nut. But if that's what you want her to say, then
That's what the recording says. Swear to God. I'll rephrase it.
Sustained. Rephrase.
In the interview, did you hear, "Swear to God, we killed Nut"? I mean, in the jail call, excuse me.
No, that's
I'm
not
telling
how
you
it
what
was
she
said.
said. I mean, I talk to her on a daily basis. I might not can't hear, but I can I can understand street talk slang, and she saying what they saying in the streets. They swear to God we killed Nut.
Did you hear the person in the background said, "We smoked Nut"?
What?
You gotta play it again. I didn't hear that.
Yeah, play that shit back. I didn't hear that either.
I never heard of that.
She's trying to infer that Doug said
I
that.
want to hear the whole thing.
So where's the evidence? Like,
They need
I
to
could
focus
say
in on
I
that
did
part.
this
I
and
heard
did
that
that,
they
doesn't
saw we
mean I
killed
did.
Nut.
Prove it.
You smoked them? God damn. Thank you to all the new members.
You out there in Cannonville?
Shit, I had no choice.
That wasn't gonna get you time. Cannonville. Out there in them apartments. I keep telling you that.
Yeah.
And what's that shit, bro? Hey, you gotta realize, yeah, swear to God, we killed Nut, so they gonna stay on you.
Hello.
Oh,
Can you say it again? It
they
was so.
said he said they swear to God we smoke nut. Like Hilton's not trying to show the whole thing.
Yeah, exactly. And when she said it, she didn't say the sentence properly.
Yeah, she was like, "Oh, it said we smoke nut." No, they swear to God we smoke nut. You know, the Hilton boy, she grasping at straws. I heard that shit loud and clear.
Not the whole thing. I can't.
Yeah, we're just gonna play this portion.
They swear to God we smoke nut.
That wasn't gonna get you time. Shelbyville. I damn them cut me. I keep telling you that.
Yeah.
And what's that shit, bro? It be hey, you gotta realize, yeah. Swear to God, we kill nuts, so they gonna stay on you.
They swear we smoke nut.
Did you hear that?
No, I didn't hear it.
Okay.
I heard it.
Let me ask you, who is the we?
Huh?
Who is the we?
See, you hear what she said? They gonna stay on me. Like, I don't know.
He says, swear to God, we kill nut. Who is the we?
Ask Dolly.
I'm asking you.
Valley. Yeah, 3 attorneys said that at the same time.
What we are we talking about?
Because that's what the streets are saying.
So who is the we?
Sustained.
You didn't ask, why didn't you get clarification as to who she was talking about?
Because I heard it in the streets myself.
So when you heard it in the streets, what did you hear in the streets?
Sustained.
When Dolly is
See
talking
if we
to
can
you,
get a
is
turnaround
this
here. All right, it's 12
when
o'clock. See if we
you
get a
were being
lunchtime
shot
bounce.
at because people thought that you killed Nut?
I don't get what what you mean. Can you be more specific?
When you told Dolly that it was people were coming after you, was this because people thought that you had something to do with Nut's murder?
Sustained.
Why did you think people were coming after you?
It's more the police that I was really speaking on coming after me. It's like every time I did something, they was popping up. Like I wasn't worrying about nobody in the streets. It was the police. So that's why I kept saying they come after me. I was going to jail for charges I didn't even crimes I didn't even do. Like that's why I was telling her like, I ain't got nobody. I ain't got nothing. I ain't got no money to get myself no lawyer. Nothing. Every time I come outside, the police locking me up. I actually went to jail in a county I never even been to.
Henry County.
When you heard her say, either according to you, you think or they think we killed Nut, who did you understand the we to be?
Shit, they kept telling me. They kept saying me and these people on the west side, me and me and Moonton, me, Doc and Head. They were tying me and everybody to it. So I knew she was talking about
Dr.
me
Head.
and whatever the streets saying. So
And all those people you just named, those are all people who are associated with YSL, correct?
no.
Now,
Only people that was associated with Doug and Moonton. And that's not that there was, you know, y'all try to put a part of this.
now you talked about
TAP, most Cores making more highs now.
at any point did they ever say that it was you and Dolly that killed Nut?
It's Tango Alpha Papa TAP.
Yeah, what you mean?
You said that they were saying it was me and Thug, me and Monto, me and this person.
I'm pretty sure you heard the rumors when it happened. You know what I mean? They put my name in there with everybody.
I'm asking you, did they ever put your name in there with Dolly?
I don't remember them saying it.
So now the sisters did these crimes.
Now, you continuously talked about wanting to finesse people Do you recall last week, Mr. Steele showing you a clip from your interview when you were talking to Detective Dennis about Bloody J and having Bloody J and Thug become friends again? Do you remember him playing that example for you?
Yes.
I'm going to play for you State's Exhibit 378 Yankee Echo at 10:40.
It's the same one?
No.
365 rejection, Palo Alto. Come on, man. Stop playing. Literally gave all these trades out for
Jurors,
free.
when they're getting all these set up, because it seems to take a minute, if y'all want to stand up and stretch or anything, that'd be a good time to do that.
Stuck to the level.
I know it can get tedious sitting all day long. I do it all day long.
We're still looking for another leg down to 355 on that.
Lawyers too.
Big shout out to Loretta H, sending me $5 on the Cash App. Says, "You rock, Lee." Thank you so much, Loretta. I don't even know if you're still in here, but thank you. Also, shout out to Kamisha J sends me Cash App. She says, "Give me your course. You all doc for case with my Rule 22." So what I think she's saying is, if I gift her one of my live streaming courses, she's going to give me all of the documents in the YSL case. What's the issue with that? The issue is that I'm a 20-year attorney in Atlanta. All right, I got the documents anywhere I can get them. Your boy I got access to Peach Court. I got access to Odyssey and all that. And really, to be honest, I don't need that because I got access to AV. All right, AV be giving me all the documents anyway. She is excellent at getting all of the evidence. But thank you so much anyway, Kamisha. And if anybody wants to sponsor Kamisha, you can just let her know in the chat. We have a Labor Day sale. Get $225 off the damn courses. Me and AB are the biggest live streamers following this course. We're pretty successful. We know what we're doing. And we're teaching you. I'm teaching you how you do that in the course. Let's get back to it.
Bloody J is? I heard of. Do you know the given name Justin Ussery, excuse me? With it, that's fine. I'm gonna use Bloody J, okay? Do you remember telling the police, and this is Your Honor, JW240D, was in David State's Exhibit number 378YE.
She worked alongside of
meeting,
the CEO
interrogation, whatever were conference with law enforcement and Mr. Copeland. It's 10:40:37 a.m. to 10:41:08 a.m. And Mr. Copeland, tell us if you hear this, okay? And if it's not, correct us. Detective Dennis tells you. So the night of Crucial,
it was pretty much
when you were saying they jumped on you.
She did the compliance,
you said,
the law and compliance side of things.
I'm just not saying, but SHI
right-hand gal, I guess you could say, to the Wells Fargo CEO.
Detective Dennis, what happened when you came outside?
I don't know if it's the newest CEO or the one prior or the one before that. I want to say possibly the one prior.
I can't understand multiple people speaking.
And or the new one. I don't know.
And you said, when I Detective Dennis said, when you were trying to bring everybody back together. And the detective Dennis said, you were like,
banking on the legal side.
Is he ready? And Thug or Jeffrey kept saying, nah, he ain't ready. Remember that? That was Detective Dennis saying, you remember you told us that when you said, you mixing things up. You're talking about the time.
I actually told
we was in when
somebody
I
here
called
on
Bloody
the
J
street.
and tried to get him and Jeffrey or Thug. You said,
but that's something that they could look at.
That's what I'm targeting.
Compliance,
okay? So please
legal,
listen to it. If I said it wrong,
as far as
say it right.
You know,
Your Honor, can Copeland listen to this, please?
SEC filings, the banks, just being in compliance. There's a couple different ways you could go with that. could work for companies that have to file, or you could work for banks. You could work for the actual markets, the SEC. There's all kinds of different things you could do. It's for the stars.
Remember saying that?
It's not even that high.
Now,
It's something you
watching
guys
that
want to do
video,
in life. Go do it.
do you see that you corrected Investigator Dennis when he had some facts wrong?
What you mean? You said did I correct him?
Correct. Did you correct in the interview? Did you correct Investigator Dennis when he had some facts wrong?
Right. I'm listening.
So if you were trying to finesse the jury, why even correct him when he had something wrong?
I wasn't trying to finesse the jury. I was trying to finesse the police.
Tesla, back
Correct.
up
When
the
you're trying to
vlog,
finesse
this
the
thing
police,
just will
why
not give it
correct
up.
him if he had something wrong?
Because they after me. And like I said, just when we going, one thing I know about Dennis, I know I gotta come correct when I'm talking to him, so I gotta. But Dennis, I know Dennis play games.
Right. So you said, when it comes in, you have to come correct. That's what you just said, right?
No, I'm saying like when I say come correct, I'm saying like I gotta. It's hard at convincing Dennis and Gaten. Like you gotta really make them believe like.
Because they can see like you said before, Gaither can see through your BS, correct?
What I said before is that like when I make up the names.
Right now, she's
I know that I can't come to Gaten with the.
Like I want to know what it is we're even doing here. Like what is this? So we're gonna go on a RICO case off of hearsay. That's it. No evidence. Because here's the thing: if there was factual evidence that acts that were committed in the past, there's full proof without a shadow of a doubt, we'd be talking about that right now. Not what Woody said. Almost 10 years ago. About 8 years ago. Like, this is crazy.
Names I done made up.
This is really happening.
She don't already know I made them up. So it's different. Like when I'm dealing with like, different police. When it comes to Gaten, I gotta be more convincing than I will with Square. Thought.
He almost did it.
Also, the full truth doesn't matter, correct? Like if you're trying to mix in a little truth with a little lie, then the full truth doesn't matter, correct?
So my whole purpose was in the interview was my little girl birthday is coming up. And every time they got me, they asked me questions and they laugh and act like they was believing the stuff I was saying. So when they got me on June 10th,
who threats dead,
I didn't want to go to jail.
So
I'm not scared of jail. You feel me? I know how to adapt to my environment. It's just the timing of when they got me. And my whole purpose was if I could convince these people that I work with them and I help them out and do whatever I do to let me go. And that's what my intentions. Y'all keep dragging me in here like I got facts. You know what I mean? And I don't.
I'm going to show you what's already been admitted at 67-378 Yankee Echo at 534.49.
Do I listen to it? Or
watch Tesla here.
I'm going to show you.
See if we can break it down.
Okay.
Or I'm going to ask you if you can listen to it.
I might get short Tesla, guys. I'll probably be getting short Tesla. Like, fuck, I'm going to miss it. I'm going to miss it. Oh my god, I'm too slow. I just saw something. Just saw something. Look, it's gonna break down now. And I'm not gonna get it.
That's based on what Mikion told you. Yeah, a little deep. Okay. Did they see that
I wonder if we gotta close the hourly chart up there at 220. Hold on.
And we're gonna stop it at 535.
We may need to close the hourly chart up there at 220. Notice how the hourly chart has not really, like during 9:30 to 4 o'clock, closed green up above 216. Right? So if we could just go up a little bit more. Let's see here. 15 minutes. See, 15's got a little ways to go, which is telling me on the 15-minute chart we could hit that high on the hourly chart. get like a lower high end on the, man, that sucks. I don't like that. So I'm kind of just working off of 2 here. Yeah, we need a bounce. I'm going to give this time, so forget what I just said there.
IBKR Interactive Brokers reporting 2.712.
If you don't sell off here, I think you see another run back to 220. I think you see another run back to 220.
In that clip, you clarified for the police who had guns, correct?
Again, if I wasn't there and Lil D wasn't there, I'm just saying whatever.
Okay. I'm asking you, why would you tell the police or put the gun in your friend's hand when you could have put the gun in Duwop's hand?
So again, January they got me, February they got me, whatever month come out today they got me. They got me every month. I wasn't convincing neither of them times because they were locking me up or whatever. I wasn't convincing them, so I had to be more convincing.
Trying to micromanage
I don't.
actions.
It ain't like it's just like, okay, let me put it on Duwop. It's the spare of the moment. So in the spare of the moment, you gotta get them up off for you. You just gotta off the top. Like I wasn't listening to you. I'm sorry. I mean, like, you know, I don't mean no harm.
And the reason I say this is
I wasn't there to be able to say.
Has already lost, just about lost their home and
anybody
lost their
had,
job.
and they just proof.
This has been going on.
No matter how many times you ask me, which way you ask me, it's just what it is.
10.
And again,
because we don't have facts being
what Little
forth.
D told you, right?
Because there are none.
Lil D can't tell me.
This is assumption.
Something that he ain't.
That YSL is a gang.
If
Whether
Lil
it
D
is or isn't.
If Lil D say I was in the car
the point.
and
The
this
point
what
is,
happened,
does the state
then okay, I say that.
That this is,
but if I'm sitting right here lying saying Lil D told me something, I know that he didn't tell me.
They
and he know that he didn't tell me.
Have it.
Because for us to know that, we have to be there.
They don't have a shop that sold drugs out of this, that, and third.
And accurate with
they
what
don't
you
have
told
it.
the police.
They don't have it.
Sorry.
Or we wouldn't be talking to little Woody about what he said, she said, this, that, and the.
As accurate as possible when you talk to the police is because they told you they were going to try to verify what you were telling them, correct?
And let alone, there's other people that are sitting behind here that have to worry about going to jail for the rest of their life on something that they either did or didn't do.
They was already saying what they saw. So,
you know, technically should have to prove
like I said, you just take
doubt.
pieces of what you hear,
But here we are talking to little Woody.
Put them together.
Like,
now,
Kamala Harris.
Last week, Mr. Shard talked to you about making up fictional characters. Do you recall that?
I think I just spoke on it.
Yeah. He asked
Whether
you
they
about
did it or
making
didn't
up
do it,
Little
just
Rick
find them
and
guilty. That's your
Quez
job.
as related to the
Like-
stolen items that were found.
It was Mike,
On June 10, 2015.
not Rick.
Listen.
These two
Do
lawyers,
you
by
remember
the
him
way, too,
asking
already
you about making up when you talked
just
about
called
Nuts
her
Chain?
making up lies
And
on
he
the
told
phone
you that
call.
you made that up as far as stealing Nuts Chain and who stole Nuts Chain.
I made somewhat to a certain extent, but the truth of the matter, I didn't steal it. The door was open. I keep telling you that.
Okay. He asked you about making up characters as it related to threats shooting up the barbershop. Do you remember him asking you about making up individuals regarding the barbershop being shot up?
I'm listening. I'm listening.
So if you know how to make up people in those instances, why won't you just make up people for the night of Nuts murder in order to finesse your way out of getting in trouble?
So if you realize Gaither and them wasn't in front of me. So when Gaither and them did get in front of me, I know what I'm dealing with. And when it was in the investigator that I knew didn't know me, I could tell them anything. But when it's Gaither and them in front of me, I gotta convince them. Like I gotta convince them that to make them believe me. So just like for instance with Shannon, it was stupid that I put Mitch's name because I know Gaither gonna be like, Woody, really? When have you and Shannon never not been together? But I just a roll of a dice.
Okay. Do you recall that it was Gaither who you told about Little Rick and Quez?
Oh, you confused. Say that again.
Mike.
Do you recall that it was Gaither who you talked to about Little Rick and Quez?
So
and let me jump in right quick. Let me just read this. This is from the Fit Lawyer ATL. Y'all see her in. Y'all see the super chat here. It says, when you have to work this hard to rehabilitate your star witness, it's time to start handing out plea deals. Geez, this is a wrap. And I was thinking this about an hour ago, and I think any attorney is going to think this. And the Fit Lawyer ATL is an excellent attorney down here in Atlanta, Georgia. She's gone up against this particular DA's office, in fact. And y'all really need to understand just real quickly, you know, how important what she's saying is, guys. This is the state star witness, and this is supposed to be redirect. And what you're supposed to do on redirect is rehabilitate your witness and make him look better. And what she's doing, really, she's making it worse.
It's terrible.
If we're going to be honest, like, what is the purpose of redirect? Suppose I'm on trial, and just really quickly, just 30 seconds, guys, just to explain this to you. But suppose I'm on trial for murder, and my attorney questions me and then sits down, and now the prosecution who is prosecuting me for murder stands up, and they say, lead attorney. And I say, yes, good morning. They said, did you shoot and kill Billy Bob? And I say, yes. And they look at the judge and they say, no further questions.
That's it.
And they sit down. It's a murder trial. You shot and killed him. What does my attorney get to do? My attorney gets to do some redirect. My attorney gets to get up and rehabilitate me and make me look better. It's a murder trial, and I'm admitting to shooting and killing Billy Bob. What does my attorney say? They say, Lee, well, you just said that you shot and killed Billy Bob, didn't you? Yes. Why did you shoot and kill him? Well, I felt my life was in danger. Why is that? Well, I was walking down the street. I walked around my neighborhood at night trying to get my 10,000 steps in, and Billy Bob jumped out and he pulls a gun on me. And he asking me for my keys and my cell phone. So I took the keys and took the cell phone and threw it on the ground at his feet. Well, when he bent down to pick it up, he lowered his gun. I pulled mine out from my waistband and shot him in the head. Right now, it's not so clear that it's murder, right? But
context, yeah.
Exactly. You provide context, you provide reasons. Now I'm rehabilitated. When the prosecution sat down, it looked like it was a wrap because I did shoot him and I did kill him. But why? Self-defense. That's the purpose of redirect. Here, you know, is Attorney Hilton, is she providing any context to rehabilitate Woody? What is she doing?
Yeah, and it's so interesting looking at what the Fit Lawyer ATL is saying, because late last week the judge did remind the prosecution that they should entertain plea deals based on the way that the case is going.
Yes, and to be honest, like when that you know, everybody was making a big deal about that. Mm-hmm. I heard that the other day. Oh, well, the judge said that, you know, they should be doing plea deals. Guys, the judge said that when she came in first thing.
Yeah, she did.
She said that multiple times. Guys, y'all, somebody needs to offer some plea deals. Y'all need to talk. Why? Judges are like humans. They don't want to work. Judges are humans. If you're a judge, do you want to do a trial that's going to take 6 months? Or do you want everybody to plead out? You're going to get paid either way, the same. Well, I showed you how much Whitaker's making. She's making $139,000 a year. She's going to get $139,000 if she has to sit through this trial, or $139,000 if they plead out in one day. She wants the plead out case, right? So the judge has, since the judge came in, Glanville was not on this, but this judge has been try to settle it. But yeah, to Fit Lawyer ATL's point, this redirect is going tremendously bad. Tremendously. Great point, the Fit Lawyer ATL. Let's keep it going.
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Do you recall it was Gaither who talked to about little Mike and Quez?
Yes. But I said they from West Side.
Little Rick.
Ms. Hilton, how much longer do you think you anticipate on your redirect?
Probably about 20 minutes, Sean.
All right,
maybe about 25 minutes.
Good.
Well, I'm sorry. I have 2 jail calls, so it's going to be a little bit longer.
All right, let's break for lunch.
All right, we are breaking for
At
lunch.
1:30, please.
Coming back at 1:30. I know we ain't got no TiVo time really left. There goes Woody heading off the stand. Woody about to go eat. There's a nice Jamaican restaurant right up the street downtown, walking distance from the courthouse. Don't get that jerk chicken, boy, to give you bubble guts. Don't ask me how I know. Do not eat at that Jamaican restaurant, boy. You have the real bubble guts in 30 minutes. All right, but they are standing up as the jury leaves. So what do y'all think, man? Do y'all think the prosecution is doing any good? You know, AV, what's your take on all this, man?
Yeah, I'm just really disappointed in Simone's redirect. She seemed really enthused at the end of the day on Friday.
At lunch that y'all got notice of, but I don't think that everybody got notice. So we're gonna just try to reset that for maybe Friday. All right, anything before we break for our lunch? Yes. Okay.
Nobody's speaking on the microphone. I can't hear it.
Does it have to do with like scheduling or something? Okay, well, I'm not gonna release everybody to go until they want to stay and hear it.
I know that there was a matter with a juror that they haven't settled yet, so I wonder if this is about that. But they want to talk to her about something real quick.
Let me see if they're going to put it up. Nope, they're not going to put it on the record.
Okay.
All righty. Yes, guys. What do y'all thinking? Listen, man, 11,000 people in here. What do y'all think? How do y'all think this case is going? You know, it's not it's not looking too good. What do you think, AV?
Yeah, no, I think she was trying to really prove her credibility in front of the jury. She started, I'm not even going to use the word strong. You could see the attempt. But at the end of the day, you know, she's trying to go in proving that he's lied to her. He's actually right there saying, yes, I've lied to you. I've lied to you all the time. And she just kept going to try to rehabilitate that credibility. But it's like, it's your credibility. I mean, at the end of the day, like she had all those examples, but they really weren't memorable enough for the jury. And somebody had made this comment on my side last week. Shard did a great job, but by the time they go to deliberate, are they going to remember this 6 months from now? So even though she's trying, are they going to remember what she's attempting to do 6 months from now? Because it sounds like they're sleeping.
Yeah, this case is so messed up, and I think it was the little gaming channel. Somebody write TLGC. I think he said something in the chat like, man, can you imagine these jurors only getting paid $25 a day to sit through this months and months and months? The jurors who started coming to court late, they don't care anymore.
Yeah.
Sylvia was saying some of them, infamous Sylvia was saying some of them are asleep during the trial. Some of them haven't been taking notes since day one.
One of them got evicted.
Did he really?
Yeah.
Christ.
Yeah.
This is so crazy, guys. Yeah. And you look at guys, who are the real winners in this case? Does anybody know who are the real winners? Is it the jurors? No. I mean, actually, there are some winners in this case. Is it Young Thug? You know, Young Thug's getting a lot of attention. He's getting a lot of media coverage. Is it Young Thug? Hell no. It is not Young Thug. Shout out to Keita. Keita says the lawyers, Keita, you know, since it's you, I'm gonna hold you to a higher standard, baby. I'm not gonna give you any credit on this. It's not the lawyers. Why? Because Hilton is a lawyer. Attorney Love is a lawyer. They're taking it up the ass. All right. They are the biggest losers in this. Well, Young Thug is the biggest loser in this because he spent already 2 years behind bars, no bond, eating Cinnabons and soups and shit. Like this is terrible for Young Thug. So it's not, I'm not, if it was anybody else, I would take it from Keita, but Keita, no, because you're an attorney yourself. It's not the lawyer, it's the defense counsel. Defense counsel, they are getting paid millions, and not even all of them, because some of them took this case for $15,000 a year.
And has another job.
Exactly, looking for OnlyFans. but it is the Brian Steeles. It is the attorney Adams. It is the attorney Sharts. It is the attorney Weinsteins. It's attorney Westmoreland, right? It's some of these attorneys. They are eating off this case millions and millions and millions of dollars that they are earning, and the reputation and future clients, right? They could not have asked for a better case. This case is worth X amount to Brian Steele if it's not televised, if it's not on court, if it's not on court TV or anything, not on YouTube, it's worth X amount. But if you can have this same case be publicized and show everybody your skills, it's worth so much more now. So much more. Everybody, any big criminal defendant who gets arrested for a big case, the first person they're going to call is Brian Steele. Now, if I'm going to be fair, they were calling him beforehand. All right. But Brian Steele has been the number one guy for a few years, right? But shout out to Bruce Harvey. I mean, everybody knows Bruce, but you know, the advertising of this case is huge. Who are the losers in this case? Well, I mean, we got to say, I don't even want to say it, but we got to say it, Glanville. Glanville's reputation. I know y'all. I know how y'all feel about Glanville. Y'all know how I feel about him. And to support me, what did Brian Steele say about Glanville just last week or two? Brian Steele said, listen, I like Glanville. Glanville's always been nice, always been reasonable. Brian Steele said, I don't know what the hell happened this trial, but I've always liked him. And Brian and Judge Glanville has been the same way with me. You know, when I was retiring, he handled one of my last 3 cases. I was in his chambers. I was in an ex parte secret meeting, right? He treated me, my client's grandparents so great man. I don't know what the fuck happened, but his reputation getting kicked off this case and trying to throw Brian Steele in jail and being overruled by the Georgia Supreme Court, just a terrible look. Who's also a loser? We said the prosecutors, the Judge Whitaker. Man, when Judge Whitaker came in, I'm gonna say she's a loser in this. Like she making $139,000, but look at all the stuff that she has to go through, the BS. She still has guys other cases. You know, Brian Steele, this is his only case. This is it. Well, I don't want to say only case, but he's not accepting new cases. He can't because he has to be in trial every day for this trial, for this case. But the Judge Whitaker, she has other cases that she needs to try to squeeze in and move along, and so she's a loser in this. The prosecution, a big loser. Who's a winner? You know who I'm going to say is a winner? I'm going to say Woody.
Yeah, I thought that's what you were going to say the first time.
I'm going to say Woody. Woody is parlaying it. Shout out to Woody, man. He came on my show. See, let me tell y'all something about social media. Y'all don't really know how it works, but you know, you got to get the diamonds in the rough. You can't get them when they all polished because they're too expensive. Woody came on for free and talked to us, gave us a lot of insight. Now, if you want to get Woody, I think someone was saying, you know, DJ Vlad was trying to get him or something with like, I can't even afford him.
Yeah.
I can't even afford. You know, he charged about 10, 15,000. Who the hell know what happened on that damn bus he was on?
So crazy. I remember when we first started covering this in June, Woody had 22,000 followers on Instagram. He now has 200,000.
Damn. 10x.
Yeah.
10x, guys. This social media thing, it is humongous, you know. And let me tell you who's also a big winner. Who else? I don't know if I saw this. I'll have to look. We should do a poll. Wait, what am I doing? I don't know if I saw this, but I'll tell you who else is a big winner. I don't even really want to tell you, but goddamn, you know, AV in the lead.
Shout out to us. They want to leave us out the Netflix. We still winning over here.
Yeah, somebody write shout out to us. All right, guys, and I'm telling you, man, who was man? I don't even want to say it because like it brings tears to my eyes. I worked so hard, law school and starting out. There was a lot of times as an attorney, even if you're winning, you feel like you're losing. because it's so much stress, and you see what happens, the corruption, the damn judges, they don't like you. You're going up against prosecutors or opposing counsel, they're lying, they're withholding evidence, they're playing games with discovery. I don't know how Fit ATL does that. I don't know how Keita, I don't think Keita goes to court, but I'm sure all attorneys deal with some BS. But when you go into court, no matter what it is, no matter if it's immigration, if it's criminal, if it's tort, if it's divorce, you putting up with a lot of bullshit. And guys, I'll be honest with you, man, it's not really what I'm doing these days. And, if I'm gonna be fair, your boy making a little money. I made a course, and a beginners and advanced course to kind of teach you guys, what the deal is with this. I'll be honest with you. Me and AV, I'll speak for myself. I'm in a spare bedroom.
I got socks on.
Look at that. AV got the socks on. All right. It is 12:41 on a Tuesday. AV with the damn socks on. I am in a damn spare bedroom. All right. But how much am I making in this damn spare room? I made this video, showed you guys 116,000. So some people are saying, well, the judge makes 140,000, Lee. You only making 116, so the judge is winning, right? No. Why? Because this is 116,000 for half of the year. The judge makes 139 for the whole year. This is 116 for half, and this ain't all of the money. These courses, I'm telling you guys, I sell these courses. The courses that I've sold have made 154,000, but that's for half of the year. So you got to put the 154 plus the 116. Your boy was also on Rumble. There's my Rumble stuff. I was making minimum 9,500 a month. So that's 57,000. So then for half of the year, if you just add up for half of the year, guys, 327,000. 327,000 for half of the year. And guys, in a fucking spare bedroom, what's 327,000 times 2? I don't know. And that doesn't account the Cash Apps, doesn't account the PayPals, doesn't count the Zelles, doesn't count the collab money, doesn't count the sponsorship money, the brand deals, doesn't count. I don't even do merch. AV killing it on the damn merch. Doesn't count the consultations. I don't want to talk to none of y'all for the rest of the year. People like, Lee, I want to consult with you. Talk to me in January. Talk to me in February. I close all that shit down. The 327,000 doesn't count any of the money. Why am I telling you this? Guys, let me tell you something. This comes from the heart. This comes from the heart. This has been the worst fucking year of my life. The worst year of my life. But because of the YouTube thing, it's also the best year. Also, I cannot tell you how happy that I have been since I have retired, since I have not had to put up with the bullshit that Love is doing and Hilton is doing, that this judge, all this stuff that these people are putting up with. So if you want to learn how to do this, if you want to learn, I have a course. Y'all see the course right here. Let me put it in the I put it in the description, guys, but I will also put it in the chat. We are having a Labor Day sale. So you get $225 off. Buy the course, guys. Other people's courses, they're charging $2,000. They're charging $2,500. My course I'm only charging $550. And if you use the discount code LABOR, you get $225 off of that. All right. Shout out to Faith. Faith WW said the course is worth it, y'all. And you can change your life for less than $350. All right. And the money, I'm telling you. Now, don't come out thinking that you're going to make this money. All right. Because I'm a big dog. But you can make a ton of money even with much less subscribers. Even if you look at AV. AV doesn't have 50,000 subscribers yet. AV took the course. She's killing it. She has been, when your boy is not doing the day streams on this, AV has been the #1 live streamer on this in the country. What do you think that translates to into money? All right, guys, we both in spare bedrooms. AV in the day of, she in the socks. She's killing it, guys. And it's because of the course. So Labor Day sale, get the course, money back guaranteed 14 days. If you say, lead, I watched the whole course and I didn't like it, send me my money, you get your money right back. No questions asked. All I do is send you an email, say, thank you for trying it out. Thank you for trying to change your life. This YouTube thing, this social media thing, I'm telling you guys, it has changed my entire life. I don't wake up and walk in the rain through these damn parking lots trying to get to a courthouse no more. I don't put up with y'all no more, to be honest. In my conference room, talk about how my case going. Let's not talk about how your case going. Let's talk about how you still owe me $5,000. Y'all never want to talk about that. Let's talk about that visa. If I'm gonna be honest, the fit lawyer ATL know about them damn conversations. I ain't gotta have them anymore. I ain't gotta put up with BS attorneys, opposing counsel, and for less than $350, guys, you can try to change your life as well. Now, if you are in a job, no matter how much you're making, I think the average person makes 50,000 a year, whatever. If you like your 50,000, 75,000, and you're content, don't take my course. It's not worth it. It's about being happy. It's not about chasing money, chasing the bag. It's about what the money can do for you in terms of your freedom. If you've already got the freedom that you're looking for, if you've already got passion in your job, stop looking. All right, don't take this course. But especially if you're 35 years or older, you have knowledge, you have experience, you have wisdom, you can get on YouTube, find your tribe. That's what I did. And they'll support you. They really will, guys. Let me show you this. This is from, let me show you another part of my analytics. This is from this year. Let me show you all the memberships that y'all bless me.
I was just speaking the whole time and the mic was not on. Wow, that was funny. Okay.
A lot of the other guys leave the water weight in. And
Because I need it, god damn it. I need it. Y'all support AV. And when I look around on YouTube, y'all support so many content creators. So people will hold you up. You just got to get on here, show your face, and allow them to dox you to hell and make videos about you. Is this some bullshit that come with it? All right, it ain't just the fucking money. But I'm telling you guys, if you are not happy with your life, and I will be honest to tell you that I was not happy with my life when the last 3-4 years of being an attorney, I wasn't happy. I didn't like it, and I needed to have a change. And I got on here and I said, well, let me just try it and see what happens. And my first YouTube check, it took me over a year to get my first YouTube check. Now people are getting checked 2, 3, 4 months. It took me over a year, and that check was like $100 and some. And I'll be honest with you, I was happy. I was like, damn, you can make money on this? $135, something like that. That'll pay a bill. That'll pay my little phone bill or something. I was like, this is cool. I'll just give out information, talk to folks, and I'll make $130, $150, maybe $200 in a good month. I never thought that I would get here. I never thought you guys would support me. And I've seen that the changes that it has made in my life. So I want to tell you guys, just try it. All right. Buy the course, 14-day money back guarantee. I will tell you this. You've seen a lot of people talk some shit about me or this or that, and I'm this and I'm that. One thing you have never seen is anybody talk bad about my course. Not one person, not one. Everybody says that number one, these courses, I got a beginner's and advanced course, they are amazing. And number two, that they're underpriced. And you have the Labor Day sale. Now there's only 15 of those discounts available, guys. 15 for the beginners, 15 for the bundles, which is the beginners and the advanced, and 15 on the advanced. And if you log in and click the link, you'll be able to see how many of them damn courses are left. All right. So there's 15 of the discount codes available. Only 15. When they're gone, because it's the Labor Day sale. So y'all just scoop them up. You will never, never lose a cent. Because again, 14-day money back guarantee, and it's something that can change your life. All right. So shout out to my courses. All right. If you're not happy, try to make a change, and because life is too short. You only go around one time. All right. So the judge says that they are coming back in an hour in at 1:30. It is 1:51 on the East Coast where me and AV are. AV, do you have any supers or what do you call them, cash apps, or anything that you want to shout out?
Yeah, I haven't read a single one. Sorry about that, guys. Sometimes that happens. Shout out to Drew Beats, sends $3. He says Roland Martin showed XXX on his live on accident.
Did he really? Oh my God. See? And this Classy Beats, right?
This is Drew Beats.
Drew Beats. I'm sorry, Drew Beats. Listen, being a live streamer, man,
you gotta be careful.
You gotta be careful. Who remembers when I Show Speed, young brother, he had about 130,000 people in his chat, all kids, and he got up and he was dancing around, and he had no underwear on, and he had shorts. He was dancing around and his dick fell out. 130,000 kids in the damn live, and his dick fell out. All right, it happens, guys. You gotta be careful. You gotta be really careful. I did not see that, boy. Shout out to Roland Martin getting it in.
Wow.
It's absolutely terrible. So shout out to Drew Beats.
Thank you, Drew Beats. And he's out there in Vegas. Hope the weather is good.
Yes.
Shout out to Kita. I covered this one earlier. She sent $50 and said, love the curls. Glad you like them, Kita. I was a little nervous today. It was like the first day of school. I was like, I hope people don't make fun of my hair.
No, you go kill them in the morning. That's the first thing.
Too funny. Thank you, Kita, again. Shout out to Full Drinking and Half Thinking with $30. He sends the little coffee emoji. And shout out to you guys. When we stopped in their stream, it was pretty cool. Great conversation. Thank you so much, Full Drinking and Half Thinking. Shout out to the Innocent Bystander channel who sent me $100 Venmo. He says, so glad to have you and lead back.
$100. Wait. Okay, let me hit that. Shout out. Let me hit all the buttons. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Innocent Bystander, and thanks for all the love you show me and Lead. Like, you bless Lead on his side, and you don't forget about me. So that's really, really sweet of you. Thank you so much. And he says, so glad to have you and Lead back after the holiday break. My channel is finally up and running, and regular content will be coming out every Sunday and Wednesday. He got a schedule. He says the first video dropped this Sunday. I can't wait to see it, and I hope you guys check it out. We
talked about the 210s. They were
Innocent Bystander channel was one of the first people I had a consultation with. So AV's been coaching people on the side,
And you're killing it. You are killing it. You're doing so great. Every month is getting better and better.
It is. Thank you so much, IV. Shout out to Richard with $5. Says, what's your business email address important? I think this is Tunnel Vision. My business email address is av7digital llc@gmail.com. And I'll pop it in the chat too if you're still around. I know you left this a few hours ago, so if you're looking, we'll go from there. Shout out to Terrence with $25. He says, would he change his story? Perjury is a possibility.
It's a little bit of change there.
Some people are saying that. Some people are like, they're saying that.
If it pops above VWAP and then you get like that test of pre-market highs, that like quick shake and bake, and it goes down to $2. Now you're 30 cents down on $2 contracts. I'm just saying, man, that's not a good look. Right? I'm not trying to be too perfect, but this morning having the opportunity at $1.80 to $1.90, maybe you could have got them cheaper, but at least when I looked at them. And now we're talking $2.30. Like, it's just hard for me to pay up for that. And I don't want to go any more out of the money than I already am. already too far out the money, in my opinion.
Attorney Hilton is really trying to position him now for the perjury, just to punish him, because she sees this case is going nowhere. This case is going to be a loser.
Yeah.
And a lot of times when someone,
that's sad.
There's all types of curl things for women. I think that there are these like, you know, sets of curl things that you can like sleep in or hang out in, and then when you're done, they kind of look like this. I think that's what she's talking about.
See if we can crack
Shout out to Terrence with $5, says, I can't blame the prosecution on the defense.
What does that even mean?
I don't know if I understand that one. I can't blame prosecution on the defense.
I don't know. Sometimes those characters are limited though, so that you can't really explain too well.
Sorry to Terrence, but thank you so much for the cash app. Shout out to Cynthia, who sends $50. She says, good job, sis. Thank you so much, Cindy. This is really, really sweet of you. Very generous too. Thank you. I really appreciate that. And then lastly, shout out to Kelvin with $20. And he says, keep up the good work. Thank you so much, Kelvin. And thank you all. Y'all are super sweet for supporting me as well. And of course, supporting me.
100% Star Wars says AV loves the curls. Shout out to the Fit Lawyer ATL guys, and we are on standby. We are waiting for the judge to come back. It shouldn't be too much longer, so we've got it up right here waiting. The Fit Lawyer ATL says, meanwhile, I have 22 court appearances this month. Remember these days. And got to chase these Negroes down for my money. I definitely remember those days. I remember days pulling up to y'all's house, knocking on the door, going in, and sitting on your couch while you write me my check. I'm sitting on it's dinner time. And I'm at your house, sitting on your couch, boy, waiting for my check while you find your checkbook. Them were the days back in the day. I'm so glad I'm done with that bullshit. She says, shake my head. I stay trying to save them. Lead is winning. They lucky I love this ish. Yes. And there are attorneys like the Fit Lawyer ATL who actually love to be an attorney. I was not one of them. And I'll be honest, the majority of attorneys are not them. They're not. We're there because we're there. And now we got these expenses and we need to keep making money and we don't know anything else to do. My homeboy, one of my best friends, Arturo Corso, he is like the Fit Lawyer ATL. He loves being an attorney and he does things I would never do. Not only does he represent state cases, but he also represents federal cases. And since he's Hispanic and since he's excellent, he goes down to Mexico and represents these narcotraficantes. And he has been in positions, guys. If I told you, is the money outrageous? Yes. The risks are also outrageous. And when you get a call from somebody saying, hey, this person is not really liking the way that their family member's case is going, and you need to go down to one of these haciendas, one of these mansions down there in Sinaloa, one of these mansions down there in Jalisco. And, when you get there, they're just driving you down in that damn car and it's just you. And when you get to the gate, it's 20 men outside and inside the gate with machine guns. And you pass through the gate and they close the gate and you still drive and you ride. And it's another 45 seconds, another minute and a half till you get to the main entrance of the damn palace. Are you coming out? What are you going to do? Do you know how much money you would have to pay me to get inside that goddamn SUV? There is not enough money in the world. How many dollars are there in the world? I don't know. How many trillion? 100 trillion, 300 trillion, quadrillion? It don't matter to me. Because if they decide that they don't like the way that, and I'll be honest, attorneys, we're a dime a dozen. If you just show up missing and they hire somebody else, I don't know why Arturo doesn't. Now, I can go to his house and look around. His house look like a goddamn hacienda, but is it worth it? Not to me, but he loves it. He loves it. So shout out to my man Arturo. Shout out to my man. Shout out to my girl, the Fit Lawyer ATL. I'm done with it. Not me. You will never see me at 9 o'clock in the morning looking at this goddamn sign, this state of Georgia 1776, and one of these goddamn courtrooms. You won't do it. You will not do it. What I think I'm gonna do, guys, I'm gonna open up the chat. We're gonna open it up. We're gonna take a few people and get y'all's opinion on this. See what y'all think. So let me and we're only bringing up a few people, guys, because court's gonna start right back in a few minutes.
We're gonna talk to people. This is
So if you want to talk to me and AV directly, you can hit the link. We'll say, let's say, come talk to us and let us know what you think about this damn case, man. So we have dropped the link there. There are only 2 rules. First rule is that you got to cam up. All right, please cam up. We had an infestation of trolls, so we want to keep everything on the up and up. Also, the majority of you might hit the link and you will not be called up today. It will not happen. And that's okay. Just hit the link tomorrow or the next day or whatever, right? But if you hit the link and you're waiting in the back and you wait for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 30 minutes, you don't get called up, just try another. If you don't want that, if you don't want to wait in the back for 30 minutes and don't get called up, just don't hit the link. All right, don't hit it. Shout out to Nani. Nani says, we fuck with you, Lee. Been looking forward to watching these vids. Shout out to AV. Yes, AV has been crushing these daytime streams. Been the #1 live streamer during the day. I think she had 9,000 people in her chat a few times. And guys, for me to get 9,000 people in the chat, I probably had over 200,000 subs. It was so hard to reach that point. And she's got it just like that off the strength of her intelligence and just her wit and her commentary. Absolutely killing it. So shout out to Nani. Shout out to Purple Pro. Says, would the courts help me sue CPS family court players individually? Pro say, hell no. No, this course is not about the law.
no legal advice.
No legal advice. This course teaches you how to live stream, how to make some money on the side in your house, right? And hopefully that money, you put it with a little other money, it adds up, it becomes bigger money in time. And shit, man, AV will tell you, eating with 50,000, so you can be eating real good, okay? Real good. So you don't have to have a ton of subscribers to start making some very, very serious money. All right, let us bring, I can't even see who all we got in the back here. Let's try this part. We got Edgar in. I was going to bring Edgar up second. We got Diamond. Diamond, how are you doing?
Hi.
How are you?
I'm doing okay. And you guys?
Doing fantastic. Let us know, what's your opinion on this case here?
I personally think that they should throw out some plea deals. And I actually had a question for you guys. Like, at what point would it be badgering the witness? Because it seems like she's asking the same questions different ways without, any direction from the judge. So I was curious about that.
Yeah, well, badgering the witness, you're kind of spot on because she has already asked the judge previously for permission to treat Woody as a hostile witness.
Yeah.
So there, she's trying to be very stern with him, but he's not cooperating. Yeah. And the judge is getting very low on patience. As is the defense, they have made multiple objections to the way that she is crossing little Woody. But she has the right to try to make her case, but it is not going well. I think everybody's picking up on that. So you're exactly right, Diamond. It's not good at all.
And I feel so bad for the jury.
Yes, $25 a day for months and months on end. Would you do this case? Would you sit there every day for $25?
Said no without hesitation.
No way possible.
No way possible. I hear
I'm
you.
at home watching on my TV. I'm talking to you guys on my iPad now. So I'm watching on my TV and working now. So I can
work it. Okay. We love it. Well, listen, thank you so much, Diamond, for coming up. You can come up anytime. All right.
Bye, Diamond.
Excellent. Shout out to Diamond. Shout out to Diamond. We got our man Edgar in the house. Let me pull up Edgar. How are you doing, brother?
Hi.
What's going on, man? How you guys doing?
Good. Everybody loves Edgar. Edgar out there in California. And again, if you email me the information about the organization that you have, I'll be able to put it in the chat, theleadattorney@gmail.com. Let them know, first of all, we want to know about your opinion on this case, but let them know what you're doing out there in Cali to help people, Edgar.
Well, actually, I'm in Pennsylvania right now. I flew over here on, I think, Friday. Yeah, because I go across the country and I usually bring people from other states. So right now I'm in Pennsylvania. We got about 4 or 5 people we were able to help out over here. And now I'm going to be flying them back with me to Los Angeles and getting them, housed in a detox. And some of them will continue staying in outpatient, which is after the finished detox, they'll go to outpatient. They'll be able to live in one of my houses. And then in the mornings, they go to groups. And after 3 o'clock, they're free to do whatever they want. So, they, as long as they go to groups, they live in a house for free. So they get to find a job and, kind of get their life started. And as long as they live in a house, they have to be sober. So they get tested all the time and all that.
Nice.
So, this is for people that are actually really serious. These are for people that usually they would not have the opportunity to go to these type of detoxes, because usually it's for high-end clients. But we have sponsors and things like that are actually helping people that really want it, don't have the opportunity or don't have the resources. So they're helping them actually get to type of detoxes that actually do the work and help people. Because a lot of these state-run detoxes and recovery centers, there's more drugs in there than there is on the streets, because they're just out there to get the money, but they're not really helping anybody. It's infested with roaches and people are getting high in there. So it's really not, it's not really helping them. But the ones we taking them, these are actually professionals. They have a psych on site. They have doctors, so they're not just treating your drug problem. They're actually helping you with your mental health, because those two go together.
100%. 100%. Thank you so much, Edgar.
Not a
And
problem.
yeah, what's your opinion on this whole Young Thug case? Kind of, what do you think
Look,
about
honestly, you have to understand the way. And I mean, I have a little bit of experience in this. You asking a jury to figure out what part of Woody's testimony is true and what part is a lie. Like, there's no way somebody can decipher through that. And that works for the defense, because if you have a witness on trial whose credibility is garbage, right? Then, especially when they're facing so much time, there's no way I don't think jury's gonna come back and say, you know what, I feel like this part of Woody's testimony was true and that part wasn't. Not when it's a serious case like this. You cannot take, and the doubt is already there. The defense needed to lay in the doubt, and believe it or not, had Woody actually all of a sudden started helping the defense out, it would have made it worse. He would have made it obvious. But the way he's doing it subtly and acting like, okay, I'm not trying to help nobody, but he really is trying to help the defense. I think just the subtlety he has right now, the way he's actually helping, I think it's good enough. And really, what the hell is the district attorneys? They don't have nothing else. Like, their main thing is Woody, and come on, Woody's not credible. So I think this case has been dead for months. It's just they spend so much money on it. There's so much, so many people are invested in this, so they have to go through with it all the way. But we all know this case is dead. I'm actually gonna see if there's taking bets in Vegas, because I'm gonna put a bet on this.
All right, yeah, put a bet
I
on
can make
it.
a few dollars on this, I think.
Bet on number 7.
100%.
All right. Well, listen, thank you so much, Edgar, for coming up. Everybody always loves to hear your perspective on this. And again, do you want to shout out the name of your organization?
It's called Hope Detox, and my organization is called Gift of Life Recovery. I'm brand new as far as like my billing just kicked in, so I should be up and running in about a month. My outpatient, but give a Hope Detox right now. I'm working with Hope Detox and Mindset Recovery, but mine is called Gift of Life Recovery. We should be up and running within 2 weeks. So I will give you all the information and everything once it's clear. But if anybody, anybody's struggling and they're really serious about they need help, they got a family member that needs help, and I will shoot you email address and all that. I think it's the gift of life 2025 at gmail.com. So, you guys can leave me a message, email there, and I'll call you guys back or whatever, and we'll get it taken care of. No matter where you at, no matter what your financial status is, it doesn't matter. If you're serious about getting your life together, just contact me and we'll go ahead and help you out.
Edgar, quick question. Is it in Sherman Oaks?
Yes, it's in Sherman Oaks. There you go. See?
I found it.
All right.
It's a beautiful
Excellent.
place. It's got like swimming pool, jacuzzi.
Oh, it looks amazing.
Yeah, you got a chef that cooks for you every day. They got a gym. They got a tennis court.
I'm going to drop it in the chat right now.
Yeah, it's a mansion. It's a beautiful place. And that's just the beginning. I'm actually looking at a property right here in Pennsylvania. It's 22 acres. And I'm actually going to get it and turn it into like an actual sober sanctuary with camp and all that stuff for families to come. And it's a lot of land. So I think I'm going to make it into like a all the way around recovery resort type of thing. So I have a good I haven't in my head yet what I'm gonna do. So I'm actually gonna go look at that property today at 5 o'clock.
Excellent. Well, shout out to Edgar. Thank you so much. Somebody write Edgar in the chat. Thank you so much, Edgar, for supporting AV so much, supporting me so much, the community so much, and all that work that you're doing with those who need it.
We pass it down, man. You pass down the positive energy. It comes back. Like I told you last time, comes back tenfold. Whatever you do, just do it from the heart. That's it. If you don't expect nothing back, it comes back tenfold.
100%. Big shout out to Edgar. Thank you so much, brother. You can come up anytime. All right. Shout out to Edgar. And again, guys, the judge should be coming back momentarily. We are watching the stream. Let me just make sure that we are all caught up. We are. Let's take a few more. I got to go out of line for a second and bring up our man, Trent. We got Trent in the house from Full Drinking and Half Thinking. Finally, we got him up here. How are you doing, brother?
Peace, peace, peace. How you doing?
I am doing fantastic. So happy to have you here. You've supported AV so much, supported me so much, supported this entire channel, the community, gifted so many memberships. Really, I'm so happy to have you up here to thank you.
Sensitive areas of the market. Look at insurance stocks; they're literally through the roof. Property casualty, Allstate, Travelers, Chubb, that kind of thing. But it's rate sensitive names or
helpful time to a break.
Whether it's about finances, whether it's about raising children.
Assertions in her questioning or in her speaking response. All right, so they're going to end up letting, I just wanted to make sure they didn't keep saying something out loud because they do that. We're going to wrap up on a few super chats and then skip this recess.
So they're still at reset.
Fantastic. Yes, everybody said, okay, I hear a little accent. 100%. Our man is doing it over there with a few other brothers on the Full Drinking and Half Thinking channel. So kind of what are your thoughts on this particular case that we have down here in Atlanta with Young Thug and these prosecutors and these judges? Kind of how do you see things?
It's been a full expose of the sheer corruption, the how the system itself is working on it when you actually are incarcerated, right? I believe you keep hearing about these two different jails, prisons down there.
Oh my God.
And it's pretty much the same thing, right? So it's bad conditions, it's worse conditions. What they did to Woody, starved them out. Like that's not, so on top of it being a bad scenario, now you're treating people inhumanely while they're in your custody. So it's just madness. When it comes down to the case in itself, I think Fannie is honestly just reaching right now to keep her seat. She ran at Trump. Damn bird. She ran at Trump, right? And now she's running at YSL, both RICO cases, right? So if the time expires where we look at her like, well, Fannie came into here and Fannie did such a great job. She went at Trump because we don't like Trump. And then she tried to clean up the neighborhood because she went at YSL. It seems like she did something prolific, like she really stood where she's supposed to stand. But her house dirty also, though. So I just think it's a time burn session. And this should have not been a RICO. It should have been something way simpler, way cleaner. And the state just looks nuts right now. So
yes. How do you think this case is going to end? We have a new judge in town. Do you think it's going to go all the way? Do you think it's going to be a mistrial? Do you think that they're going to be acquitted if a jury reaches a verdict? Kind of how do you see this case going, being resolved?
When the new judge came in, we sat there and we had like this breath of fresh air, right? We sat there and we swear to God that we was going to have somebody that was straight, black and white down the line, right? Now we're looking at a scenario where she kind of switched up her whole vibration, and now she's kind of so she checks Love and she checks Hilton, but also gives them a mile of rope to just keep acting up at the same time. So it's kind of like you can't really depend on the judge, right? I think that something's going to come out eventually, really, really soon. That will be a certified fact for mistrial. We already had those scenarios pop up already. Ex parte, like that's grimy. That's bad. That's bad business, right? I think something else heavy is going to come out, and that'll be the mistrial. Like, what's it called? Mistrial in death. Prejudice, right? It's mistrial with prejudice.
Yeah. So they can't bring it back, right?
Y'all be teaching me, dog. I'm telling you.
You are on it. You are on it. You are definitely a man who is into self-improvement and learning, which all men should be, and especially with the Spanish, teach yourself Duolingo. That's amazing. Because it's hard to teach yourself another language when you're not in that country and you can't practice as easily as others, or as you could if you were in that actual country. So shout out to you. And how do you like, being on YouTube now? You got your channel, you just started it a month ago. Kind of what are your feelings on being a YouTuber? It's interesting, right?
Very interesting. Very, very interesting. Make no mistake that when you put yourself out there, you're subject to get things back, right?
Yes.
You got to have that type of skin, that type of brain to actually fight through the negativity and keep your path and stay aligned with your compass, right?
Yes.
So people that are thinking about doing it, I applaud you. And I suggest that you do it, actually, right? There's no deficit of money. There is none. So don't feel like because you see 1,000 channels go up a day that you don't have a pocket to play, right? Everybody can do their thing inside their game, 1,000%. But yeah, just abide by the YouTube guidelines, man.
Those guidelines are for real. Yeah, I was surprised about the Roland Martin accidentally show report. I didn't hear about that. And Roland Martin, I think he's been on YouTube forever, right? He's the OG.
Exactly.
We can all make mistakes. Shout out to him. Listen, big shout out to Full Drinking and Half Thinking. If one of the mods could drop the link to my brother's channel in the chat, killing it over there, guys. Go subscribe to him. He just started his channel about a month ago. And guys, when you just start your channel, it's so hard to get traction. So hard. It took me, over a year just to get 1,000 subscribers. I remember getting them, 1 a day, 2 a day. I would lose 3 and oh my God, how is it gonna work? You can't even see how you're gonna even get 100 subscribers, much less 1,000. It's slow going.
Yeah,
it's a snowball effect. If you keep doing it, you keep showing up, it grows and grows and gets faster and faster, right?
Absolutely.
So shout out to Trend with this new channel. Old guy, full drinking and half thinking. If one of the mods again could drop the link. Somebody write Tran T.
To cut that off for a second. Again, so I mean, like outside of what he's saying, I don't have anybody here, and I'm doing this. But we're doing, okay? We're doing. You're testing VWAP right now on a 15-minute chart on Tesla. I want to see if we can try to break this thing down. I do. I want to see if we can break it down. Listen, I'm going to tell you guys right now, I'm probably not going to get it. You know, I'm going to need a test of VWAP. I'm going to need something because I can't just sit here and, you know, understand in my own mind that, or just think that after I just saw $1.80 to $1.90 to $2, you know, for these 210 puts, I paying over $2.50 when I could have just saved myself 60 cents. So I think that's why you're seeing this not break down so much. I think if you can get another run back up, I missed that second entry. We were watching NVIDIA on the first one, but you know, on the watch list we said 220. We're watching 220 rejection, and we had this wedge. You came back, tested the wedge on the daily chart at 218. It kind of just happened a little too quick for me. So we're gonna see if we get a third shot. All right, we're gonna see if we can't get ourselves a third shot here. We have the YSL trial up. We're just waiting for them to come back from recess right now. Other than that, that's about it, man. That's about all I have. I'm watching. Got a few names here, and gonna try to stuff some money in our pockets here, man. You know. If you guys have any questions, hit that like button, subscribe, donate to the stream. It goes a long way, I assure you.
RIN. Shout out to everybody, Trinidad, Tobago, all of that. Thank you so much. You are always welcome to come up.
Thank you,
brother. But just really want to thank you again now that you're up here for all the love, the support, the encouragement that you've shown me, that you've shown AV, that you've shown this entirety community, giving so many memberships to people so they don't get locked out. Just a huge appreciation from me and from AV. So thank you so much, Trent. All right.
TLA, thank you. AV, thank you, man. Appreciate it.
No problem. You're welcome to come up anytime. Big shout out to Trent. Somebody write Trent in the chat. Thank you for shouting him out.
It was so good to meet him.
Yeah.
Talk to him. We've been waiting for that for a while.
100%. He was wearing your shirt the other day. He was wearing your merch. Yeah, 100%. So guys, we are still checking in right here, still waiting on the judge. They should be back in just a few minutes. To be honest, the judge said that they are going to come back from lunch around 1:30. Down here in Atlanta, it is 1:21 in the afternoon in the PM. So we are just waiting to for the judge to come back to start more of this redirect, and then we'll see if there's any recross or what happens after that, and then maybe another witness. Songbird, I don't know if you're here or not. I don't know. Oh, there she is. So let me bring her up. We got Songbird in the house. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Great. Thank you so much for your patience and coming up here. Yeah, what are your thoughts on
low is this light green line near 135.83. To the upside, we've got our moving averages here. 63-day comes in near 155. 21-day comes in near 159 or so. Beyond that, the upper level of our downward sloping trend line near like 168 or so.
All right, Rick Ducat, the chart master, thank you so much for breaking down those technicals for us. And Kevin, let's take a look at your example trade for Broadcom, because Rick didn't necessarily set up it doesn't sound like there's a less than favorable setup, on top of the fact that we did talk about expectations are very high for this one. So what's your example trade here?
Well, Rick said do not make a big decision going into this earnings announcement. And this example trade is actually having a little bit more risk-defined nature to it. And so that downtrend is a little bit concerning. And so in order to be able to capitalize on that, if this price action does continue to the downside, looking at actually buying a put spread here, buying the September 6 150 put, selling the September 6 140 put, doing this for a debit of $2.75. Now the max loss is going to be the debit paid once again, but the max gain is going to be $725 here with a break-even point of $147.25. Now with this trade, once again, you're going to have a significant move to the downside in order for it to be profitable. And you would actually max out this trade if the stock is below that 140 level by this Friday. But if it does not, and it actually goes the other way, once again, you have it a little bit more risk defined. You don't have excessive risk to the upside because of the strategy of this trade. But this is just trying to capitalize on the momentum that we are seeing to the downside, some of those gaps as well that Rick kind of highlighted, and some of the hinging that we are seeing with the chart there may signify that we have some further follow through to the downside, and this is going to try to profit off of that.
All right, so no big decisions ahead of earnings, but shares down more than 5% right now. So some people are making some big decisions here. All right, we'll leave it there. Kevin, thank you so much for that trade. Now, coming up next, it's time for FOMO. We're going to preview Dick's Sporting Goods earnings. They report tomorrow morning. The stock has doubled over the past 52 weeks, although, like many of the names we've talked about, under pressure today. Stay with us. Next Gen Investing will be right back.
Empower your portfolio with the Schwab Network. Schwab Network is available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network.
With Schwab investing themes, it's easy to invest in ideas you believe in. Spot a trend in electric vehicles? Have a passion for online gaming? Or want to explore the space economy? Choose from over 40 themes, each
adding in the dividend, right? A total return of utilities even more wide. Utilities even more wide over the total return of the S&P by virtue of the utilities having a bigger dividend than the market.
Do you look at a relative strength vis-a-vis the S&P? At least.
What do you do that to me in real life? Like what? He greened it, bro.
I reached.
Shopping. It's amazing. You should look into it, but there's not live streaming in the makeup space. Like huge. Like if I could start over, I would do that. That's a huge opportunity.
Yes, AV giving out game right now.
Do it, Faith. Do it.
Okay. I love it. So shout out to Worth of Faith. Thank you so much. Shout out to Tyler. Tyler Carter says, I'm going to get the chorus lead. I'm a journalist here in the A, looking for something new and that can pay me what I'm actually worth. Okay. Because if you have an employer, it is very difficult to get paid what you're worth. Says, I already have a channel, need to grow it. Excellent. Well, go ahead and cop the course. The link is in the description and pinned to the chat. Use the word labor, all caps. Get the Labor Day sale, guys. Get that Labor Day sale. Only 15 of the discount codes are available. So only 15 available. If you check to see how many codes are available, it'll tell you in the checkout area. So go ahead and get it. We are back in the courtroom here. There's been movement already. And the judge said that they are coming back at 1:30. It is 1:29. So we are 1 minute early here. Let me see. We are all out of TiVo. I be loving when we got TiVo, but I hate when we
No, we ran out of TiVo time.
for real. I hate when we run out, but we are right back here. Let's see. Shout out to Britt. Britt says, I disagree. The biggest winner in this trial are the YouTubers. Okay, listen, shout out to us. YouTubers are killing it. You know, me, I'm doing so great. AV, doing so great. AV's been, you know, top 10, top 5 YouTuber in the country covering this. Kat Not Williams, y'all know her, came out of the blue. She's crushing it. Classy Beats is killing it. Infamous Sylvia is killing it. So many YouTube. Well, I think Infamous Sylvia, I think her channel got demonetized for some reason. So it's a bumpy road. It is absolutely a bumpy road. But a lot of attorneys are out here eating. What does Britt say? You get to sit at home and make money and do not have to request. You are jailed. Yeah, can I get locked up with my client? That is exactly right. Y'all remember when Brian Steele had to request to be in the same jail as Young Thug when Judge Glanville tried to incarcerate him for contempt. So shout out to Britt. I love it. Totally agree with you, Britt, on that one. Shout out to Stick. Says she's looking like Shat on the free throw line with the ball. 0 for 10. I love it. I absolutely love it. Star Wars says Fannie Williams happened to the whole case. Yeah, Fannie.
Well, I heard Ashley Merchant was saying that there's going to be a hearing this week on the Fannie thing.
What's the Fannie thing? There have been so many hearings already. I think there was like 5.
Yeah, and this time, like, Fannie's expected to show up.
Really?
So I have to fact check it, but I think that's going on sometime this week. That would be good.
That would be a killer. That would absolutely be a killer. Shout out to Faith. Shout out to Edgar. He says the state of Georgia wasting all the money on this case 100%. Shout out to Little Gaming Channel. Put him in the banner as always. What does the Little Gaming Channel say? The jurors are taking the biggest L 100%. $25 a day for this BS. How can you justify it? Shout out to Little Gaming Channel. One of the mods, please drop the Little Gaming channel in the chat. Excellent content creator, but even a better human being. Such a high value man. Shout out to Little Gaming Channel. All right, the judge says 1:30. It is 1:32. We are about to get it going. Let's go.
I don't know how far we're going to get today. If we're going to finish Mr. Copeland, but do y'all have your next witness lined up just in case? Okay.
They do.
Get Mr. Copeland back in. And
Bring Copeland back in. Let's get it rocking and rolling.
So that means if they finish with Woody, we might see Mootunk today.
That's exactly right. And guys, I am covering the day shift here today. AV, this will probably be my last day covering the day shift. AV is going to be covering it from now on. I might pick up a couple of night shifts for anybody who can't watch the daytime. So please, after today, go over to AV's channel. 9,500 people in here. If you are not subscribed, please go subscribe. We are the #1 YouTubers covering this case, giving y'all excellent commentary, but also
it hasn't moved at all.
letting y'all watch this. So
Is that what you're talking about?
please go and check out AV after this.
Okay. Thank you.
Shout out to Classic Beats. Classy Beats, another YouTuber who is killing it. What does my man Classy Beats say? We out here printing money. And lying. Tell them, Classy. Y'all, man, y'all just wait. Hold up now. Did y'all see that? Shout out to Attorney Love with that rump.
Oh my God, where's
Mike? Rump she got back there. Oh,
Mike, there it is, Mike.
Mike, where you at? Look at the rump right on top of my head. Okay?
that with you.
Oh, see, that's why people go watch the stream on Cat Not Williams, all right? Look at Mike. Mike said, listen, y'all can talk all you want about Attorney Love. Mike said, give me 7 minutes with her, boy. Who got an uncle that's like Mike? All them uncles love them some Attorney Love. Shout out to Attorney Love and shout out to Mike. But big shout out to Class E Beats. What is he saying? Somebody write Class E Beats in the damn chat, please. Says, we out here printing money, lead ain't lying. You changed my life, TLA, and I have something special to share with you on the 22nd. Hashtag if you know, you know. Thank you for everything. Somebody write Classy Beats in the damn chat. Let me add them to the banner here. They're about to get started, but big shout out to Classy Beats. Y'all go subscribe to the brother. Excellent content creator who is also doing excellent content on this page. Let's go.
That you did not recall ever telling the police that you that Nard and Dolly had bragged about killing Nut. Do you remember saying that before?
I ain't say nothing about it. I don't ever recall. I never heard anybody bragging about killing him.
Okay, I'm going to play for you Stacy Exhibit 378 Yankee Echo at 3:48:46.
The dude telling me the story, he's like, shoot, but they talking about it, you know what I mean? But I ain't never heard Shan talk about it. I heard nobody talking loud about it. I mean, what is it? Like, man, fuck that bitch. You know what I mean? So I laughed.
Wow.
Then I heard the first time she talking about a lot. I mean, what she said? She just that black girl, yeah. She just talking about like, yeah, fuck that nigga. Sometimes things I take my brother. I mean, wait.
Did you hear when you told the police you heard Thug's sister talk about it and say, F that nigga? Something. He shouldn't play with my brother?
No, I didn't hear. I didn't understand now one word out of that whole thing.
You need to play it again?
You can play it 10 times. I just can't understand. I can't make out the words.
Why did you killing that?
Having audio issues?
Sorry about that, guys. All right, here we go.
It's about trying to convince them. So I'm pretty sure you watched the interview and you laughed at the stuff I said and you knew that I'm lying, but.
And you told this to police on June 10th. Correct. That was the day that you got arrested, correct?
I don't know what I said in that interview.
All right. And it was on June 13th that we heard the phone call of the Dolly saying we killed Nut, correct?
Again, she said they saying.
But that was on June 13th that jail call happened.
I can't say what date it happened, but I heard it on the jail call.
Super repetitive.
And it says that jail call was after your interview with Gaither and Dennis.
You tell me.
All right. Now, you've said on numerous occasions throughout your testimony that you feed the police whatever lies that you're telling in the moment, correct?
What you mean?
That whatever lies you're making up, you make it up in the moment, correct?
Not necessarily. Sometimes they might ask me a question where I'm not prepared for. Like, my own thing is, my being interrogated, my only thing is get them off of me. So, by any means necessary, get them off of me. With Detective Gaither and Dennis, I know that, you know what I mean, I got to be more convincing with it. I keep telling you that.
And all the lies you make up while you're in the interview, correct?
No.
So you make it up beforehand?
Yeah, I actually tell myself lies on a daily basis back then. Like, I'll put stuff in my head and make myself believe it so that But they just when it comes to certain, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know, man. I'm just at this point, I'm over it. You know what I mean? Like,
So when you're sprinkling your truths with your lies, is it fair to say that you don't make up the lies with anyone else?
now what I'm saying is, I'm trying to tell you that
He's saying he lies to
back then,
himself.
like, you feel me? You trying to make me go back into, you know what I mean? Like, I play games like back then, so now it's like it's hard for me to answer your question because you keep going back then.
Well, we're talking about the interviews that you did back then.
Right. So I'm in the interrogation room. I'm scared. I'm nervous. I keep going to jail every chance the police see me. So some things I just knew where they out there.
And my question to you is, it is fair to say that you made up these lies on your own, correct? Whatever you were telling the police back in 2015 to finesse yourself, you were making those lies up on your own, correct?
I'm not up here trying to reveal my hand. So what I'm saying to you is I lied back in 2015. If you want me to be speaking in general, like over the whole curse of the thing, like you gotta be more specific. Like with this situation right here, they questioned me one time. I told them out the real when he questioned me, I told him whatever I told him, I don't remember. The next time he questioned me, I told him something different. I don't remember. Every time he questioned me, only thing I could remember was to convince them that I didn't do these crimes.
And
Let me go.
And my question to you is, in all of your interviews in 2015, you keep telling the jury that you sprinkle a little bit of lie with a little bit of truth. My only question to you is, those lies that you were sprinkling in, you made them up on your own, correct?
That's not going to rehabilitate this.
But somebody's supposed to help me make it up? Like, I don't get what you're asking.
That's all I'm asking. Did you make up those lies on your own?
Did I make them up on my own? What the heck? Did I make them up on my own? You need to be more specific.
Did you make up the lies with anyone else?
Yo!
Somebody like, did I go to my ears tell them lie with me?
Yeah.
I went to people and told them what was going on.
Okay.
What
Oh my
the
God,
question
that was
about,
funny.
and I said certain things to certain people.
Who did you tell those lies to?
I don't remember who all I told it to, but I told it. I have.
Who were some of the people you told the lies to?
Montunk, Lil D.
Which Lil D?
From my neighborhood.
Okay. From Mechanicsville.
Yep.
Okay.
My brother. Shit, I told Vlad to excuse my name. Yeah.
Did you tell Shannon about the lies that you told the police?
Yeah, I think so. I'm pretty sure I probably did.
Did you tell Thug about the lies you told the police?
Yeah.
Did you tell Yak the lies that you told the police?
No, I don't think I told. I don't, because I ain't really talked yet much, so I don't think I told yet.
And what lie did you tell them that you told police?
That I spent the story that, you know what I mean? Shit, I told her, goddamn it, you know, shit, these motherfuckers on me, so I put it up on everybody else, get them off me.
So you told Montunk that you told the...
I can't hear. I'm trying to. I got you.
I love that you
So I
guys
wanna
call
be
it
clear,
paper
'cause
passing.
You told Montunk. So you told Montunk, I went to the police and I told them that Little D told me about what happened the night of the murder.
No, I told Moonton that the detective Thorpe questioned me and he let me right back out. I said, this nigga dumb. Like, my bad. I told Moonton that, shit, you can tell Detective Thorpe anything. He gonna go for it.
Did you tell him specifically about what Little D told you?
Little D never told me nothing. So this is how I go. They don't question me so many times. Even over the phone, they don't call me. Now, who did this and then Gaten? Who did this and then third? I ain't do it. I don't care nothing about it. I don't want to hear nothing about it. Why? I ain't in handcuffs, so I didn't really have to come up with no story.
I want to talk specifically about the June interview, okay?
Yes.
When you gave up most of the information.
Most of what information?
Did you tell Monson that in that June interview, I told the detectives that little D told me what happened the night of the murder?
I told, okay, every time they questioned me, and I left, the one y'all didn't lock me up on, and I mean, I was telling the D, I mainly told the D, I mean, because I felt like the D always had my back, so I was telling the D what the police would question me about, and the answers that I was giving him, and the D like, damn, boy, you hell. Like, with Moontoon, just like, shout to them, they own me, you feel me? Like,
Missed a
but
little
they trying
funny
to get me,
moments
you know
there.
what I mean? Like, I put off on Shell Kill, like, I just told Moontoon stuff like that.
So I'm asking you specifically, because this is my question. Did you ever tell Monson that you told police that little D told you what happened the night of the murder?
Well, I can't be specific about that because, like I said, I know I went back to Moontoon. I got into it with Moontoon because it's like I was telling him like, but they own me, and then I felt like he was starting stuff up. So yeah, I felt some type of way towards him.
So yes, you did tell him what
I told Moontoon. I feel like I was telling him that how I was spending the police, and he was creating a problem. So I stopped talking to Moontoon at one point. So I can't be specific on what I was telling him, but I just kept telling him that, you know, I told him that they asked about me and him. They asked about me, him, and, I mean, not me, him, but me, Doc, and Head. So they keep tying me to the murder, and I just kept throwing it off on shit. But they nutting them raw the plug, this and then the third. Like, shit, they just going for it. That's why I was telling. I can't really be specific on what I was saying because it was so long ago.
Let me ask you this. Did you tell Monson that it was Shannon, Nard, Yak, and Doo-Wop that shot Nut?
No, I mean, we don't discuss that. Like, I don't know nothing about saying none of that.
You said you also talked to Shannon about what you said to police. Did you tell Shannon that you told police that he, Yak, Doo-Wop, and Nard shot and killed Nut?
Why would I tell him that? You know what I mean, Shannon probably was surprised to hear that I said that. So I don't.
Did you tell Thug that you told police that he drove the Infinity? That he rented the Infinity, that Shannon, Yak, Nard, and Doo-Wop were in the Infinity when the murder happened?
I didn't think this stuff was gonna come out, so because like I said, so I didn't tell them none of it. What I'm telling them that for? I don't want to.
And did you not tell them because you knew you snitched on them about what happened the night of the murder?
Huh? I can't snitch on nobody that I don't. Like I said, if I knew that the problems that I caused would have did this, like I said, you know what I mean, I didn't even think y'all would do this. So talking about I snitched on somebody, this ain't the case.
Let me ask you this. Outside of Deshaun, did you tell anyone what you told police about Yak, Shannon, Doo-Wop, and Nard killing Donovan Thomas?
I'm make sure you hear me this time. I don't know. I never seen Yak, Shannon, Doo-Wop, and Nard. They never told me they did anything to Donovan Thomas. I never saw them do anything to him. I'm not trying to defend nobody, no nothing. Y'all trying to use lies that I told in the past against these men. And I'm just here to screen it up on my behalf that I lied. So you can't sit here and say I snitched on them for a crime that I don't know if they committed.
I ask a better question. Did you ever tell anyone outside of Deshaun that you told police what little D told you about the night of the murder?
You saying outside Deshaun? I never told Deshaun that they did this. I told Deshaun that people were saying I killed Nut and I didn't do it. That's what I told Deshaun. And I told her that she needed to let the police know that I didn't do it.
And so I ask you again, did you tell anyone that you told police that Shannon and Yak killed Nut?
You said, did I tell the police?
Did you tell anyone that you told the police that Shannon and Yak killed Nut?
Did I tell anyone that I told the police that Shannon and Nut killed?
That Shannon and Yak killed Nut?
Not that I know. I don't know. You confusing me.
There's some news out here on Google.
Now, so is it fair to say you never told anyone that you told the police that Yak and Shannon?
You trying to trap me up?
Sis Jane, did you ever tell anyone at all? Yes, no, or you don't remember?
I don't know. I keep passing all these notes to Hilton.
If you yes, no, I don't remember. Did you ever tell anyone?
She's getting confused by what they're writing.
That Yak and Shannon killed Nut?
I don't know how to answer that because I don't want to say yeah I did. I want to say no I didn't because I can't remember.
And can you not remember because you don't want to tell me an answer?
I've been telling you the answer since I've been in here. So what's the purpose of me getting up here saying now? Like I told you last week, or whenever I told you that if I was seeing them, or if they would have told me that they killed Nut, I would have sat right here and said that Shannon said he killed Nut, or Yet said he killed Nut. Neither one of those told me that. I told you that I was going through a phase in my life, you know what I mean, and trying to tell the police anything. Yeah, every time they question me, I told Moonton, hey, yeah, man, I just left down there, they trying to question, but they trying, they basically put it on me. They trying to do that. Why? They, you know, I called him a squirrel brain back then. I said, man, that nigga did tell the story, so stupid. You know what I mean? Like, so, and I told it to Lady. Lady laughed at me like, boy, you crazy. Like, I put it off on anybody to get them off of me because they keep coming at me. They keep trying to get me. They keep trying.
Earlier, did you say that I don't recall means I don't want to speak on it?
No, I said I don't recall because you're confusing me and I don't want to. You trying to make me lie. So you're asking the question in a way like you talk to me back there in a way I can comprehend you well. So even though I'm talking the way I'm talking, I can hear you, but I don't like my level of understanding is different. So if you talk to me like how you talk to me in a bad street way, then I can answer you better. But the way you ask me now is just like it seems like it's a trick question. You want me to say something? Just straight up say it to me.
Okay. Last week, do you recall when Mr. Weinstein asked you about an interview that you did recently?
With DJU.
Yes. And that I guess in the interview you were thanking God that you were not on this indictment. Do you remember Mr. Weinstein asking you that?
Yes.
Okay. Why did you thank God that your name wasn't on this indictment?
You said why I'm thanking God that I'm not on that?
Yes.
Because how y'all keep locking me up. Like, y'all done lock me up. Y'all locked me. They locked me up for looking at the police the wrong way. Like, so to see y'all lock up everybody and I'm so traumatized by keep going to jail. I'm expecting to be, I'm already in jail at the time. So I'm already expecting y'all to come down there and get me again. So
the crimes that you talked about last week that you said you committed, you said that you shot up.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That you shot up Rich Homie Quan's dad's barbershop with threat. Do you remember?
I said it out of frustration.
Okay. Was that a crime that was done on behalf of YSL?
Huh?
Was that a shooting that was done on behalf of YSL?
Miss Hilton, you know me. You know what I mean? If I do anything, I do anything on my own. Like, ain't no a crime on behalf of YSL. Like, I keep telling you, y'all trying to make YSL be a gang and all that. A gang, you got shot callers, you got structure, you got leaders and all of that. Like, YSL a label. So if like how y'all got all these peoples in here or whatever, you can't say that, oh, for instance, I got charged, y'all charged me with a possession of a firearm and a possession of some pills. And the gang charge saying that I had these because I'm a gang member. No, I'm not a gang member. I don't have drugs, had drugs because I'm a gang member. Like, but y'all making this stuff be what y'all want it to be because y'all can do that, but it's not right.
He just told a whole story.
For real, guys, please in the chat one time for Attorney Help. Just everybody write in the chat, YSL is not a gang. YSL is not a gang, so that she understands para que entienda. All right, and I want to give a big shout out to Full Drinking and Half Thinking with $100 super chat. No comment, no question, just the pure love of the game. Thank you so much. If somebody could write FDNHT in the chat, y'all heard him, y'all love him. You're like, oh, look at him. He's from Trinidad. He's so fine. Y'all were loving y'all.
The Trinidaddy.
Oh,
So
the Trinidaddy. Oh my God. The Trinidaddy. Thank you so much for drinking and half thinking. Thank you so much for your continued support. So generous. Amazing amount of love and encouragement and support you show me, you show AV and the community. Thank you so much. Let's get it going again, guys. YSL is not a gang. Shout out to Full Drinking and Half Thinking.
Did you have a beef with Rich Homie Quan?
No, I never had beef with Rich Homie.
And isn't it true that you told police that Thug had an issue with Rich Homie Quan because he brought some IF gang members to his condo?
No, Threat had issues with Rich Homie Quan.
I didn't ask about Threat. I asked about what you told police regarding Thug having an issue with Rich Homie Quan bringing individuals from IF gang to his apartment.
Thug was protecting Rich Homie Quan. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So, like I keep telling you, y'all don't have y'all facts together.
So I'm asking you a specific question. Did you tell police that Thug had an issue with Rich Homie Quan bringing members of IF gang to his condo?
Again, when I'm talking to the investigators, I'm gonna tell them anything to get them off of me. But as I sit right here, I'm telling you the God and the truth that Thug, I had an issue with Rich Homie through Threat, and about my partner, whatever he went on with, they don't have nothing to do with YSL. Y'all trying to make it seem like this has some just because they don't have nothing to do what I do and what Threat do. They don't have nothing to do with YSL.
I still think I heard an answer. Did you tell police that Thug had an issue with Rich Homie Quan? I don't think you did. Oh, if you did, I did not hear you. So
I'm sorry. I said it. Thug was trying to protect Rich Homie. He was calling us saying that, man, hey man, leave Rich Homie alone. Like, he don't tell me what to do.
So that still didn't answer the question. Yes, no, I don't recall. Did Thug have an issue with Rich Homie Quan bringing members of IF gang to his apartment?
So did you have an issue with Rich Homie?
I'm asking you for what you told the police.
He asked him.
And I'm
You're
answering you. I
muted,
just
Lee.
told you several times. I tell the police anything.
Okay.
I'm muted. He asked Thug in the courtroom. Look at Thug laughing. Y'all see Thug laughing?
Rich Homie Quan's car last week with Mr. Sharp.
I don't know nothing about that.
And you asked him if he had proof. He asked you if it was you who did it, and you asked him if he had proof.
Right.
Why was that your response to his question?
I ain't answering it. I don't know.
Was that shooting done on behalf of YSL?
What shooting?
At the studio. The one you asked him if he had proof of.
Yeah, because that was my first time hearing something about some shootings. I don't recall. I don't know. You talking about shooting at the studio?
Now, Mr. Sharp on cross-examination, I believe he said to you that you had time between January 11, 2015 and June 10th, 2015 to make up the lies that you told on your friends. Do you remember him asking you some questions around that?
Can you ask me that again?
Sure. Last week, Mr. Shard asked you whether or not you had between January of 2015.
Okay, Rick, can you
Fix your
Say
questions.
With regard to being able to hear you, do you have I think the mics might be working now, so pick it up and,
I'm going to.
yes,
Is
it
it working?
works, yes.
I'm going to eject. That's a
Sustain.
mischaracterization of the testimony.
Do you recall testifying, Russell, maybe I had the question wrong, about what happened between January of 2015 and June of 2015?
Can you ask it again?
Sure. Let me just ask you this.
Yeah, that'd be nice if you would just get to what you want to ask instead of whether he recalls what he said last week.
God damn. All right, Judge, fuck her up.
Thank you. On January 11th, you did not tell the detectives what you knew because you were trying to protect your friends, correct?
No, I tell you, I was raised to lie to the police. So if you look at my history, like police asked my name in the past, I've told somebody else's name. I just do that for no reason. I walk down the street, police, what's your name? I say, I give my little cousin's name. Driving without license, what's your name? I give them somebody else's name. So this is how we raised up.
And in all these interviews, you gave them your real name, correct?
Because they know who I am.
All right. And in all these interviews, you gave them your real phone number, correct?
Because you got to understand, like, when you lying, you ain't lying to get caught.
But you said you just said you were raised to lie to the police. So, but you didn't do that in these interviews.
I did it to the ones who didn't know the information. Like for instance, with Gaten. Gaten knew my name and stuff. She knew my number. Why would I lie in?
But you didn't do that with Thorpe, correct?
Yeah, because what I had to do that for?
And you didn't do that.
I had to. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Yeah.
They gave her a stack of papers.
It didn't take a rocket science. So they talking about a murder. This is serious. This is serious. So you got to come correct.
You didn't lie to Detective Curry about your name and who.
I don't know who that is.
The one who interviewed you after they shot at you, Deshaun and the baby. Correct?
I'm a victim.
All right. And in that June interview, when multiple detectives came and talked to you, you didn't lie to them about who you are, correct?
About who I were?
Who you was.
They knew who I was.
Okay.
It get to the point the police don't even ask me my name no more. They just walk up on me. Yeah, they already know everything about me.
In January 2015, you hoped or you thought that your friends were going to protect you out in the street, correct?
I've been protecting myself since I've been protecting myself.
By the time June came, Shannon wasn't talking to you anymore, correct?
That's a lie.
Okay. If Gang wasn't shooting at you, correct? If Gang was shooting at you, correct?
You know who was shooting at me?
People from If Gang were shooting at you, correct?
I can't say for a fact.
In June, you thought that Thug was trying to kill you, correct? In June of 2015.
I was going to use that for a platform to start problems with. So I use people to, you know what I mean? To be honest with you, yeah, I let people get in my head.
And by June of 2015, you thought that you were out here all by yourself, correct?
I still feel like I'm out here by myself. I'm just trying to keep myself free.
And that is why you told the police what you knew or what Little D told you about Nuts murder, correct?
Little D never told me anything. And again, if you ask me now, we can speak now. But if you want to keep going in the past, I'm going to keep telling you the same thing. Like, I didn't tell the police anything.
Now, you've known that you've had to testify in this trial since, or that you were going to be asked to testify since about November 2022, correct?
The way y'all played it, man, y'all kind of kept me in a blind. But I in my heart, I felt like y'all probably was gonna call me, but people would tell me that, well, not people, but I was hearing that y'all won't call me because y'all knew I was blind. So until that day you can't see me in Pittsburgh, that's when I like, oh damn, when that day you can't see me in Pittsburgh, I was like, dang, they for real.
And ever since you either heard about it in 2022 or I actually came to see you, you have not wanted to testify in this case, correct?
Said it, yeah, because I lied. I knew I lied. You can't put me up here to lie. Why you think I'm so scared because I don't know. I can't remember my lies. So it's just like, you don't know which one to lie and which one to truth. So you can just easily be like, well, you lying, we'll lock you up. I ain't trying to go back to jail.
And for the last 2 years, you've been trying to figure out how you want to get around having to face your YSL counterparts about what you told the police back in 2015, correct?
If anybody know me, they better be serious with me.
Well, you heard that. And speaking of serious, somebody write HVM on deck. You see him with the $100 super chat. Thank you so much. What does my man say? Says, my favorite law tubers. Hope you two had an amazing holiday. Absolutely, we here, all right, safe and sound. Thank you so much. Somebody write HVM on deck. He got a lot of names, a lot of aliases. He's a CIA asset. We already know. Black man in Washington State working with the Native Americans, fluent in Spanish. I know a CIA asset when I see one.
And Russian.
And what did I say?
Spanish.
Spanish, Russian. That's what I meant. God, thank you so much, AV. My man speaking Russian. Also, big shout out to Jermaine W. Bought both my beginner's course and my advanced course on live streaming. He want to know how to make that AV money. He want to know how to make the lead money. Thank you so much. Labor Day sale. The link is in the description if anybody else wants to buy it. There's only 15 courses with the discount. So go ahead and snap them up. We're going to get right back to it. Shout out to HVM on deck and Jermaine W. Let's go.
In your mind that you were going to tell this jury whatever it is that you were going to finesse, that you were finessing the police back in 2015, correct?
I had no intentions in sitting in front of this jury. Y'all forced me to sit up here. Y'all gave me immunity. I told y'all I lied and I'm going to plead the fifth.
And because we forced you, you had to figure out how to finesse your way through testifying in front of this jury, correct?
I'm not finessing my way. I'm telling my truth. And this is that.
Now, in 2015, you consistently said you told the police whatever you could to get yourself out of jail, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And your finessing was about you getting out of jail, correct?
And me only.
It was never about protecting Thug back in 2015, correct?
And it still ain't about right now. It's like, and you might try to say I'm protecting him now. It's just my conscience. You know what I mean? My conscience knows this man ain't did anything. And I'm not trying to have it on my conscience.
Okay. But in 2015, when you talked to the police in any of those 2015 interviews, you always omitted your roles and crimes because that would make sure that you did not go to jail, correct?
I don't understand you.
In 2015, when you talked to the police about crimes that you were involved in, you left yourself out of it, correct?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. Because that would make sure that you didn't go to jail, correct?
What you mean?
When you talked to the police, you didn't tell them about your role in Rich Homie Quan's dad's barbershop shooting, correct?
Did they ask me about that?
You told them that Rich Homie Quan wanted to pay money for Threat to shoot up the barbershop, or wanted to pay people to harm Threat because he shot up the.
Yeah, because I'm trying to make the police believe that I can help them. So a lot of stuff I told them back then is just like, okay, I'm the key. I don't know with all the information. You know what I mean? So that was my motive back then.
Okay.
So I was speaking on a lot of stuff that, you know what I mean, like anything to make police feel like, oh, I know all the business. I can tell them everything they want to know.
So again, you didn't tell them about your part in shooting up Rich Homie Quan's barbershop, right?
Did I tell them about my part?
Correct. You did not tell the police that you and Threat shot up the barbershop, did you?
He did.
So you gonna charge me now?
Oh,
and that's it. I'm just asking
Wow.
a question. Did you tell the police back in 2015 that you and Threat shot up the barbershop?
No.
Right. Because telling them would not let you get out of jail, right? If you told them that, you would get in trouble for that, correct?
Well, they might get hurt, so I mean,
Didn't nobody get hurt.
My whole thing is lie to the police. I'm not going to tell them the truth about nothing that took place for real.
Wow.
Especially when it got something to do with me.
Also, you didn't tell them about your parts and the stolen items that were found in your house in June of 2015, correct?
They told me about the stolen stuff that they found.
But you didn't tell them about your part and those stolen items being found in the home, correct?
And Dunbar?
Yes.
What you mean?
You told them it was Little Mike and Quez, correct?
I don't get what you asking me though. I told the police that I gave them their names. Yeah. That's what you asked?
So you did not tell the police about any crimes that you were involved in, correct?
I wasn't committing crimes on the behalf of nobody but myself. Anything I do is beneficial to myself. If that's what you're asking, I don't get what you're asking me.
Right. Anything is beneficial to yourself.
I don't take shots from nobody. Can't nobody tell me what to do. Nobody knows able to tell me what to do. I'm gonna do what I want to do regardless.
So when you were meeting with police, you did things that were beneficial for you, correct?
What they mean?
You just said I did things that was beneficial for me. That's what you just said, right?
I'm saying, like my anything. I'm a selfish person. If that's what you ask me.
So when you were in those interviews, it was all about self-preservation for you, correct? You want to do anything so that you did not go to jail, right?
That's what I said.
Okay. So even if that meant telling on your friends, that's what you were going to do so that you did not go to jail, correct?
No. Telling on my friend would be like, okay, Bobby robbed this store, and Bobby did rob the store. And it's proof that Bobby robbed the store, and I was with Bobby when he robbed the store. But making up things saying, okay, Bobby shot Tony. Bobby was over there somewhere else where he could prove that he ain't had nothing to do with it. It wouldn't make sense. They're just getting the police off me. That's what I was doing.
So the finesse was, I'm going to tell the police what I know about the murder because that's going to keep me out of jail. But I'm not going to tell them what I've done because that's also going to keep me out of jail, correct?
No, my whole thing was, I don't got nothing to do with nothing, and nothing don't got nothing to do with me. So when I'm talking to the police, they're so convinced that I did this crime, and they're not going for the stuff I done told them in the past. So I'm just keep trying to talk my way out of it, and I'm making stuff. I'm stupid at the time.
And the finessing that you did to police back in 2015 is always and only was going to be about you and what you needed, correct?
I don't get what you're asking me.
You told Mr. Weinstein last week that you were a BSer. Do you remember telling him that last week?
You told me that yourself one day we was in the back talking.
Do you remember telling Mr. Weinstein that last week?
Yes.
And right now, you're still trying to finesse this jury because it's still always about you, correct?
I'm not trying to finish this jury. I'm trying to be God under you, trying to get up out of here so I can move on with my life. And that's it.
You're still YSL, correct?
What you mean? Am I still YSL?
And you're still YSL for life.
What?
I don't get what you're saying. Like,
you're still YSL for life. That's what you said in the off the porch video, correct?
But you trying to make it seem like it's a game though. That my only purpose is it's not a game. So you saying what you're saying. If you drop the game, like you confusing like a more.
All I'm asking you is, are you still YSL for life?
Am I still YSL for life?
Yes.
I don't know how to answer that. Like I don't know.
And what you're doing and what you've been doing for the last couple of months that you've been on the stand is you're still trying to stay loyal to YSL, correct?
If that was the case, I wouldn't even be up here lying on them. If I'm trying to be loyal to them, I wouldn't be trying to lie and put the blame off on them.
And you feel guilty now because you told the police what Shannon, Yak, Thug's involvement was in the murder of Donovan Thomas back in 2015, correct?
No, ma'am. I feel guilty because I have put my hand in some stuff that I should never even done. It's a difference. Like I keep telling you, if I knew that these boys did this and that I saw them do that, and I can say for facts they did this.
And matter of fact, in the October interview, October 2021 interview, you talked to Investigator Viverito about what you told police back in 2015, correct?
Probably so.
Okay. And you talked to her about the fact that you feel guilty. Do you recall doing that?
I talked to her about, I have a conscience. Like, you know what I mean? Y'all caught me in a vulnerable, in 2015, y'all caught me in a vulnerable state. And then, you know what I mean? I was going through a lot. I have done so much stuff. And it was just like, and police got me, and I'm trying to throw the blame off on other people that I should never did.
And in 2021, 7 years later, you told Investigator Viverito what I told you back then was the truth, correct?
Because you gotta understand. So I know you don't know. Viverito gave the old people touch us. You feel me? Like they literally sit there and follow us around and pull the car over, lock us up because they know we don't have a license. Like they constantly do that like on a daily basis. So when I'm in front of them, I already know they about to lock me up. And I'm just Burrito, she's better than Gaten because she know how to play on you good. And I knew she was playing on me and I was trying to play back on her. I was trying to convince them that I would be truthful with them.
And did you tell her that I told them everything in 2015, but no one ever helped me out?
I never needed nobody help because my only thing was, shit, I knew they was playing on me, but like I said, they sitting here. I didn't want to go to jail. If I could prolong it out, or they go for what I'm saying, then hopefully I could get out of here.
So what you're saying, what you told Investigator Viverito was not the truth?
What I'm telling you is, I mean, June, whatever date you said, when they questioned me, I have made it up. I told you that before you put me on the stand in front of the jury. The jury didn't even have to hear or see me. But y'all still forced me up here. I told you I was going to plead the fifth, and y'all were like, why would I plead the fifth? And I told y'all why, because I lied. So don't put me up here and expect for me to say something that is a lie. If you ask me the truth, and I can tell you the truth. And the truth is, I didn't see these boys commit no crime. I'm not trying to protect nobody. I don't even know some of them over there.
Your Honor, they would like to send a 3078 Yankee Frank and play portions of the October 2021 interview. All right. Well, first, you may. Tell me that number again, also, please. Yes, Your Honor. 378 Yankee Frank. Okay.
All right, I think we're doing the final jail phone calls.
Any of y'all need
Here we
a
go.
restroom break? If you don't, that's fine. But if you do, let me know. It would be a good time to take one. Y'all all good? All right.
And while they do this, AV, if you have any any cash apps to shout out.
Yes, I have a few. I think I got Calvin. There's a few emails. Shout out to HVM on deck, who also sent me $100. And he says, I need to grab one of those t-shirts. Well, guess what, HVM? I'm sending one to you for free because you're one of my biggest supporters over these past few months. And you do so much for both me and Lead.
Yes.
I will send that to you. I have your email, your contact information. So I will gift one to you. Just need your size and your info, and we'll get that over. That's all I got, Lee.
Excellent. We have here the judges are caucusing while they get this evidence up there. The state attorney Hilton is trying to apparently impeach her star witness, Woody, trying to show him he's a liar, trying to show the jury that he's a liar. What's the problem with that? Jury already knows he's a liar. He's already said since the beginning of the trial he is a liar. Like, what do you? No one knows. What is this lady doing? She's killing us.
It's so bad.
And, you know, for us, we're looking at this and we're like, lady, you know, this is so terrible. You're so bad. But we got to remember, guys, like, she is on national media performing so poorly. You know, what does this mean for her job? What does this mean for her standing? She is a professor at Emory University down here in Atlanta, a great law school. You know, are they going to hire her back next year? You know, what is her reputation like? Her whole case is tanking. Meanwhile, Attorney Love and Hilton been fighting the whole time. So they can't agree on anything. Attorney Love and White Boy Atkins been passing Hilton little notes.
Not even notes, stacks of papers. Okay, what did she say?
She said, what did she, something about 5 minutes? Let's see.
Just stay close, 5 minutes at least. Probably more.
Okay, so they're taking a little 5 minute.
We had kind of.
Okay, here we go.
All right, so yeah, Mr. Short, you were saying that this was not one of the statements that we had kind of litigated in detail or at all, and I think that's right. And Ms. Hilton has 4 specific little excerpts that instead of trying to sort that out up here, let's just, if you'll go ahead and put on the record what those are and let the defense attorneys have a chance to see what you're talking about and whether there are any objections that we need to go ahead and sort out without the jury being present.
And we can play it right now. It's only about 2 minutes in total, Your Honor, the 4 sections.
I'd really not want to hear it 2 and 3 and 4 times if necessary. If we've got a transcript of it, do we have a transcript of it? Do the defense attorneys have a transcript of it? All right, just reference the page numbers.
And Your Honor, I have a copy for the court.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, even the judge is tired of hearing things over and over again.
Right.
Your Honor, I'll approach.
You may.
Reed, is my mic unbearable?
All right.
It's a little loud, but it's made more loud by the fact that the court audio, guys, we don't control it, and the court audio is a little low. Shout out to Brock, because Law and Crime's court audio is even lower. You know, we don't have the ability to turn up the court audio, which is what we want. Having said that, you know, AV has had some issues with her audio for.
Yeah, I ended up getting a plug-in for my side to fix it.
Page 12, line
But
13.
there's always a problem, apparently.
15.
Always.
And it says, Investigator Flores, what you want to do. Then Kenneth Copeland says this, no. And they told me, I told them everything that I knew about in this situation. Investigator Rivera says about what?
I can read it. I mean, we can all read it. We don't need you to read it out for us.
This judge getting cranky.
Any issue as to that? And it may be that there are some unintelligibles that aren't unintelligible that might be problematic. So I guess that part you could fill me in on.
I would need to go back, but I believe essentially he's saying I told them everything that I knew back then. That's what he's talking about.
Okay. Any issues with that being played?
Why is it being played? Why is the out of court statement being played?
Your Honor, it's impeachment by contradiction. Mr. Copeland has again testified that everything he said in 2015 is a lie. In 2021, they can see his demeanor about how when he's talking to Investigator Viverito and Investigator Flores, he is referencing everything he said back in 2015 is not a lie, that he gave them information. he gave them what he knew about what happened in 2015. And so this would be a contradiction to what he's now testifying to in court.
Okay, all right. By the time this is going on in 2021, right? This
yes
interview with Viverito?
Yes.
So he's given all of the 2015 statements, right? The January and February ones, but also the June one.
Correct. And he's now telling them what I told you all back in 2015 was true. Like I told you these things. I told you what I knew. And he says them multiple times in this interview to again negate this idea that everything he said in 2015 is a lie. In 2021, he's telling the police when he's in custody, I told you things in the past that were true, and I ended up getting tortured. This is, and you're right, we did actually talk about this statement last week, because this is on the heels of us discussing, it's in this interview that he discusses the plot to kill Shell Kell. And we talked about the fact that the state could not get into the fact that he plotted on Shell Kell or that he knew about a plot to kill Shell Kell. But there were specific areas that we said we were going to get into. We weren't going to talk about the Shell Kell plot. But in this interview, he talks about the fact that what he knew in 2015 was true or was accurate, was verifiable. And so that's what this portion is, Your Honor.
I guess I don't agree with the state's characterization of his testimony here today. He's saying that he has lied on these gentlemen in the past, and he is in court telling the truth, and that it was a lie before. I don't recall him specifically limiting when he lied or how he lied. So to me, this is just bolstering, and it's just pointing out that he's made
not evidence-based
the same statement more than once, which I don't believe that is a path to admissibility.
The fact that he is now saying in court in 2024, I lied to the police. In 2021, it's a prior inconsistent statement because he's telling the police in 2021 that what I said back in 2015 is true. So now
he's not saying it's true. He's saying that's everything I knew. And what he has said on the stand is
she's just making that shit up.
every time I have ever
That's
talked
crazy.
to the police in my entire
And these
life,
people could
I
go
have
after
lied
you.
to them.
Imagine
And
if
that
you
would
were in
include
this.
This 2021 interview.
They don't care if you're innocent.
Say that yet, but
that's the
They don't care if you're innocent. Their job is to put you behind bars if they can get someone to take on that trial.
What I heard after the fact things I said everything I knew when
Let
I
him.
What happens if you get a judge that doesn't stick up for that? What if there's judges that would have just let that go and not said anything, but she did?
I never told.
That's what I'm saying. You got to understand.
What I told,
the first thing I
what
think
I
of,
told the police about what Little D told me is
you already know.
This
you already know who I'm thinking about. I just was going to throw on ICK sucker in front of it.
The police, everything that I knew,
sucker
which is what Little D
Harris.
told him.
Well, that's your version of it.
But when you
know what she did to get her
at the
job
other sections,
and to get where she was.
That will illuminate what
Let's look at the next section.
This is the dark side.
The next section is
This is
page
the dark side of the justice system. That really isn't a justice system. It's we don't care if you're innocent or guilty. We're just going to go. If we get a judge to take it to trial, then we're going to go try you.
So he doesn't appear to be talking on lines 15 and 16 about the same thing that we've been talking about here in court. That appears to be about something else, doesn't it?
No, so that's why I said, Your Honor. So this interview starts with
Tesla ended up breaking
going
down, guys.
into-
Good job. If you took that VWAP
after he's
rejection,
arrested,
210
he goes
puts,
into the
they
interview,
are now
and
at
he's like, I had
350. You
information
could have got
I can
them at maybe like
provide.
$2.
The information that he can provide is
You know,
about
$200 bucks. They're now
plot
at
to kill
350.
Shell.
10 of
So
those
when
at
you get to
$1.50 a
page
piece.
55,
You already
and
know the
he
math.
starts at line
20,
12,
50,
there's a
whatever you
murder.
want.
We were on page 28.
It's a nice little
page
trade
28,
there. I
line
had a
12.
feeling it was going to break
When
down.
he starts there.
It's holding
This is a
up
murder that's about to
relatively
take place with some
better
very bad
to the
people.
overall markets.
Bad people.
Right? SPY
The
and
stuff that I know
Qs are
right
just
now, you know what I mean.
on a one-way ticket to you
should
know
be
where.
good enough. I think he says to get out of my
I just gotta
situation.
watch
You know
what
what
I
I
say
mean.
on
I'm
here.
not bullshitting. You know the last information
so that's a
I
nice
gave
trade
y'all
if
was
you
right.
took that.
The last information that
I
he
mean,
gave
if you caught the
was
watch
about
list yesterday,
2015.
I mean,
that is what he's
if
talking
that thing
about
does
here.
not deserve a
And
like,
then I
a
can
sub,
further
and a
Do you
donate,
have something
and a
that
dono,
establishes that
I
that's
don't know
what
what
he's
does,
talking
guys.
about?
Yes, he
Literally, we
he
gave
tells
out, Bobble you
investigative
wouldn't have been able to
Rito
get because they kind of just gapped it down
earlier,
in the
and I'll
morning,
find the
which I
page.
figured. But Tesla,
'Cause he
220,
keeps bringing this
218
up in front of
rejections. We're looking
Investigator
for that
Flores.
move back
Investigator
down to
Flores
break
doesn't know
250
about what happened in
or
2015.
215, and we're
Rito
watching
says,
212.
Are you talking about this stuff in
And you're at
2015? He wasn't
211.75
here.
right now. So, it
So
looks
you
like
have to
did
give
break
him some more
212.
information because
We do,
Flores
maybe.
wasn't around in 2015.
LUMN.
So the context of this is
Broke $5.
he's
I'm
referencing
gonna
what
let my cat
occurred
out real
back in
quick.
2015.
Another short. We talked
Where's
about this
that?
last night. So great job.
Um,
All you had to do was get a pen and paper, write it down. Write it down. Stick to the plan. I said 540, 560 rejections. You could use the 20-day. You could use this level here.
So apparently she went to North
And
Carolina
sure
Central
enough-
University School of Law.
Sure enough, you got that breakdown.
When you say she, are you referring to Hilton?
Hilton, that is correct. Yeah.
Even before then, like before we ever get to page 12, what are they asking him about?
So before you get to page 12, when he gets into the interview room, he's about to get arrested, and he begins to tell them that he has information about some stuff that's going on tonight, getting ready to happen tonight. He then proceeds to tell them he's not going to give up a lot of information because previously when he's given up information, no one ever helped him out. So then he proceeds to give a little bit of information, but to say, I'm not going to give you much because when I've done this in the past, no one has helped me out. So what he's talking about is in 2015, when he gave information to Gaither and Dennis, no one helped him out. He still had to go to the feds. He still had to go to jail. So throughout this interview, when he makes references to the past, he's making references to what he told police back in 2015.
She is now an hour into what should have been 20 minutes.
Guys, y'all can see their whole case is falling apart. Their whole case is falling apart before their eyes. They've been passing notes back and forth to one another this whole time. They don't know where evidence is to tell the judge. They're all discombobulated. They don't recall how to handle a case like this. And now they're not even talking into the mic. Talking to the mic.
And that's why I said, so you have to fill me in. So that's when it goes into the character that you want to play, which is start at line 12.
This is killing me, guys.
Yeah, I'm just looking for anything that lets me know or lets me have any comfort that when he says, I told them everything I knew about this situation last time, that's everything I knew, that he is talking about whatever he told police in 2015 about the Donovan.
Remember, what if you got a judge that didn't do this? Think about that, because it happens all the time too. I mean, I'm just saying.
About the last time.
Yeah.
I think that Mr. Copeland, there are no other interviews between APD and Mr. Copeland between June 2015 and October 2021. So he does not ever meet with the Atlanta Police Department ever again until this occurred. So when he's getting locked up, he's referencing, and he even talks about Gaither, and I'll find where he talks about Gaither in here, that he didn't trust Gaither, or Gaither didn't help him out, essentially. And so his whole reference is about 2015. And if we continue to page 144.
So you're telling me we're going to go off of hearsay. Just because someone says something, that means you're guilty.
5
Is that what
through
we're doing
145,
here?
line 15.
Feels like that's what we're doing here. It's kind of crazy, right? No cell phone tracking. No, we got your hand. Or we
So
got
what does
your
he
finger.
say on 9 through 10? Everything I knew about what happened with that
And
unintelligible
that's a murder trial.
situation.
That's not a RICO.
Are you on page 144?
145. I mean, I do see he says everybody felt I had something to do with it. So that at least is some kind of circumstantial indication that he might be talking about the Donovan Thomas murder.
And if you give me course indulgence, please go 27.
Yeah.
23.
To answer your question, according to my notes, the unintelligible on line 10 is same.
Is what?
Same.
Same.
Yeah, with that same situation.
Okay.
And then I also talked to that he talks about Gaither.
All right.
And then, Your Honor, he mentions Gaither on page.
All right, so what's the other
section?
Part, the other section?
The last section, Your Honor, is page 168, line 18 through page 169, line 2.
Let's see if the judge sides with her.
All right, and so is your position that he's essentially like protesting in this interview, look, I told y'all what I knew, which was the God's honest truth the last time, and y'all didn't do anything to help me. and that establishes that he, at least in 2021, and your position is saying what I told you in 2015 was true. And that's inconsistent with what he's saying on the stand today and the past few weeks, which is everything was a lie.
Yes.
I mean, whether that actually accomplishes that or not, I guess will be up to the jury, but
Well,
yes, sir.
Before it gets to the jury, I just don't know of any rule of evidence that allows someone to reiterate in between the time of the original statement and testifying. Okay, we'll say those two things are inconsistent. I don't know why a statement made in between those two times would be admissible as either a prior inconsistent or prior consistent statement. It just seems like we're at this point using another out-of-court statement to bolster the June 10th, 2015 statement.
So I think the state's position is that Mr. Copeland is now saying, he's now disavowing everything he said in 2015 and saying all of that was a lie. And it's only here today that I'm telling the truth. Everything before was a lie. And here is something prior to today that is him saying the exact opposite of what he is saying today. So it is inconsistent in that way.
So
She just argued for her.
Disavowing prior statements certainly has happened, and he's disavowed it. To me, as I've listened to the testimony, he hasn't specified, oh, I disavowed the June 10, 2000. He said every time I talk to the police, it's a lie.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know what playing another statement, which he's already saying is a lie, what that is accomplishing. I just don't see this. To me, the state needs to outline a path, an exception to admit a out-of-court statement. And I'm not seeing the exception to the general rule that out-of-court statements would not be admitted into trial.
Do you want to speak to that, Ms. Fulton?
I believe that the court said in its analysis that you just gave, what he's saying in court now in June of 2024 is inconsistent with what he has said in any of his interviews to police. And in 2021, 6 years after he gave his initial statement, he is still telling the police in 2021, what I told you in 2015 was true. You all didn't help me in 2021. What I told you all then is what I knew. I gave you the information. That is inconsistent with what he is saying now in court, that he's just finessing the police, that he's just telling them whatever, and the jury can determine if they believe what he's saying now in court, or if they believe what he told the police back in 2015 and in 2021. They can make that decision. But
Are you
this
serious?
is an inconsistent statement with what
Someone's life behind bars depends on whether or not someone can
Isn't someone in
believe
2021
someone's
saying
statement.
What I told you in 2015 is
What the
truth,
fuck is
was
going
the
on
truth?
here?
Isn't that exactly what we don't allow
You're
in the trials?
taking a
is someone
guess.
self-bolstering their
Either
own
way, you're taking a guess.
statements?
This is outrageous.
I mean, if I make
This
a
is
statement
crazy,
and then I
because-
just go around town and tell everyone, hey, that statement
Yeah.
I made is the truth. That statement I made is the truth. Are we going to have a trial where we call in 100 people to say I said it was the truth?
Yeah. So, I mean, Ms. Hilton,
Exactly.
is your position that even though he is saying on the stand, everything I said before was a lie and what I'm saying today is the truth, that it's in fact the opposite of that?
But you got to
Yes,
prove it.
What we believe that what he told the police back in 2015 and in 2021 was true. Like that's the state's position.
And that he is now you believe, lying on the stand.
Correct. The state believes he is lying on the stand, saying that what he said back then isn't true. But even
He just said him and Threat shot up the barbershop, and they
we believe
proved
his
that.
motive for doing so is that he's now
They
present
already
and has
proved
to
that
deal
he was lying.
what he said back in 2015, now sitting in front of the individuals he testified or
It's
he
like
talked to
which
police
part?
about.
Are they taking
He
like
now
a
has
few
to
little
confront,
pieces?
or he now has to confront his own statements in front of these defendants who he talked about back in these interviews in 2015.
And so he's trying to wiggle out of it today.
He's trying to wiggle out of what he told the police back then, back in 2015. And furthermore, in 2021, he's asserting again what he said back then was true, but now he's trying to tell this jury that everything he's always said is a lie. But in 2015, with no prompting from anyone else, he brings up what he told
not the jury.
in 2015.
This is so crazy.
Investigator Rito didn't ask him about what he said in 2015.
Can you guys let me know in the
With his
chat?
own
Am I crazy?
He told the detective.
We're gonna just say, hey,
his first
you're
line,
saying you're
which is
lying.
on
I'm
page
saying
12.
you're lying about lying.
All
We're
right,
just
so
gonna
I
let
think
the
that this would
jury
come in
decide on
under
which one they wanna
24,
pick and choose.
613 C.
Instead of saying, I
That
have proof that
essentially
you were
right
lying,
now he
or
has.
I have proof
and I'm
that
not
you were
saying
lying
he
about
does,
lying
But the state's position
today.
is that
That you were
he
lying before.
currently today has
This is
a motive to
literally-
lie, and that this 2021
There is not one
position he took with the
evidence-based
police
rule
is before
of a
that
RICO being
motive
transpired.
to lie
There is
arose,
not even an evidence that
and
Woody is telling the truth or
is-
not telling the truth. What the fuck is going on here?
It's-
It doesn't
it's
matter what he said. He
prior
could have said
to
anything.
that.
Even if he said the truth, what does that prove?
Although honestly, that's
Play the
not,
proof.
it's not a consistent
Where were their
statement,
cell
then
phones?
it's an
Where were they?
inconsistent statement. So,
You know, what
I
text
mean,
messages? Like
in all
anything,
honesty, I mean, you've
billing,
already rehashed
right?
a lot
Like,
of this.
Again,
and
you can't really charge Young Thug because
I think we're
again,
just kind of plowing the same ground.
he owns real estate, quite a few real estate.
Also
He's
brought
got
up
money. He's a
this
player.
interview,
So when these people,
one by playing the jail calls
that he
that
grew
they
up with,
played,
or
they
people that he
played,
knows
this is the jail,
are staying
this
at these
is the
homes,
interview
and
that
things
was leaked.
happen from those people.
And I
The
believe
only
Mr. Sharp
ties
asked
he
a
has
line of
is his house,
questioning
unless they can
about
prove otherwise.
this particular interview.
So they found him
I
with,
think he
they
ended
found a
up
bunch of
asking the
guns at
question.
the
He was
house
getting
he
ready
was
to play
at.
the video,
Okay.
but he did not play the video. I think
How
he
do you
asked
tie those
questions
guns
along
to
this
him outside of just
regarding
being
this
at his
interview, and I
home
would have to find an exact clip
and him being
where
there?
he
Hey, can
actually
you
was going to play
find
this
proof
interview for the jury, but I think he ended
that
up just
he
asking a question because there
brought
might have
the
been some
guns
technical
there, and if he is a
difficulties
felon, okay,
with
then
the
cool. You
interview
got him
itself.
for
So
being a
this
felon,
interview
being around
has been
weapons.
discussed. The
There
portions
you go. That's
are
the one
very-
fact that you do
are
have.
about 2 minutes
Am I crazy?
total. And
Am
more
I crazy
importantly,
for
Your Honor, the
thinking this
last
whole
section
entire
is what I just asked
case
him about,
is just
which is
absolutely
feeling guilty
insane that it's
about
even
having
happening
to
right now? That someone is even
confront
taking
or
it
be
up.
around thugs.
Again, we're
And
sitting
what
here
he
arguing
says
on
in
whether or
this-
not he lied or didn't
It's
lie.
the
Well,
same
we're gonna let
thing.
the
I feel
jury
guilty
decide
about it.
whether
He
he's
doesn't
lying
say
or
why
not
he
lying.
feels guilty about it.
On page 24,
Bro,
he does.
Atlanta, what
He
the fuck
says,
is wrong
excuse
with
me,
you
on
guys?
page
You guys are fucking
168.
idiots. Like,
he does say why he feels guilty.
I wish
He
the lead
says,
would say something.
you don't
'Cause he's a
understand how it
lawyer.
makes me
I
feel
mean,
when
I
I
don't-
go around. You want to know? I think he says, know the truth. When I go around, dude, I know what I done. So I don't want to be around him because of guilt. That's why I don't want to be around because I'm afraid.
And you fill in the blank about what the reason for that guilt is.
He says it here. He says, I know the information that I gave. Y'all sit here and play like this ish ain't valuable.
Which could be, I ratted him out, or could be, I totally made up something on him, and he doesn't specify which.
But we believe when you look at the totality of it all, our argument is that he is talking about the fact that he gave up information.
Okay, but this doesn't establish that this is inconsistent with what he's saying on the stand. You need to move on to another topic. I'm not going to allow this.
Good.
I'm going to give you this.
Good.
That's what I'm
It's
saying.
about
Like,
time.
That's crazy.
Wow.
All right, let's get the jury back out.
What a circle.
Hank. None of it.
Good. Thank God. Oh, you're muted, lead.
They are defeated. They are so defeated.
Yeah.
And this is, oh, shout out to Mike. This is what Mike like. Mike loves him some Attorney Love. We all got that uncle that would love to spend a good 7-8 minutes with Attorney Love. And we got Hilton over here just losing objection after objection. They don't know what to do. They're scrambling. They're scraping.
Because they don't have any evidence.
Oh, and their whole case is falling down around their ankles. It just is like some panties just falling down. And they can't pull them up. And there's nothing to, there's no help coming. Fanny's not coming in there to help them. They're trying to pass little notes back and forth to each other, but no one is coming up in there to save them. And they are all dressed in black. They're ready. They're casket ready for this case. They're ready.
Get ready. Oh, look, someone broke in.
Here comes the jury back in.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Hilton. Thank you, Rhonda.
Now, Mr. Copeland, you've told the jury
Did she freeze?
now, Deshaun, you would agree with me, Deshaun is not the police, correct?
Can you say it again?
Deshaun, she's not the police, right?
Right.
She's the mother of your child, your daughter, correct?
Correct.
And in 2015, and through 2019, when you were in custody, she was taking care of your daughter, correct?
Can you say that again?
In 2015, she was taking care of your daughter, correct?
Correct.
Right. And you would agree that at least back then in 2015, you loved her?
Can you say that again?
Sure. In 2015, you loved Deshaun, correct?
I still do today.
All right. And you cared about her, correct?
I still do today.
And back in 2015, Deshaun was the person who was trying to get you a bond. Like she was trying to help you get a bond, correct?
How's she gonna do that? She's not the judge.
No, she was trying to get you the money for the bond, correct? To help pay
Oh,
the
she was
bond?
doing what I asked her to do.
Yeah. And she's someone that you confided in, correct?
What you mean?
She's someone that you talked to, that you trusted with what you told her, correct?
I don't trust nobody.
But Deshaun was someone who can see right through you, correct?
You can't even see right through me.
Oh.
Wow.
No.
All right, AV, your
Deshaun
volume
is
is a
someone
little
that you
loud.
can finesse, correct?
Okay.
Say that again.
Deshaun is not someone
Better?
that you can finesse.
Yes,
correct?
thank you.
She's not somebody I can confess.
Finesse.
And what make you figure that?
And in 2015, you talked to her repeatedly on these jail calls, correct?
Yes.
And you talked to her about what you felt.
I talked to her about what I felt.
Yes. Your feelings.
All right.
You talked to her about your interviews with the police.
I'm listening.
You talked to her about what you told the police, correct?
Mm-hmm. I talked to her about what I wanted to tell her.
And you told her everything that you were feeling back in 2015, correct?
No.
All right.
Cause I didn't. No.
I want to play for you what's already been admitted as Stacey's Exhibit 394Y. And I'm only going to play from 7:50 to 11:24.
Right now.
Yes.
I know she wishes she could click them red heels together, boy. Just go somewhere else.
Right. Yeah. Don't.
Or not try the case until there's actual evidence, until they actually have a real case to bring forward.
So that's why Shannon act like it toward me.
Okay.
So I said, "Well, man, I ain't had nothing to do with what man going on. Probably you need to take me with my family, man. I just go out like so."
Yeah.
I mean, but they say they gonna move me so I can't do anything like it.
Don't worry, I can't hear it either.
And the volume is low on the court side, guys.
And they like shit. They need D tell them what happened because D told me what happened. So I mean, they can't go out with
They told you what happened with
about what happened to they know what's going with that shit, man.
Come on, with that?
Yeah.
Mm.
So I mean, when D tell them when they see that I ain't just making nothing up and they ain't lying stuff like this, then they gonna help.
Yeah.
So I ain't gonna tell Trey now.
And there it is. There's 100% on Tesla.
So did you tell Deshaun
on those 210 puts? You are now up 100%.
D just has to tell them what he told
on this
me.
move off of VWAP.
Can you say that again?
Did you tell Deshaun right there
We're on fire
in that
so
call
far, man. I really
that
fudged
D
up.
just needs to
We're
come
not
down
taking,
and tell them what they told me?
We're not taking it, but it is what
I
it is. I'll
did.
live
See,
with
one
that.
thing about me, I
All
know
right.
they recorded my call. And that was after they locked me up. I knew they was playing me in the interview.
And did you also tell her that once D comes down there, then they'll believe that what I tell them is the truth?
Because that's what I was expecting.
Here. Come on.
So what's up? You know what I'm saying? You know that tell me.
Trey, no, everybody gonna know.
Yeah. I mean, so they just me and your sister, we gotta take them to the graveyard. That's all right.
Yeah, why you tripping with Devo?
I ain't telling y'all this.
You just told me you did.
No,
I
ain't telling you that. I just told him.
You just said you did.
Listen, I'm telling you what I told him. I was just like, hey, bro, if I ever need you, you'll be right here. You feel me? I like, bro. I like, don't let me down, bro. You feel me?
You just said you told him. Cause you.
Listen, bro. I only told
Yeah.
I only told you. You the only person I told.
Woody, which one you gonna say? Cause you was lying.
You're not listening to me, bro. I told him, listen. I just asked him like, hey, bro, would you ever be there? Would you ever be able to?
You just switched the whole thing up.
No, you're not. I just told you. I let him know, like, I just let him know, like, bro, if I was to come to you with a situation, would you help? And he was like, yeah, bro. I like, you sure, bro? Cause I helped him when it came down to him. You feel? So one thing I know, when these folks come in him, he not gonna lie. You know what I mean? He don't want to play with these people, bro.
You had nothing to do with it.
Okay.
You still playing it?
No, we've stopped it. Now I want to play for you what's been tendered and will be admitted as Stacey's Exhibit
5404Y.
Danny, let's do it.
Man, this core audio is just going down and down. It was pretty good in the morning, but they done changed some settings or something because the core audio is coming in more a little bit in the left ear.
Hello, this is a prepaid collect call.
Hang on a second. We'll try our backup system.
Boy, this whole trial is a shit show. But we here covering it, boy. Shout out to us. #1 live streamers covering this, me and AV. Somebody need to tell Young Thug to send me and AV front row tickets to the concert. The next concert when he get out. Pull me up on stage. Give a 47-year-old a mic. Let me rock it for a second. Put me back there on the ones and the twos. Who thinks Young Thug should give the lead attorney front row seats down there at State Farm? All the coverage we have provided. We keep telling them, Young Thug, YSL is not a gang, okay? It's not a gang. No matter what Woody told them folks. Sit me right there in the front. Man, they're having so many audio issues. Woody crazy.
That was a doubled up yawn.
Lady J say, "Oh, you only get the front seats, lead if front row seats if you know the songs."
Remember when you mistaked Young Thug for Future?
Man, I go up to Young Thug. I be like, Young Thug, I love that mask off. Oh, you were cute. Mask off, mask off. Young Thug be like, man, get this 47-year-old out my face.
You don't get Unk out the way.
Yeah, get Unk out the way. Shout out to them. Somebody write mask off. What? That was a great song. For years, I thought Young Thug and Future, I thought it was the same nigga, man. I didn't know until y'all told me.
Oh, what are we gonna do with you?
I'm one generation behind. I am, Lil Wayne, Tupac, Biggie.
Maybe. Okay.
Shout out to the 99 2000. That's where I left it at.
It's gonna work or not.
Uh-oh. She might call the day early.
Man, this whole audio is messed up.
If she does that, let's see.
Shout out to Megan. Megan, yeah, that Master P. Oh, that mystical. Yeah, y'all know about it. I'm one
This is a
generation.
prepaid collect call
I
from
mean, Todd and MC Hammer. Like, come on, man.
He's like, I'm not that old. Come on.
I mean, I am. That's what's fucked up. I like MC Hammer.
Hello. This is a prepaid collect
That's
call
why it's
from
fucked up.
an inmate at Fulton County Jail.
Can you hear it, Mr. Cook? Can you hear it?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh my God. This, you can't make this up.
This is the worst audio it's ever been. This is outrageous.
I need to just hang it up for the day. Will Woody ever get off the stand?
Shout out to Lucky. Yeah, y'all know about it, man. Too legit. What? Oh my God.
Look at you in a little shoulder bounce.
Listen, man. Yeah. What you know? Listen, Bankhead. What you know about that Bankhead bounce now? Y'all don't know nothing about it. Let me guess if you know about the Bankhead bounce. Y'all are kids, man. Y'all don't know.
Oh my.
Shout out to the Bankhead bounce. Heavy D. Yeah, shout out to Heavy D. That Bankhead bounce was it. You don't know nothing about it, AV. This is the real stuff.
Yeah, I have no idea what you're referring to.
I know Empress ain't white and know about the damn Bankhead bounce. So she just light skin. I was like, listen, you don't know about it, but Empress does. Is she white or light skin?
It's hard to tell.
If a white woman know about the damn Bankhead bounce, boy, that's when you know. Empress a real one.
I'm picking up on your habits. Now I lean into the screen.
Oh my God. Somebody write Empress, boy. I bet she got that all her life. Are you white? What's your deal?
Whitaker's done.
Turn off the backup system. Clearly, we know. And maybe our system will work. In the meantime,
Yeah, Empress. She's like, don't even put that on me, man. Shout out to Empress Ari. Shout out to Empress Ari.
Clearly the backup is nothing.
I thought Friendsgiving was white for the longest. Shout out to Leah. Leah says, I'm 32 and I know about the Bankhead bounce. That's surprising. That is surprising. Y'all know about it. That Bankhead bounce. Oh, y'all don't know about that damn Bankhead bounce, boy. You know this trial is fucked up. We over here talking about who's white and what the Bankhead bounce is. MC Hammer. This whole trial is a shit show. Oh, not the Yin Yang twin. Of course, it would be King Atlanta with a UGA decal. Of course, he gonna talk about the goddamn Yin Yang twins.
What did they do?
Oh my God, they were for real. Man, this audio, they are letting the jury out. You see Love's head right there. Ain't nothing like a black woman head. You get that head action. Where Mike at, man? This whole trial's a shit show.
We're done today.
Golly, what is going on? Did they say anything? Hold on, we were so busy laughing. Let's see what the judge said if we're gonna take a break or something. Let's listen.
Let's just break until we maybe have this fixed.
Okay, so she said we're gonna break until they have it fixed.
Let me check out Thugger Daily, see if there's updates.
And guys, they have been dealing with they've been dealing with audio issues for weeks now. The judge was super snappy last week saying, you know, you guys should have been here to fix this stuff already. We were breaking early. We had days where we didn't show up to court. Y'all should have been working on this, and you haven't fixed it. And today it's been the worst of the whole trial.
Terrible.
And really, guys, do you know whose fault this is? It's really Woody's fault. If you want to think about it, because the only reason, fault, of course, is a strong word, but the only reason that they were messing with the audio issues anyway is because Woody has a hearing problem. Mm-hmm. Y'all remember when he came on the stream, he was talking to me and AV, and he was like, yeah, I was in special ed classes for years. And he was in special ed classes because he had the whole reading and the hearing thing. In fact, Woody knows sign language, guys. Wow. You know, his hearing was so bad, he lost hearing in one ear, and his parents thought that the doctors and everybody thought he was going to lose hearing in his other ear and he was going to be deaf. And so they started teaching him sign language, and he learned sign language so that if that other ear went out, he could communicate.
Yeah.
Thank the Lord that he still has hearing in that ear. But shout out to Dear Rote Christian. Dear Rote Christian, a YouTuber, excellent brother, showed up to court the other day and talked to Woody. And he said that you can notice that even when you talk to him live that he has a hearing problem, and that a lot of times he'll turn it when he's talking to you, he'll turn his head to the good ear. So he'll talk to you sideways so you can hear it. And so Woody, from the very beginning, he's been like, listen, I can't hear. Y'all got to get me audio headsets. No, I need a better audio headset. So the court has been really dealing with this, fiddling with the audio system for Woody to accommodate, I can call it a disability, right? To accommodate his disability. But of course, down here in Atlanta with these ninjas, once they start fiddling with stuff, now it's all fucked up.
Yeah, they keep losing the good headphones. Like, where are they?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So
they should just leave him on the witness stand. You know, he has one pair of headphones that work. This morning they weren't there. They never have extra pairs.
Yes. Yes, so we are on it. Shout out to Mr. H. It's for real. Mr. H with the biggest comment of the last hour. Wish we had TiVo time. Let me see if we got any. Do we have any, man? We ain't got damn. We didn't have 5 seconds.
Exactly. Wow, we're all caught up. In the meantime, I can read a few cash apps.
Please do. Oh, wait. Somebody said Pastor Troy. Oh, see, now y'all are talking. Y'all are talking my language. Everybody want to talk about Future. Everybody want to talk about Young Thug. No, what's up with Pastor Troy? Who remember Kilo? God, man, don't even. All right, keep going. They don't even want to talk about Kilo. Let's go. DJ Quick. Anybody know DJ Quick, man? Listen, just go ahead, read the support, man. They don't know nothing about no damn Pastor Troy, nothing about no damn Kilo, nothing about no damn DJ Quick. But y'all too young.
DJ Quick reminded me of Kevin.
Yeah, that's Kevin's age right there. Boy, y'all don't know nothing about it. All right, keep going. What you saying now?
Yeah, shout out to Danielle. She drops $10. She says, interesting how the state says Woody didn't want to testify because he was intimidated by and scared of the defendants. But now that he didn't testify helping the state, he's loyal and YSL for life. Shout out to Venmo, which gives you guys a lot more characters.
Yes, Venmo.
Over. Thank you so much, Danielle. Shout out to Full Drinking and Half Thinking. Sends me 60. He says it's almost evening time. Enjoy one on us. Thank you so much, Full Drinking and Half Thinking.
Love it.
Gotta be stream sponsor at this point. This one's funny. Shout out to Paul. He sends me $5 on PayPal and says, "Run DMC, LL Cool J, and Love can't touch this."
Can't touch this. Who remember that typewriter when he was doing that shit? Y'all don't know about that damn typewriter. Oh my God. Oh, but listen, you know, and shout out to Woody and shout out to Young Thug. What a lot of people don't know, man, MC8, MC Breed. We got so many. Who we to MC Hammer? MC Hammer was a gangster. Like, and that's one of the reasons actually why he went bankrupt. You know, because he had a crew, and he would take his crew, all 30 of them. He had a huge entourage.
Wow.
And his entourage broke him. But you hear entourage and you're thinking all managers and this and that. No, his entourage was gangsters. Like you ain't mess. Y'all don't know this. You didn't mess with Ice-T and you didn't mess with MC Hammer. And you wouldn't even, when you see MC Hammer in them damn pants doing a typewriter, you think it's something. No, it's another thing. MC Hammer was a goddamn real one.
Wow.
But MC Breed, I love MC Breed. We got some real ones in the house. Don't talk to me about no damn little baby. Don't talk to me about no
Somebody
damn...
said E40.
Oh, E40. See, this is what I'm talking about. E40. Y'all talking about some little Yachi and all that. I can't.
Yachi?
What's his name?
I think it's Little Yachty.
Is it Yachty? I don't know, man. I can't tell. I'm in another generation, guys. I'm in another generation.
Oh, that was amazing.
But like oh man, y'all are. We got some real ones up in here. Some absolute real ones. So shout out to us, man. Listen.
Yachi.
I mean, I'm 47, guys.
Oh my God.
I'm 47, man. I'm getting old. I don't want to admit it. Bone Thugs and Harmony. Someone
Bone.
No Surrender. Yeah, and they had to cross over to the white people when they did that End of the Road shit. That Boys to Men. What was it? The Crossroads, which is a good song, but they don't remember that first one. That East 99. God damn, boy. Bone Thugs was for real. But they had some great songs. Yeah, shout out to Too Short. Yeah, full drinking, half thinking, know about it. That East 99, I can listen to that shit today. Oh man.
All right, I had enough of that, so we're gonna turn on some CNBC.
And the Fed's getting rates back to normal. Why aren't we supposed to still be bullish on that idea? Isn't that the definition of a soft landing?
Yeah, I mean, I guess.
What are we hating what we wished for?
We could be, but we had 18 monster months of equity market performance beginning in early 23 under the notion that they were done hiking. So clearly the market's ahead of the Fed at some level. I would argue while the economy's been slowing and earnings growth has been slowing, it just really started to incrementally surprise negatively. So to already start paying for a big recovery in the second half of 25, to me feels a little bit early as someone who was kind of bullish on the market for a long time. So I think it's a little early. I'm with you that you're going to want to own small caps when we get 3 months from the bottom of the cycle and we're going to start accelerating again. My best guess is that's the second half of 25. In the interim, I got numbers that are high and volatility around some of the geopolitical stuff you talked about, the election and other things. So I just think it's a little early, and I want to be a little bit more kind of neutral on the risk here through September and October.
Shan, I mean, how do you respond to that? That things you talk about and recommend may very well work, but maybe now is a little early because we have too much uncertainty in front of us about the near-term direction of the economy. We have to worry about election risk, and the dynamics around the election may have changed slightly in the last 6 weeks, to say the least. So maybe we're a little too early for areas of the market that you like. How would you rebut that?
The rebuttal is that, you know, it's very difficult to capture the bottom of that trade. And I think Adam would disagree with me in any way in terms of being able to capture just the right point to get more cyclical. in your allocations. I think the big fear is, Scott, is that, as it relates to the election, what you're probably most fearful of in terms of construction of your portfolio are really the two ends of the spectrum in terms of, the outcome. And that seems less likely, whether that's a Democratic sweep or, particularly on that side, that seems less likely than maybe it had a couple of years ago. And so I think that sort of takes that concern off the table. As it relates to positioning, though, what you're really concerned about here, to your point about soft landing, is normalization the new transitory? And I think that's the biggest concern right now, because the Fed's really hanging their hat on the fact that this is all kind of normal behavior coming out of this cycle. And so in order to position for that inflection point, it's going to be very difficult, because just like we've seen with credit card delinquencies, for instance, that trend is starting to moderate. They're not going down, but they're not rising as fast. And so if we hit that inflection point, that plateau, that could be the impetus to take on some more of this cyclical exposure. And I would argue that it's very difficult to hit that point exactly. And so I'd rather be positioned for maybe that's this second half 2025. I think it's a little earlier than that, and thus the positioning into this broadening out trade.
This is kind of a reasonable thought, and Shannon's not the only one who probably has it. The idea that if the Fed was incorrect at the beginning, they could be incorrect at the end as well. They managed it in the middle okay.
Yeah.
But here we are trying for the land, and it may not be as smooth as the market has made up its mind that it would be from the August 5th growth scare, Japan, of course, to today.
And therein lies the risk. I mean, a soft landing, yes, to your point, it's still on the table. That is a good backdrop for the markets. If you have an economic downturn, I still think markets will be higher a year, 2, 3 from now, because you're going to have been peak inflation, peak tightening. That's a good backdrop for markets. So it's really about how defensive do you need to be in the near term. Ultimately, I'm still in the soft landing camp, and I believe stocks will be higher. The one last point I want to make, we've talked a couple of times here about the election. I may be missing it in the data. I mean, the reality is, if Biden was elected, I think I looked today, 958 trading days ago, market's up 65%. In the 958 days after Trump was elected, the market was up 63%. And so I hear people all the time talk about the election. It could bring volatility. It could really disrupt these markets. There's very little to suggest in our nation's history that the occupant of the White House has a significant impact on markets.
I mean, it could impact just various, tax policy, obviously, at a time where we are debating the impact, and some are worrying about the impact of the deficit.
Well, sure, but
interest rates. And
when Trump won, everyone would have thought traditional energy would outperform clean energy won. When Biden won, everyone thought clean energy would outperform traditional energy would outperform. My point is to say that people that get caught too up in this tend to miss what really matters for markets. That's going to be the direction of the economy and what the Fed's going to do.
Super quick to you, but I'll give you the last word.
Yeah, I don't, and I never disagree with Shannon. She always makes a lot of sense. So I think her rebuttal is in the range of things that make sense. He went to the University of Michigan, so obviously he's an intelligent guy. I think the only thing I heard that I don't get is I don't think the Fed has a plan. They don't have a framework that I can sink my teeth into to understand. And so the uncertainty now seems different than what do
you want them to do? Hand you a plan? Said, Dear Adam, we're going to cut.
They don't have a plan. And so I don't know if I should be critical of them or not. I have no idea. And so I've just concluded I don't care. I'll focus on the perception about growth. And I think the perception about growth is worse now than it was 2 months ago. And that's kind of, my, Dennis Miller, I'm sticking with.
All right, we'll leave it there. Guys, thank you.
Take
Shannon,
care. Thank you.
Thanks you as well. We'll see you soon. Shannon Sakosha.
See you, Shannon.
Joining us today as well. Brian Levitt and, of course, Adam Parker. To Pippa Stevens for a look at the biggest names moving into this rough-looking close. Pippa.
Yeah, that's right, Scott. Well, Boeing shares are falling after a Wells Fargo downgrade to underweight from equal weight as the analysts see Boeing's free cash flow peaking by 2027 with delays and added costs dragging what the firm said could have been a, quote, generational free cash flow opportunity this decade. Those shares at a nearly 2-year low. And video game maker Unity Software in the green on a Morgan Stanley upgrade to overweight. The bank noting that after a really rough year, those shares are down 60%. Unity is now in a position to capitalize on upsides in mobile and gaming. Scott?
All right, Pippa, thank you. Pippa Stevens, we're just getting started here. Up next, Merrill and Bank of America Private Bank's Chris Heisey Let's see what he thinks about these markets. More volatility. Is that ahead? The VIX is up a lot today. Have you seen that? We will discuss with the Dow down 600 points. We're live at the New York Stock Exchange. You're watching Closing Bell on CNBC.
Anyone for our end of the day reversal? What do you guys think? I don't know. I think it's too risky. 554 is 555. I mean, I don't think it's. I think you could start to see this market really start to pull back randomly. I think you could start to see some people get a little nervous. Some investors get a little nervous and start trying to get ahead of it because we're at highs. Tech has been really weak. It's not catching up. It's not keeping up, I should say. It's not making a new high. I think we're a bit overextended on the earnings expectation side of things. I think you're what? 20 times next year, or 24 times next year earnings on the S&P? 24. I think today you're probably around 22, maybe the low 20s. 22, 21. Let's see. Hold on.
We're in the midst of a big sell-off today as September begins. NASDAQ heading for its worst day since the global market rout on August 5th. My next guest says markets will likely stay on edge heading into year-end. Let's bring in Chris Heisey of Maryland Bank of America Private Bank. It's good to see you.
You too, Scott.
What do you make of just how this September has started with today?
I guess it's like, things that we've seen, the replay over the last few months. Things happen so quickly. Things are fine, and then all of a sudden something happens.
Are they still fine?
Oh, they're still fine. Yeah, I mean, if you take a look at the high yield index, the investment grade index, they hit new highs in August. You're seeing participation broaden out. Earnings are going back up, and financial conditions are easy. It's not that simple, but I think people push that off to the side when you get days like this.
Well, I mean, Adam Parker just sitting in the seat that you're occupying right now and suggests that earnings may be going up, and estimates are not realistic, and they're going to start coming down. What do you think?
Maybe for some of the ones that carried the market before, but the other so-called 493 or so, we're starting to see something different. We're starting to see earnings actually go back up again and broaden out. It first was with the relative movement. Now you're starting to see it in an absolute manner. Next year, Adam could be right, where you see a slowdown in level of growth, but the participation's growing.
But isn't that a problem, though, if you agree that earnings are going to likely come down for the largest part of the market? Well, at the same time, you're suggesting that all these other areas are going to continue to go up at the same time that the economy is decelerating.
Yeah.
How does that make sense?
The economy is decelerating, but I would put it more or less and say it's normalizing. It's marching towards normal.
It's still slowing.
Still slowing,
Get
and that's
Tesla
actually
trying
a
to
pretty good
reverse
thing overall when you think about where we were in overall real and nominal GDP. So coming down, broadening
Tesla
out,
trying to reverse here.
and I would say it's healthy. And why is it healthy? Because you don't want a corner of the market driving everything all the time. That basically means that you're going to see elevated premiums and multiples. And I would argue overall heading into next year, if you get more participation, which we expect, returns might be lower on an annual basis, but deeper.
Do you think it's healthy that your word that things like staples and utilities and healthcare are, if not leading, doing quite well? Right? That's not typically the makeup of what we would sit here and discuss being a healthy.
All right, guys, I might get up
market
off of
if
here.
you're bullish.
You're right. You're right. I would say that is a short-term move to so-called.
I can leave CNBC up, but we don't really have anything going on today. We do have a few earnings releases. Maybe we'll have a watch list. Let's see here. Zscaler, GitLab, Asana. I don't know what OneStream is. PagerDuty. AI tomorrow. HP. ChargePoint tomorrow. Let's see. That's really about it, other than Neo and Broadcom. I'm gonna let this guy finish what he's. I'm gonna play this and then I'll.
Just the next 8 weeks and you're going to stop, or if you're going to position those next 8 weeks, which we think, in our opinion, technicals could tell you another 5% to the downside.
So you'd rather be early.
Today, you guys.
You're willing to be early.
Willing to be early.
Admittedly so.
And prescriptively.
Oh my gosh.
So you want to use your discipline.
I mean, it's not
take emotion
much further,
out,
but
as
geez,
long
I
as the
wish I would've looked
fundamentals
at it
march
today and got
towards
them
what
all.
we think is a more dehumidifying.
You see why I was wanting to look into going to start trading natural gas, because it's something it just instinctively was like, hey, start looking at natural gas, maybe learn it and see how it trades, and maybe have that your go-to to go get your money. Your daily. It's always good to find something that you can always just kind of go to and really, pull money out the markets and have your go-to stock, commodity name, something. So I'm kind of looking at natural gas here. And look at that.
I'm getting you and Adam Parker together because I feel like you guys disagree on every viewpoint. Okay. He doesn't like the financials. Yeah. I said, well, what happens in a normal environment for financials? He's like, they don't do well.
Let's look at these
options. They're terrible. I know they're doing fine now because they've been leading the market since the August 5th low, but rates are coming down. The economy is going to be a little slower. Why is that good for how banks make money?
Well, because the way that the traditional financials made money yesteryear, it's not the same as they make it today. There's a very different movement going on right now, much more diversified, better capital levels, actually be able to take advantage of an M&A cycle a little bit more efficiently than they did in the past. We can't just look at the past from a yield curve perspective and say that's going to happen in the future. It clearly didn't work for the economy as it relates to what happened with the inversion in the yield curve. There's a lot of different makeups going on right now, Scott, that many people haven't seen before, but one thing hasn't changed.
Stop yelling, please. Please. Sorry, guys. I don't mean to yell in the mic, but my little girl's pissing me off because she's tired. And she's just yelling at me. So, these contracts... again, look at that. 15 cents. Or, I'm sorry, 17. We'll call it 20 cents, right? We'll call it 20 cents. And that's for the 1350s. That's the 1350s. That's not the 13s. So, these 13s are probably a lot more. But, depending on where you open up tomorrow. This is still a nice trade. Look at this. This type of move, you catch it at 20 cents or so. This is over 100%. Really, 20 cents. You got 60. That's 2... right? 4, 6. That's 200%. That's $1,000 into $2,000 in a day. It's a nice hit there. you know, I did kind of nail this one here with this double bottom from last week on natural gas, but keep an eye on natural gas. You know, this is why I wanted to learn how to trade it. That's a beautiful day, and the contracts are liquid. You know, I mean, the volume here, you have 1,500. The 14s, you have 4,575 contracts, and 1,400 to the open interest side. So pretty liquid. I know. I mean, it's a little small compared to what they cost. So it's not bad for me, right? If I want to buy 20, 30 contracts, I can easily get in and get out without a problem here. So again, I took it slow last week. I did trade Boyle instead of natural gas, which is double leveraged or triple leveraged, one of the two. And I caught this move here. It might have been this one here. I'm sorry. It was probably this one here last Thursday. I took that off last Thursday. All right, so damn, what a day from natural gas. Keep an eye on it. It's fall time. It's getting a little chill in the air. Let's see if we start to maybe see if we can't figure out a, you know, if this thing starts to continue higher. Let's see if we can just ride it out. Let me go take care of my cat, and then I'll go back and say what I was going to say. You have a gap here. You know, I haven't traded it that much. It looks like there's all kinds of gaps, so I wouldn't worry about the gaps so much as so my target was here, by the way. That's why this rectangle was here, because I bought down here. I was looking for a move back to 1350, 1360. And you're at 14 now. So let's look for pullback longs and see if we can break 14.
Months are the everyone's familiar with. I mean, I feel like I've listened to the last, you know, hour of programming, and everybody says the same thing, which I agree with. The next 8 weeks are kind of a tough period of time. Seasonal. September, last 4 September's been down. Obviously, the election's a big deal. Fed cuts, nervousness around the economy. I think that those are the optical reasons to be afraid. But in truth, I think the equation of the market has simplified here in recent weeks. And so basically it comes down to, are we going into a recession? Is the economy going into a recession or not? If we're not going into a recession, I think you look for this weak opportunity seasonally to buy in if you're underweight. You have an offensive mindset. And if you think for some reason that the economy is going to a recession, then obviously, yeah, you need to play defense. But that's our view, is that we're not going into recession. Weakness should be bought.
What if we agree with you? Okay, we say, okay, I agree with that view. We're not going into a recession, but because I don't think Adam Parker necessarily thinks that either. But earnings expectations going forward can still be too optimistic, even in that environment. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, I mean, I think there is a decent amount priced in, and we've seen that consistently over these years, where you get kind of a bolus of earnings out into the future, that growth priced in, and then each quarter you go through, and the companies have to kind of either talk you up or down. And what we've seen though is that as we've come through, really we've seen a hockey stick up in earnings here, and yeah, the expectations were high, but they've largely been met. And if under a soft landing scenario, if you think the Fed's going to cut and the Fed's going to support this economy, then I think those earnings estimates, while they're aggressive, I think the odds are that we hit those outside of a recession.
I just want to note that as we're speaking here, the Dow is now down by 700. So we're at the lows of the session as we begin September, which we know, as you said, is a seasonally bad time for stocks. What areas of the market would you lean into in the midst of this low of the day weakness?
Right. Well, I think it's kind of a process of elimination. So number one, we're late cycle. Even though I think that the soft landing is the base case and we avoid a recession, I mean, obviously the risk you have to control for is that the economy is weaker than we anticipate. And so I've seen a lot of people go to a low quality playbook, or kind of an early cycle playbook, which I still don't get. So we saw like the big small cap rally in July. We have been fading that. So I would avoid small caps, avoid cyclicals. I think for right now in this period, going into the first Fed cut, I'd expect the 10-year to fall further in yield. So I think you get this rate sensitivity leadership to continue. And as you get days like this where high quality tech is selling off, I think you're buying that dip in high quality tech. So avoid low quality, lean into high quality. That would be the playbook for a late cycle market like this.
Well, when you say lean into high quality, and the mega caps are at the top of that list, the things like, wow, let's throw up an intraday if we could of NVIDIA, guys, please. It's down 10%. So a lot of these chip names, it's NVIDIA, it's AMD, down almost 8. It's Broadcom down as we speak by more than 6. Applied Materials is down sharply today by about 7. Taiwan Semi about the same amount. Micron's down 7.5%. Would you go as far as to suggest that the chip stocks, which are underperforming pretty dramatically relative to some of these other tech stocks?
Yeah, I mean, it's a dicey area of the market, but I think so. I mean, no guts, no glory. I think that, select areas, in our fund, we don't own NVIDIA, but some chip adjacent stocks I think are starting to look attractive. In the hyperscalers as well, we've been kind of off the Mag 7 train for really during the Q2 part of the year, but I think that there's some opportunities if you're going to look to deploy capital. I mean, Mag 7 still significantly below its mid-year highs versus the rest of the market is making new highs, and I think we've had that rotation which has been successful. But if you're going to see some kind of faltering in the AI narrative, it should accrue to the benefit of some of these hyperscalers, and so they can't all just fall apart in my view. So this is just a correction. I think you buy. Those are exactly some of the neighborhoods I'd be shopping in.
Utilities, healthcare. You talked about, the expectations that yields are going to come down, and you mentioned yield plays. Are we talking about that?
Yeah, I mean, I think that utilities, real estate, healthcare, those staples, those are good places to hide out during this, like, say, 8-week period that everybody's afraid of. I do think that, we've been overweight bonds since July 5th. Again, soft landing playbook is that you see yields really fall in anticipation of that first cut. That's going to power these areas of the market. I think there is a bit of a misinterpretation going on right now, which is that because we have this kind of traditionally defensive leadership going on, that this signals something for the economy. And to me, this is really just rates. This is a rate sensitivity story, and a lot of people are reading a little too deeply into it. But with that said, even though we're positive on the economy going out, I think that you can do well in those pockets, defensive pockets, over the next 8 weeks or so, and you're just kind of rotating as those stocks rally out of those stocks and into some of these more economically sensitive areas like we discussed.
All right, we'll leave it there. Warren, I appreciate your time as always. We'll see you soon. That's Warren Pies. Up next, tracking the biggest movers into this ugly close. Pippa Stevens is standing by for us with that. What do you see now, Pippa?
Well, Vice President Harris weighing in on a potential materials company merger, sending those shares lower. The name to watch coming up next.
All right, y'all. I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your day. I don't think we have anybody that's tuned in. We have not had but only 2 people. Basic, right? I appreciate you guys for commenting. Outside of that, we ain't had no goddamn comments. Fuck y'all doing? Are you serious? If you have not seen this, you need to go check it out. Go give it a like. Matter of fact, I want you to watch it first and then decide whether or not you're going to do the right thing to like or not like it, subscribe or not subscribe. But I'm pretty sure you ain't going to want to miss another one. Alright? You're not going to want to miss another one. So, I would go back, Ivy League Trading, go to the live streams. I'm cleaning all this up. All this junk, all this shit, the majority of this shit is gone, bro. This shit is gone. We're revamping this whole page. I'm only one person, so, you know, there's 300 some videos. I'm going to be deleting them shits. Check out the watch list. Slow. Palo Alto. What did we say here? Earnings. 376 to 370. You want to worry about 365. Thursday's high first. Sorry. You want to worry about that first. Let's go look and see what happened. Palo Alto, PANW is the ticker symbol. Let's go look. PANW. Oh, wouldn't you know it? God be damned. I'd be damned. What happened, y'all? What happened? So there's one. There's one. 365. We said 365 rejections. We're looking for a break of Friday and Thursday's low. And we're looking to take this thing back down into 355. That's the first one that we just looked at. First and foremost. Because if we're not through it, Friday and Thursday's low. Get on. Palo Alto. That's one. All you had to do, pen and paper, write it down. We gave out more. There's more where that came from. LUMN, Alibaba, targeting 82. It came in with the gap down, whatever. Nothing you can do about that one. But like extension, there was a lot like LUMN. All right, LUMN, Tesla. Here you go, LUMN. We said $5 break. We're looking for $4. Taking profits through 5 at $4.50 and $4. Still there because it's been a little while since I've watched. Don't believe me, just watch. That's the area I'm going to look for to see if we get this. Go watch it. Go watch it. Seriously, right now. Exit out of this. Open up a new tab. Go watch it. Hit the like button. Subscribe. We get to 1,000 subscribers. I'm doing a giveaway to you guys. Donate to the stream. There's donation contribution links are in the description. If you want a one-on-one, you want to donate to the stream and you would like a one-on-one to get better at trading, how can we set you on a path to profitability? All right, with a few words and a few little lessons that we could do, a Zoom call, whatever. I guarantee you, I can save you money. Guarantee it. Fudge the SEC, fudge Gary Gensler, because I'm going to tell you right now, I can relay you the information. It will help you, but it's up to you to stick to it and to continue to use it, you know, throughout time and not forget about it, right? Because you can get set on a good track, start doing well, and then you just slowly fall off because you're like, oh, let me just take a long here. You're doing well, so you're getting comfortable. You're good. Oh, I'm a winning trader. Bang, bang, bang. And the next thing you know, now you think you can just take every single trade that you see, and you're like, oh, shit. Now you're just clawing back to be green. And you're like, what's going on? Now you're in this hole that you just fell 1,000 feet from, and now you're on tilt. Not only are you down in the hole, you're on tilt. few lessons can we can avoid all of that nonsense. Hit the like button, subscribe. We get to 1,000 subscribers. I'm doing a giveaway for you guys. I appreciate you guys for being here, for giving me your time. If there's anything that I can do better at that you would like to go over, is there something that I could provide to you guys? Let me know in the comment section. Let me know how you did today. Let me know how you're feeling. Something for Jesus Lordy. All right, you guys have a great night. I'll see you guys on the next one.